Patriots, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to day 58 of Iran Revolution Live with your amazing host, the wonderful Armin Navabi.
And your amazing host, the wonderful Goldie Kamari.
Thank you so much, Armin. I'm not going to ask you today how you're doing because I want you to ask me how I'm doing.
Well, Goldie, how are you doing?
Wow. Okay, so the reason we're starting the show a little bit late is because I was on Piers Morgan.
Tell us what happened.
Oh my gosh. Let me just pull I just posted a post on X.
Guys, it was chaotic. Would you say it was chaotic?
It was so chaotic. But not because of anything that myself or Elika Lebon were doing. Here, let me just share my screen here so I can pull this up. So, Chunky Yogurt lost his mind on four-star General Wesley Clark. And Chunky Yogurt was yelling at him and accusing him of being anti-American.
Amazing.
And he was yelling like a madman. And then the general put him in his place. But oh my gosh,
Amazing.
like it was insane. It was basically like Chunky Yogurt and then Dave Smith were basically just like talking like, Israel conspiracy theories or whatever. And then I just basically started off by saying I don't really care about anything that Chunky Yogurt says, because why would I pay attention to someone whose opinions are defended by the Islamic regime?
Oh my God. Mic drop. That's such a great burn. Amazing.
Yeah. And then I said to Pierce, I was like, I'm going to send the video to your producer. So I basically said, I don't care what Cenk has to say. Anyone whose opinions are being defended by the Islamic regime, to me, that's not America first. And then Cenk got really offended by that. He was like, "Oh, well, it's not like they interviewed me." I'm like, I never said they interviewed you. I'm saying your interview was aired and they were defending your opinions. And he just lost it. So he just lost it after that. Oh my gosh. So the way it happened is he spoke, and then I didn't interrupt. And then I think Elika spoke. And then I think it came to me. And then when I started speaking, of course, Cenk began interrupting me. So when he interrupted me the first time, I said, "Please don't interrupt me. If you interrupt me again, I'm going to deal with it." And then he interrupted me right away. So I was like, "All right, you know what?" Like literally on the thing, I was like, "You know what? I just sent footage to the producer about how you're being, defended by the Islamic regime." And he didn't like that. So but he was going off on a four-star general. It was insane because a four-star general, because Chunky Yogurt and Dave, no one cares about Dave Smith, right? Dave Smith tried to like insert himself into like the conversation, but like
such a loser.
No one cares what he had to say, right? Like I never even responded to him in any way, shape, or form. I didn't even acknowledge his existence. Chunky Yogurt. And even Dave Smith, they thought they know more about like the Middle East and all the proxies and everything than the general. So they were basically saying that this retired four-star American general, who also I think like led NATO, I think for a while, he was wrong, and they know more than the general. And that like the general was saying, going after the regime is in the American interests, because even he was saying that prior to 1979, America and the United States and Iran were fine, and when the Shah was in power, things were fine, and it was only when the Shah was overthrown and the Ayatollahs brought in that all this war started. So the general was pretty much on our side, which was fantastic, right?
Amazing.
Oh, so good.
Yes.
So good.
I think Goldie, let me know if you agree or not. These anti-Israeli pro Palestine pro-axis of resistance people, they couldn't even imagine that the Iranians coming out against the Islamic Republic would be destroying their narrative this much, because the Iranian people, not only they want the Islamic Republic gone, they're also pro Pahlavi, which these people have considered always to be, I don't know, evil dictator. They're also pro Israel and pro United States. And having millions, like 90 million Iranians from the Middle East, being pro America and pro Israel is just such a demolishes all of the everything that they were going for. And this is why they're so angry, because we Iranians are destroying all of their anti-American, anti-Israeli agenda, because we're not saying this from United States, we're saying this from the Middle East. So they always want to act like, oh, the Middle Eastern people, like these are people who know what's happening there, they know their history, they know the neighborhood. And being pro-Israeli arguments, pro-American arguments coming from people who are from there and not Israeli themselves is just such a inconvenience for them, that this is why they're pissed off at the Iranians. What do you think?
Oh, 100%, 100%. Like right. Cenk kept on like accusing me of being like an Israeli agent. I didn't like I didn't even like I didn't take the bait. I just ignored it, right? Like I just was like,
good job.
Because it just made it, he just looked insane. Like he looked insane. And then he's going after like the general, and he's like basically saying that like he's basically trying to say that Israel started all the wars, and then the general is like, what are you talking about, right? And then, you know, God bless the general. He was amazing, because at one point you know, like Chunky Yogurt and I don't know, the other guy, the comedian, they were basically, you know, trying to compare. Yeah, Dave Smith. They were trying to compare like what's happening in Iran to, like, you know, Iraq and Libya and whatever, right? And they're like, oh, we don't want another Iraq or whatever. And, you know, God bless the general. The general said, well, you know, I disagreed with Iraq. I made it very clear, like I disagreed with like a few other things. But then he said, but when it comes to Iran, Iran is a different situation. And he said that it's in American interests to get rid of this regime.
Yeah. Amazing. I can't wait to see it.
Yeah.
We're gonna probably go over every second of it once it comes out here, guys, on the show. I do also want to mention that when they say you're a Mossad agent, this is a way to deny the Iranian people their agency.
Of course.
Right? Yeah. This is them, every Iranian that comes out and says something that against their narrative, against their anti-American, anti-Israeli narrative, they just say we're Mossad agents. So apparently, so I don't know, like millions and millions of Iranians come out into the streets and call, because by the way, Cenk also denies that the Iranian people want Pahlavi. Like, oh my God, the Iranian people don't want to go back to a dictatorship. He has no clue about what the Iranian people want, and he has no understanding of our history. And every time he hears an Iranian says the thing that are inconvenient to his propaganda, he says we're Mossad agents. So you're going to deny every single Iranian person's agency unless they agree with you, which is, by the way, now we are in the millions. Like millions of Iranians have demonstrated that they're pro-American, they're pro-Pahlavi, they're pro-Israeli. So are they all Mossad agents? So basically, we're a nation of millions of Mossad agents, apparently, according to Chunky Yogurt, and
you know,
with no agency of ourselves.
The conversation didn't even get to like Pahlavi. Like that was like it's like they've given up. They've given up on that, because everyone knows that we support His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi, right? So the conversation didn't even get to that. The conversation was basically Chunky Yogurt and Dave Smith trying to convince everyone, I guess, and that what's happening is because of Israel, and this is all part of like the greater Israel project or something. And then the general was basically like, you guys are idiots, right? And so the general was calling them out. And then Chunky Yogurt like lost it. Oh, and then Dave Smith said the stupidest thing. He said, oh, like, there's no Iran proxies in Iraq. What are you talking about? And the general just like rolled his eye. The general, oh yeah, the general was like, right. So
I don't kidding me.
Yeah, I mean, I just you know, I feel bad for the general. I just don't think he was prepared for that level of idiocy. Like, and then
these people act like experts when it comes to like the politics in the Middle East. There's no
military as well.
What?
So basically, it was just like the whole time this was going on, Elika and I are just like laughing. We're just like laughing. We're rolling our eyes. Like, you know, we didn't interrupt, but we're just like laughing and rolling our eyes. And at one point, I was like, for like 5 minutes, because like just the insanity, right? Even the general himself, the general was like laughing at the crazy things that Cenk and Dave Smith were saying. So, anyways, I think it's going to be very.
By the way, guys, the people in the chat were asking why aren't you playing it, because it's not out yet.
It's not out.
You have to wait. It just got recorded. Yeah, this was just recorded. You have to wait until it's out.
This was a screenshot that I took from my laptop. So.
Yes. By the way, Goldie, Prince Reza Pahlavi just came out with the call to action, not just a message, but a full call to action.
Let's watch.
For what? Yeah, okay.
I haven't seen it yet.
Oh my God. This is one of the best. This is so good. So it has English subtitles. So we're not going to pause. We're going to go through it once without pausing. So pay attention to the subtitles, and then we'll go through it minute by minute after. Yeah, go on, Goldie.
Sorry, just for all the people asking in the chat, I don't know when it's coming out. That's up to the producers. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow. I have no idea when it's coming out, guys. Don't ask me. I don't know. Right. All I know is that we just finished filming it. So hopefully it'll come out soon, but who knows?
Yeah, guys, and while we're playing this, oh yeah, by the way, guys, when it comes out, when that interview comes out, we're gonna go through it like I think multiple times, right? So don't worry about that. Like we're gonna analyze second by second, frame by frame of that interview. All right, but let's go here, and guys, when you're listening to this, just pay attention to think about why Prince Reza Pahlavi is saying this now. Think about why is he saying this now. Okay, so let's play.
هم میهنان گرامی، ایران در آستانه تحولی بزرگ و تاریخی قرار دارد و عامل تعیین کننده آن همچنان اراده و کنش آگاهانه مردم ایران است. این ما هستیم که باید در زمان مناسب نقش کلیدی خود را ایفا کنیم و نگذاریم سناریوهایی برخلاف خواست ملت بر کشور تحمیل شود. در این مسیر نقش نیروهای نظامی، انتظامی، امنیتی و بدنه دستگاه‌های دولتی تعیین کننده است. در انقلاب ملی شیر و خورشید ایران بسیاری از نیروهای شریف با سرپیچی از دستورات سرکوبگرانه در کنار مردم ایستادند. گزارش‌های موثق نشان می‌دهد که به ویژه نیروهای پلیس و ارتش از بکارگیری سلاح علیه مردم خودداری کردند و رژیم برای کشتار از نیروهای لباس شخصی، بسیج، سپاه و مزدوران غیر ایرانی استفاده کرد. افشای اسناد و تصاویر کشتار و هویت عاملان آن، تحویل پیکر جانباختگان، یاری رسانی به بازداشت شدگان، کمک به نجات کادر درمان و شکلگیری درمانگاه‌های زیرزمینی از جمله اقداماتی بود که با همراهی نیروهای ریزشی در بدنه نهادهای حکومتی انجام شد. با این حال روشن است که شمار و امکانات این نیروها در برابر دستگاه سرکوب رژیم محدود است و برای ایجاد توازن قوا مداخله بشردوستانه بین‌المللی ضروری است. اکنون که احتمال چنین مداخله‌ای از همیشه بیشتر است، برای فرماندهان نظامی و انتظامی، به ویژه فرماندهان ارتش و دیگر مقاماتی که دستشان به خون ملت آغشته نیست، فرصتی محدود باقی مانده است تا حساب خود را از رژیم جنایتکار جدا کنند. انتخاب با شماست. با پیوستن به مردم جان خود و خانواده‌تان را حفظ کنید و در پیروزی ملت سهیم شوید، یا سرنوشت خود را به کشتی در هم شکسته جمهوری اسلامی گره بزنید و با خامنه‌ای و رژیمش غرق شوید. من در دوره تازه کارزار همکاری ملی از شما دعوت می‌کنم هنگام پخش زنده از تلویزیون تازه تأسیس انقلاب ملی ایران QR کد کارزار را اسکن کنید و با تیم ویژه من ارتباط بگیرید. پخش آزمایشی این شبکه به تازگی در ماهواره یاهصد آغاز شده است. سرنوشت ایران در گروی تصمیم‌های امروز ماست. با مسئولیت پذیری و شجاعت می توانیم تاریخی نو برای ملت ایران رقم بزنیم. پاینده ایران.
پاینده ایران، جاوید شاه. And okay,
پاینده ایران، جاوید شاه.
Yes. Guys, isn't this, Goldie, isn't this a message as a preparation for war? Did that not sound like we're getting ready for war?
Yes, 100%.
Yeah.
I think you need to also read it for those who are maybe listening while driving or something and can't read the captions.
Okay. Do you want me to read it and also comment, or just read first?
Just read it. Then we can go back and comment.
Okay.
همیهنان گرامی.
So, dear compatriots, Iran stands on the threshold of a great and historic transformation.
در آستانه تحولی بزرگ و تاریخی قرار دارد. و عامل
the determining factor remains the will and conscious action of the Iranian people.
تعیین کننده آن همچنان اراده و کنش آگاهانه مردم ایران است. این ما هست.
It is we who must play our own key role at the right moment.
که باید در زمان مناسب نقش کلیدی خود را ایفا کنیم و نگذاریم.
We must not allow scenarios that violate the national will to be imposed on our country.
سناریوهایی برخلاف خواست ملت بر کشور تحمیل شود. در این مسیر
On this path,
نقش نیروهای
the role of military, law enforcement, security forces,
نظامی، انتظامی، امنیتی و بدنه
and government agencies is decisive. The ones inside Iran.
دستگاه‌های دولتی تعیین کننده است. در انقلاب
In Iran's national sun and lion revolution,
ملی شیر و خورشید ایران بسیاری
many honorable forces defied their repressive orders and stood with the people.
از نیروهای شریف با سرپیچی از دستورات سرکوبگرانه در کنار مردم ایستادند. گزارش‌های
Reliable reports show that many police and army units
موثق نشان می‌دهد که به ویژه نیروهای پلیس و ارتش از بکارگیری
refuse to use their weapons against the people.
سلاح علیه مردم خودداری کردند و رژیم برای
Instead, the regime deployed undercover agents, Basij forces,
کشتار از نیروهای لباس شخصی، بسیج، سپاه
the IRGC and foreign mercenaries to carry out the massacre.
و مزدوران غیر ایرانی استفاده کرد. افشای
These efforts include exposing documents and images
اسناد و تصاویر کشتار و
and the killings identifying the perpetrators,
هویت عاملان آن، تحویل
returning the bodies of the fallen and aiding detainees,
پیکر جانباختگان، یاری رسانی به بازداشت شدگان، کمک به
defectors from the bureaucracy and state institutions,
نجات کادر درمان و شکلگیری درمانگاه‌های زیرزمینی از جمله
helped medical staff in establishing underground clinics.
اقداماتی بود که با همراهی نیروهای ریزشی در بدنه نهادهای حکومتی انجام شد. با این حال
Yet it is clear that the numbers and resources of these forces
روشن است که شمار و امکانات این نیروها در برابر
remain limited compared to the regime's machinery of repression.
دستگاه سرکوب رژیم محدود است و برای
And to create a balance of power,
ایجاد توازن قوا مداخله
international humanitarian intervention is essential.
بشردوستانه بین‌المللی ضروری است. اکنون
Now that the likelihood of such intervention is higher than ever,
که احتمال چنین مداخله‌ای از همیشه بیشتر است، برای
military and law enforcement commanders,
فرماندهان نظامی و انتظامی به ویژه
especially within the national army, must recognize their decisive role.
فرماندهان ارتش و دیگر مقاماتی
A limited window remains for
که
officials
دستشان به خون ملت آغشته نیست
whose okay, let me see, go back a little bit. Yeah, for
آغشته
officials.
نیست
Okay, for officials whose hands are not stained with the blood of the people,
فرصتی محدود باقی مانده است تا حساب
to separate themselves from the criminal regime.
خود را از رژیم جنایتکار جدا کنند. انتخاب با شما
The choice is yours.
است. با پیوستن
By joining the people,
به مردم جان خود
save your lives and your families,
و خانواده‌تان را حفظ کنید و در
and take part in the nation's victory,
پیروزی ملت سهیم شوید یا
or tie your fate to the sinking ship of the Islamic Republic,
سرنوشت خود را به کشتی در هم شکسته جمهوری اسلامی گره بزنید و با
and go down with Khamenei and his regime.
خامنه‌ای و رژیمش غرق شوید. من در
In this new phase of the national cooperation
دوره
campaign,
تازه کارزار همکاری ملی از شما
I invite you during the live broadcast
دعوت می‌کنم هنگام پخش زنده از تلویزیون تازه تأسیس انقلاب
on the newly established Iran National TV
ملی ایران QR کد
to scan the campaign QR code to connect directly
کارزار را اسکن کنید و با تیم
with my team dedicated to this project.
ویژه من ارتباط بگیرید. پخش آزمایشی
Trial broadcasting of this network
این شبکه به تازگی در ماه
has recently begun on Yahsat satellite.
باره یاهست آغاز شده است. سرنوشت
The fate of Iran depends on the decisions we make today
ایران در گروی تصمیم‌های امروز ماست. با
with responsibility and courage.
مسئولیت‌پذیری و شجاعت می‌توانیم تاریخ
With responsibility and courage, we can forge a new chapter in the history of the Iranian nation.
برای ملت ایران رقم بزنیم. پاینده
Long live Iran.
ایران.
Javid Shah. Okay, so three
Javid Shah.
big points. Yes. Three big points. First of all, Prince Reza Pahlavi started by telling Iranians that be careful so that our revolution does not get taken over by other people. Okay, by other people's something else other than what the outcome that we have in mind does not get imposed on us. The reason why that part to me is very exciting is because Prince Reza Pahlavi is speaking in a way that the fall of the Islamic Republic is inevitable soon, and we are worrying more about we're focusing on what comes after and not something unpatriotic doesn't take its place. So the fact that he is preparing us for what's about to come suggests that something is about to come pretty soon, right? That is one, right? That is one. Goldie, what do you think about this? The fact that we're now even the conversation is about other people who might want to, the fake opposition, the reformers, the leftists, or all these other people. So that one is the fact that he started with that seems that we are getting prepared for that inevitability, which to me is very exciting, because like the Islamic Republic's fall is somewhat assumed over here, right?
Yeah.
So that is great. Okay. um and also actually 4 points. Another thing is that he talks about the international, like the Western involvement in supporting this revolution that is about to come. That suggests that this is going to happen. He has the information that it's going to happen. Is just making the preparing the minds of Iranians for this, for the war to come. But the second thing, which is actually the most important part, was that he's preparing, giving the final warning to the armed forces in Iran. He used the carrot and stick approach. The carrot was with the reminder of how many people within the armed forces already were helping, were already or have already defected, and during early January Lion and Sun Revolution, he gave a list of examples of people who refused to follow order, people who were helping the injured, people who were helping the families within the armed forces to get to their get the body of their fallen loved ones. People who were helping with them from the armed forces, who are helping with the medical, like establishing medical clinic. So he said, like, he was introducing the armed forces to that, the fact that this is already happening by some other people within the armed forces, with or without you. And he also provided evidence for for the fact that this is happening. For example, one of his evidence was the fact that the Islamic Republic had to bring foreign mercenaries, which they wouldn't have to do because we already have hundreds of thousands of, I don't know, IRGC and Artish units within Iran. Like, why do you have to go get a couple of thousand? Guys, pay attention to this. We already have hundreds of thousands of people within the IRGC and Artish. Why would the Islamic Republic have to go hire a couple of thousand foreign mercenaries from Hashd Shabi from Iraq, Fatimiyun from Afghanistan, and Zainabiyun from Pakistan? He is saying that he's offering that as as a proof that many people within the armed forces within the Islamic Republic must have refused order, or else they shouldn't be short in numbers. So that is he's saying that as a carrot to show that there is already people doing this, and we appreciate that and we celebrate that. And he also then gives the stick that this is your final chance. If you don't join the side of the Iranian people, you are going to go down with the ship with the Islamic Republic. The reason why I get very excited about him saying this right now is because this also suggests that a war is about to happen, and the fact that he's giving this final warning to the armed forces now is to prepare them for this war, so that they know that this time this is the last chance that they have to join the Iranian people. So to me, this also suggests first, he basically was preparing the Iranian people with those two messages that I mentioned, that for the upcoming war, and then he's preparing the armed forces within the Islamic Republic for this is also a preparation for the upcoming war. So these are two preparations which to me suggest that he might know something, that a war is about to happen soon. I don't know, but that's what it sounds like to me. The third thing that he mentioned, what about Gold? Did you agree with that as well?
I do. Okay. Sorry, I'm just checking my notes here because I have to leave in a few minutes.
Oh, okay.
I have an interview at 2:30, and I'll be gone for like 15 minutes, and then I'll be back. But I just want to be here for the explanation for King Reza Pahlavi before I go.
Okay, sounds good. All right. So the third thing that he mentions is this newly established satellite TV, which is big. And I think this TV, because Prince Reza Pahlavi had to rely on Iran International to use a QR code for defections from inside the Islamic Republic. Okay. And guys, Iran International is useful, but let me be clear, even though they're useful and we do use them, we cannot 100% trust them because they have some other agenda. They're funded by Saudi Arabia, and even though they have to give us credible, useful information, or else nobody would watch them. Even though they have to keep covering the fact that the Iranian people want Prince Reza Pahlavi because our numbers are. They used to not admit that, but nobody can deny it. If you're a news agency and you deny that, you're going to become completely irrelevant. Okay, so they have to do a good job at fact checking the news and use reliable sources, just so that they could keep the audience. And when so many millions of Iranians come and call out for Prince Reza Pahlavi, it's undeniable, right? So in that sense, because they have a big budget and they spend a lot of money when it comes to fact checking and trying to give use credible sources to give the news, for us, in that sense, they're useful. But we also have to understand that given that they're funded by Saudi Arabia, they're at the end of the day, their agenda is not the agenda of the Iranian people. And one thing that we constantly notice is that even though they give a lot of coverage on the fact that the Iranian people want Pahlavi back in Iran, they always also try to suggest that there are other leaders. Okay, so the leaders that the Islamic Republic tries to push on to us, as an alternative to Prince Reza Pahlavi, Iran International, unfortunately, tries to take these leaders and tries to market them, and also tries to push Prince Reza Pahlavi to do a coalition with these fake Islamic Republic approved leaders. So in that sense, we use Iran International, but we don't trust them. Okay, we don't trust their agenda, even though they have a big audience and they have a lot of resources when it comes to making their shows. So we are forced to use them. But now we have been saying, many Iranians have been saying, why can't we have our own national satellite TV? So right now we're using, like, what are the news that we talk about? Like, one, Islamic Republic is obviously has Sadosimo, and obviously that's not the voice
Armin,
of the Iranian people.
I gotta go, but I'll see you in a bit. I'll see you in like 20 minutes or so.
Okay, sounds good. So obviously the Sadosimo is the Islamic Republic, and that is not something that we trust. And obviously BBC Persian is the voice of the reformers. Voice of America Farsi is the voice of the cessationists like Ali Javamardi. And Iran International, Manoto is pro Pahlavi, but unfortunately they have had some anti-American and anti-Israeli commentators there, which is not what we Iranian people support. And Iran International has been the best when it comes to coverage. However, they are also have an agenda, and they're funded by Saudi Arabia. Even though they're not anti-Israeli and anti-American, at the end of the day, they're a Saudi media. We cannot call that the Iran's. It's not a national TV. Okay, what we were missing was a national TV, and this is what Prince Reza Pahlavi's team just created as an alternative. So it's a source of information that we could trust, 100%. Yeah, I mean, at least much better than all of these other alternatives. So it's a newly established Iran National Revolution TV, which is now finally a TV that we could call a national TV. None of these, like Iran International, is not Iranian, is Saudi, right? So we now finally have a national TV, which has now been established by Prince Reza Pahlavi, and this is going to become very, very significant because not just for the revolution, but also for the transition period. The transition period is we need to win the information war. So we need to have a TV and a source of information that is covering everything, that is genuinely the voice of the Iranian people. So this was very essential for the revolutionary phase, but also the transition phase for us to have this. And this is so, I don't know, the utility of this is so much, and it also confirms again why Prince Reza Pahlavi's team is so much needed, and they do exactly what we need the most, exactly when we need it. And this is why we don't just celebrate Prince Reza Pahlavi. We support Prince Reza Pahlavi's team. We support Nufti. Okay, we support the all the authors of the booklet for the emergency booklet for the transition period. Okay, we support all of these people, and we're also very skeptical of people who come out and maybe support Prince Reza Pahlavi but don't support his team. We think they also have an agenda. For example, we support Saeed Qasemi Nejad, for example. Okay, so because that's the main advisor of Prince Reza Pahlavi and the main editor of the booklet for the transition period, right? So this is, and also another thing regarding this national TV that has just been established is that they're putting the QR code for defections on live on this TV instead of Iran International now. So they're moving it from Iran International to this national TV, which is also a suggestion that maybe war is coming soon, because we are now re-emphasizing on the need for defection and creating a framework for people from the Islamic Republic who want to defect to use this secure QR code. So this, guys, this is, many things are happening really fast. So I'm very excited. By the way, I was on, hold on, let me see if I could bring this to you guys. Let me know if you guys want to see this. I was on Israeli TV on what is it called, Ynet News in the morning yesterday in Israel. So I wish Goldie was here, because I did this with her feedback in mind, because she gave me a lot of feedback regarding how I'm supposed to look at the camera and how I'm supposed to be speaking. So do you guys want to see this? Yes or no? Is this interesting? So I was on the news. Yes? Okay, let's watch this. And let me know how I did, okay? Because you guys, Goldie and you guys gave me some feedback regarding looking at the camera, and I tried to not maybe successfully reduce the ums. And so let's just watch, okay? Thank you for having me again.
So, Armin, the protests in Iran have resumed, but not on the same scale. What are you hearing from there?
Well, there are two types of protests. One is because of the 40th day memorial after the murder of tens of thousands of Iranians by the regime. In Iran, there's a tradition that there's a 40th day memorial. So that's one reason for why we see a lot of protests. But also the universities, we just had the reopenings of the universities in Iran, and many universities across Iran, as soon as the universities opened, the university students came out and they're protesting again. And this is very significant for two reasons. One, because it shows that the revolution is alive, and even the mass slaughter of tens of thousands of Iranians haven't made the revolution stop. This is incredibly brave, because some people predicted that it's going to take a while for the Iranian people to dare come out and chant again. But we saw as soon as there's even a window of opportunity, they came out chant, and they not only they chanted the things that are the greatest red lines for the regime. So they're going all out. This shows that even the mass slaughter, the greatest mass slaughter of Iranians in our history, is not stopping people. Another significant thing is that they continue to chant for the return of Prince Reza Pahlavi. They chant این آخرین نبرد پهلوی برمیگرده, which means that this is the final battle. Pahlavi will return, which is also very significant, because some people anticipated that maybe some people who are anti-Pahlavi were suggesting that maybe it's going to, the pro-Pahlavi chants will maybe die down or anything like that. But you see, as soon as people get a chance to chant again, they chant Javid Shah, which means long live the king, and they chant Pahlavi will return. And this is happening on university campuses, which is also very significant, because traditionally university campuses are seen as a place where it's more leftist, it's more anti-Pahlavi, it's more anti-Zionist, it's more anti what they call imperialist West. But in Iran, if you're anti-Pahlavi, you're also anti-Zionist. But Iranian people are so widely now pro-Pahlavi and pro-Israel, and you can tell that they're pro-Israel because they support. Yes, even on campuses where traditionally it's considered, because the campuses were, during the Islamic Revolution in 1979, the way that what led to one of the reasons why what led to the revolution was a leftist. So it's called an Islamic Revolution, but it was a leftist Islamic Revolution, and the campuses were the base of operations for the Marxists, and so the academia, even though universities were built by the Pahlavi, so Reza Shah, the first Pahlavi, was basically the father of universities, and Muhammad Reza Shah continued to build the universities. The universities turned into anti-West, anti-Israeli, anti-Pahlavi centers, but now the universities, students are the most pro-American, more like they're chanting for pro-Pahlavi, and they're also pro-Israeli because they're supporting Prince Reza Pahlavi, who has one of his main agendas for foreign policy is to recognize the state of Israel and
very unusual. Have you managed, Armin, to speak with your family and friends since January?
Yes, I have. I'm getting a lot of information right now. Not only my family, I'm connected with a network of activists inside Iran. And just before I talked to you, I was receiving new videos from them on my messaging apps. But just when you said very unusual, I don't know if I heard you. You said very unusual. Actually, in Iran, it's not unusual to be pro-Israeli and be pro-American. It's actually unusual in Iran to be anti-Israeli. After Israel, Iran is the most pro-Israeli country in the world. So I just want to make sure that people in Israel understand that it's actually being pro-Israeli is now the norm in Iran.
So how much hope are people placing in Trump, maybe even in Netanyahu, even though Trump promised help is on its way, and at the same time he is negotiating with the murderous regime?
Okay, so to be honest, at first, there was some division. Some people were upset that because both Trump and both President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu promised the Iranian people that if they protest, the help is coming. And then when we had millions of Iranians in the streets, nothing happened. So some people were disappointed. But now I think the hope is back because eventually now the new understanding is that the reason why the attack didn't happen earlier was because they were planning for something bigger, and Iranian people are becoming more patient because if this understanding is correct that the attack was delayed because something more significant is on the way, many Iranians that I'm listening to, they think it's the wait is worth it as long as the help is coming.
So if there is indeed a significant American strike, do you expect the protesters to become much more widespread in Iran?
If the attacks that are coming are significant and takes out the leaders of the Islamic Republic, and especially the forces that are responsible for suppressing the people, Khamenei, Radon, the heads of Ejei, Ghalibaf, Pezeshkian, and all the other people that are responsible for suppressing the Iranian people, and the commanders who give the command to shoot into the crowds of Iranian people. If those people, if IRGC bases, Basij bases are taken out, if the main people within the politics are taken out, so that the entire command structure basically is decimated, and everything turns into chaos, then the Iranian people will have the upper hand. And as soon as they notice that the regime cannot oppress them in the way that they did in early January 8 and January 9, if they realize that's not happening, they will come out even in much higher numbers than they came. And this is the only way for Israel to basically take out its main enemy, because you can't do regime change without boots on the ground, and Israel cannot put boots on the ground. The United States doesn't have the political capital to put boots on the ground. So the only boots on the ground that we have for regime change are the Iranian people. So this is a cooperation that needs to be done with the Iranian people and United States and Israel. They will provide support, so they take out the obstacle in the way of the Iranian people, and the Iranian people will finish the job. They will, as long as the suppressing forces have been limited and weakened, like you saw, the Iranian people came out in millions, even though they were being shot at. If this obstacle is removed from them, they will come out even in much, and they will come out in daylight. They will come out and at the time, because if there is nobody shooting at them, they will come and they will capture all government institutions and buildings, and they will do regime change, and they will take out Israel's main enemy, and Israel will forever be secured, because the main funder of all your enemies has been removed. The head of the octopus has been removed by the Iranian people, and we can go back to being allies like we used to be.
The protesters are the boots on the ground. Armin, thank you so much. We'll keep in touch, of course. Thank you.
Thank you. Javicha, I'm Israel Chai.
Okay.
Okay. So I listened to Goldie. I looked at the camera. I hope I was thinking about Goldie the entire time. I was thinking about the Goldie's points. I was like, I had a list of all the feedback she gave me from her media training, and I was like going through them in my head. And I hope I did well. I don't know. I was thinking I need to make Goldie proud.
Well, from what I saw, I think you did amazing. So.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh,
no,
okay.
I think you did amazing. Wait, let me just
thank you, people in the chat.
Let me fix the screen, because my screen is mirrored, and when I look this way, it makes it look like I'm looking at the wall. So there we go. This way. I think now it looks like I'm looking at you.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I need to look at this.
No.
Okay,
you're fine. You're fine. I think it's because my screen is mirrored. So, welcome, Petito.
Petito's here.
And guess who's joining us?
Oh, thank you.
In a few moments, very, very quickly.
Who?
Elika.
No.
Yeah, I sent her the link.
By the way, you guys are being very kind in the chat. Thank you so much. I love you guys. Very supportive. My God, guys,
sent her the link.
I've never talked.
Sorry, yeah?
Guys, that's amazing. I'm going to meet one of my heroes. Okay. Goldie, because of you, I managed to meet so many of the people that I would never be imagine talking. I would be able to talk to. I talked to Tommy Robinson. Now I'm talking to Elika. No way. Okay.
That's amazing. Well, until she gets here, Petito, welcome. How are you?
Hi guys, thank you. What are you doing? What do you do?
Oh, we're good. We're good. I just finished another interview with Piers Morgan, Petito.
Yep. That's great.
It was explosive.
Yeah, Elika was there too, so she's going to join us in a few moments. I sent her the link, and she's going to come talk about that as well. And of course, we all love Elika. Elika is amazing.
Somebody's saying your crush is coming. Act normal. My crush is my wife. My crush is my wife. She's a hero to me. Okay.
Too funny. All right, but
thank you.
So maybe while we're waiting for Elika, did you want to talk about how Manoto has been hacked? Like, not hacked, but Manoto, they've lost their building. Did you not see that?
No, what the hell?
Oh my gosh.
Oh my God. You shared that? Like, I didn't know. Like, you shared, this is breaking news for me. Can you share that? Show us.
Oh, wait. Okay, I have to send the link to Elika on iMessage. What? Okay. Sorry.
Oh my God. I'm watching videos of Basij. Oh, I'm gonna. Do we have time for me to ask Petito something? Or
yeah, go ahead, because no. You go ahead and do what you need to do, because Elika's not here yet.
Yeah. And by the way, Patipto, people, I notice people in the chat love it when you speak English. Okay, so try to like if it's not too much to ask, let me. I know, but people love it when he speaks English. I'm just letting him know.
You know what? Actually I'm trying to get improve my English performance, but main thing that I sometimes I change to Persian because we are talking about important topics, but I don't want to create misunderstanding. That's the main.
Okay, I see. But whenever you see fit, okay, you decide. But I was gonna ask you, I got some videos from the university protests right now when the Basijis came out to attack the students. I saw some Basijis were beaten up, and now they're like, "Oh my God, look at us! We're so like, oh my God, they're beating us." Is this a trap for like what is this? Like, are they going in there to get beaten? Oh, never mind. Elika is here.
Hi.
Oh my God.
Hi.
How are you?
Oh
Hi,
God,
Elika.
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great.
That was so
Amazing.
funny. That was
Tell us.
so funny. It was surreal. It was like watching somebody who, I mean, I always say anti-Semitism is a mind virus, but it really was like watching somebody who has a deep, deep mind virus just become completely undone. Like he just started screaming and shaking, and he was like, "No, ah, America!" And we were all just like, "What are you doing? What's happening?" It was so weird.
For me, the fact that he went like Chunky Yogurt. So in this channel, we call him Chunky Yogurt.
Hilarious.
Yeah. So Chunky Yogurt, the fact that he went on this insane, unhinged rant where he's yelling at a 4-star American general, accusing him of being anti-American.
and all because he disagreed with his crazy radical anti-Israel ideology. You know, this man was just like basically saying that this regime has to go. And he wanted somebody with authority to agree with him, but nobody in their right minds with any authority would ever agree with him. And so he just completely came undone at the seams. He completely lost it. I mean, he was shaking, he was sweating, he was screaming, and everybody was like, "Stop, just calm down." And he wouldn't stop. It was like, I don't know, it was like watching someone lose their minds.
We have a lot of people who've just joined the chat. Let me just very quickly.
Hi, everyone.
People are asking who
Elika,
the general was. Let me just share the screen really quickly.
Can I just tell Elika that she's my hero and I'm so honored that I'm talking to her?
You're so sweet. You're so sweet. Should we invite people to this chat online?
So do I.
Oh no, hang on. Ugh. Someone just
So it was the general that Chunky Yogurt was yelling at was 4-star retired General Wesley Clark. So I just want to share that really quickly. Yeah. We'll talk more about that later, but yeah, but it was so wild.
So insulting.
I mean, it was just the entire thing was just surreal. And you know what it made me think of? It made me think of that saying, and I don't remember exactly how it goes. It's like, when you have the facts, pound the facts. When you have something, and it was like, when you have nothing, pound the table. Right? It was that. It was like he had nothing, so he was just pounding the table. He was just like, ah! And it's like, but because you have no argument. Like, you have nothing to say.
To tell somebody who has sacrificed, to tell somebody who has served America so much that you're anti-American, while he himself having so much anti-American propaganda, is like so much hypocrisy. You're telling somebody who has dedicated their life to serve America that they're anti-American. Like, I don't even. It's just
that, like, his whole worldview is so corrupted. It's like I said it on the show. I was like, Israel is their sun, and everything orbits around the sun, and everything else just doesn't exist. Iranian people don't exist. Iran doesn't exist. People of the Middle East don't exist. The only thing that exists in their world is Israel. And so when this man with authority is coming on here and saying, you know what, put Israel aside, this is an issue of the Islamic regime. It's the fact that it's terrorizing people inside Iran. It's a threat to the US. It's a threat to the Middle East. He couldn't take this idea that what he believes is the sun isn't the sun. You know, everything in his mind just wraps around Israel. It's like an obsession. It's like it consumes them whole. And I honestly, like, when I watch these things and I watch these people, I just think to myself, why does our education not teach people about this virus that makes people just crazy? This man was not in his right mind.
My favorite part as well was when like I don't think I ever responded or acknowledged the comedian Dave Smith. I don't really think, you know, you did too much either. But I found it really funny where at the end he was like, "Yeah, I don't like it when people say that I support the mullahs." And I'm sitting there, I'm thinking, and I'm like, no one said anything about you. Like, no one cares about you or your garbage opinion. That's what I was thinking in my head, but I didn't say anything. But he wanted to like insert himself into the conversation somehow.
But the way, like, the funny thing about it is that when he said that, he was like, "Oh, I don't support the mullahs," and it's like, you just referred to them as a legitimate government. I don't know if you caught it when he said something where he was like, "Oh, people say that the regime has nukes and the regime da da da. In other words, they're just a government." And it was like, that is exactly why we say that you support the mullahs. Because if you saw reality as it was, you would see that this is an illegitimate regime. Instead, you see them as a legitimate government, and that's what makes you that's the evidence that you look at them in a sympathetic light, and a light that's not actually in reality.
So, Eliko, do you think that people like these anti-Israelis, they really are trying to ignore the Iranian people and their will because they're frustrated by them, because our desire to have Pahlavi back and our pro-American and our pro-Israeli views, and the fact that we come from the Middle East and there's 90 million of us, just destroys all of the narratives that they have been fighting for all of. So it really frustrates them that now we have our voices now being heard and they're trying to push us aside?
Exactly. And I wrote about this in my book, actually. You know, for the past 2 years, they have been maintaining this belief or this illusion to the rest of the world that they are on the right side of history. And that illusion of being on the right side of the history is supporting terrorists. For all of these years, they didn't have enough of the Middle Eastern voices coming up to basically push back on that narrative. And so they maintained this moral high ground this entire time. We're the righteous people on the right side of history. And guess what? Everybody in the Middle East agrees with us. Everybody in the Middle East hates the United States, hates Israel, and they support Hamas and they support these resistance fighters, right? At the time, me and Goldie, you know, we were all out there, but our voices, we weren't big enough because we didn't have, you know, enough of the Middle East affirming this narrative. Now that this Iran thing has come to light again, of course it does, you know, through cycles, but now that it's done again, we see all of the Iranian diaspora, even Iranians inside Iran, coming out and literally destroying their narrative with the truth. We said, Goldie and I said for so long, the people of Iran support Israel. And everyone was like, "You're liars, you're being paid, you're a tiny minority, you're Mossad agents," you know. And now look at what Iranians are saying, right? And they're everywhere and they're repeating the same narrative. We hate the terrorists. We support the United States and Israel. Okay, we support liberal democracies. We want freedom for everybody. And this is the most dangerous thing to their identity, to the identity of people who have built their entire world, all of their egos around this narrative about their righteousness, right? And now, if this is true, if everything that we're saying is true, what does it prove about them? It proves not only that they're not on the right side of history, it proves that they have been supporting evil this entire time. And so they will die before they accept and show to the world that they are the people who've been supporting evil this entire time.
What's your book?
It's hang on, someone's just texting me. They're outside my room. It's not out yet.
Okay.
I've finished writing it. I've submitted it to my agent, but it's not out yet.
Okay.
We're very excited.
When can we expect it? When can we expect it?
I don't know. This is what stresses me out, because I want it to be out tomorrow, but I have to wait to go through the editing. I have to wait for it to, you know, get published and all of that. But it's going to be out soon.
Can I just thank you on behalf of so many Iranian people that have told me that they love it when you speak, and they just think that you're so well spoken,
Thank
and people
you.
just love the fact that you're out there and you're speaking on our behalf. I just really want to thank you. I think I'm speaking for a lot of people when I say thank you for everything you do.
And thank you guys so much, you know. I mean, even today, you know, they've been asking me so long to be on Piers Morgan, and every time I just ignore them or I say no. But when they told me today that Goldie was going to be on it, I was like, okay, first of all, I'm not going to leave her on her own with these psychos. But second of all, I was like, that's so empowering, you know, for us to be there together. Yeah, it's like having that support from you guys in the community that we're all doing this together. It's so much more powerful and it's so much more worth it, you know.
And you know what, you did great. You did great. I think I really just like I when Cenk started like interrupting me, and I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna send this footage to Pierce's producer there of the Islamic regime defending you, right? And then he was like, oh, but I didn't go on. I was like, I don't care if you went on, they're still defending your policies. How does that make you America first? That's very strange, right?
Exactly.
So I actually don't care what you say, because I don't you know, I don't respect the opinion of anyone whose opinions are being defended by the regime. He didn't like that, and I think after that he just lost it.
Yeah, I think that really exposed him in a way that was like, that sent him off the edge. But I mean, to be honest, he came on there already off the edge, you know. But I think that was good. I think also, you know, they spent so much all of their arguments are just so hypocritical, because their whole thing is like, you know, Israel is just interested in this war with Iran, and it's like, your whole thing since October 7th was supported by the Islamic regime, right? Everything October 7th was supported by the Islamic regime, not just like in their minds, with money, with training. Everything they did was supporting October 7th. And so by their same argument, you can say, well, there's no such thing as Palestinian people who want freedom, because this is just the Islamic regime's war. Everything they do, it's like they make arguments that are just so hypocritical. They make arguments against themselves, and they just, I don't know, they have nothing. They have nothing. And that's why I think it's honestly, it's stronger when you just say nothing and let them talk.
You know, I think the fact that Cenk went on this unhinged rant against General Wesley Clark, like a 4-star general, very respected, like very well known, you know, highly respected in you know, United States. I think the fact that he went on that rant against a 4-star general and accused him of not like standing with the American people, I think that's going to come back and bite him much worse than he thinks, right? Because it's one thing to go after, like, you know, me or you or, you know, whatever, like his jihadi nonsense, we don't care. But going after a respected 4-star general and accusing him of not being patriotic, that's crazy. That's crazy. And what's really interesting is people in the chat are telling me the general, he's not even like MAGA. Like he's a Democrat.
Yeah,
I didn't know that. So he went to the Democrat Party, but even he was like speaking about how this is in America's best interests, right? So it's wild.
But you could just tell that for him, you know, that was the moment where he was like, it's like he has like the ego of a child. He expected an authority to tell him he was right. And when the authority told him he was wrong, you could just see him visibly just lose it, because he just couldn't take that. He just couldn't take that. And it was the best sort of testimony to the fact that, you know, you are wrong. You're just so wrong, and you have no idea how wrong you are. And I actually think that meltdown, like you said, it's gonna show exactly that to everybody watching. It's gonna show that just how wrong they knew they are.
And I think the fact that, you know, the 2 Iranians along with the American general, we were on the same side. And then you have the you know, the crazy people on the other side, right? People are going to look at that and be like, wait, what? The American...
Did you see Dave Smith was also trying to backtrack? He was trying to be like, I don't support the mullahs. He was like, and I know there are Iranians on this panel that support, you know, and I agree they should be taking down that. It's like, oh, all of a sudden you agree that we should. Don't forget, last time I was on this panel with Dave Smith a year ago, don't forget what he was saying to me. He was saying that we need to be making deals with the Islamic regime. That was his whole thing. He was like, you're warmongers. We need to be getting into a deal. We need to be getting into a nuclear deal. And now, all of a sudden, he's like, oh, no, I support the Iranian people against the regime. I just don't think we should go to war.
I think it's also just as bad, like other than the general, the fact that he was the two Iranian women, because these people always pretended that they're on the side of the oppressed people, on the side of the people who are not white from the Middle East, on women's side. So especially when he interrupted Goldie, I think that also will haunt him forever, because like this is the Iranian people telling you what they think, and you deny them their voice, you interrupt them, and you also call them Mossad agents, which is basically the ultimate way of denying Iranian people their agency. Every time they say something that doesn't fit your narrative, they're Mossad agents. So the Iranian agency doesn't even exist for you.
Exactly. And that's why he had to keep staying away from that topic. That's why he could never address Iran. He can never address the Iranian people. All he kept doing is saying, this is Israel's war. This is all about Israel. This is all about, and then, oh my God, the best was when, was it him or was it Dave? I can't remember which one of them was talking about, it was Dave, when he was going into the Greater Israel thing, you know, and he was like, "Oh, you want to talk about being against religious fundamentalists? What
I think
about
it was
Israel?"
both of them. Both of them were speaking about Greater Israel too. Like Cenk brought it up as well.
Yeah, they were like, "Oh, you think that Israel doesn't want to take over Iraq? You think that Israel doesn't want to take over, you know?" And you know what? I actually had the perfect answer for them, but I didn't get the chance to speak, because they were like, "Yeah, there's extremists in Israel," and it's like, you clearly don't understand the difference between a dictatorship, a totalitarian regime, and a liberal democracy. Isn't it true that in every liberal democracy you have the far left and the far right, right? You don't take like an example of a neo-Nazi in the US and be like, see, the US wants to go to war and do this because there's neo-Nazis. And it's like, no, because there is a liberal democracy that protects it from trying to do anything like that, right? That's why there's like something called the separation of powers. And everybody understands this, you know. It's just so ridiculous to compare a democracy to a totalitarian regime that does whatever it wants because of its extremist ideology. And it's like, well, if you know, extremists have the power to do this, then why aren't they doing it? Why isn't the Middle East Greater Israel?
And Israel has, it's really funny when they talk about the Greater Israel conspiracy theory, like from Egypt to like Iraq and everywhere. But because Israel has given up more land for the sake of peace than any other country on the planet.
Exactly.
No other country has given up land as much as Israel, just for the sake of peace.
The funny thing is, when they talk about that land, like that entire thing, right, which is Palestine, Jordan, and Israel, all of that land was once Jewish land. So if you have a problem with Palestinians saying they want all of that territory when it wasn't even indigenously Palestinian, but you have a problem with Jews saying they want all of that territory. Now, I'm not saying anyone should have all of that territory, but if you're going to apply for one, you should apply it to all. Either way, they're all arguing over the same land that each one thinks is theirs. We're not talking about going out into Europe and colonizing a different land. They all believe that they have ties to that land. So it's not the same as the Islamic regime wanting to take over all of the Middle East that it has no right to. It's not even Islamic land. What are you talking about?
They want to take over the world, actually. Yeah. They want to take over the White House at some point. Yeah.
Yeah.
What was really interesting is that, like the last time I was on, they were like Cenk was attacking Reza Pahlavi and saying he's like an Israeli puppet or American puppet or whatever. This time around, he didn't even like speak about that, because I think they've realized that that, you know, that argument's not going anywhere, which is why the entire time they were just focusing on their like Greater Israel conspiracy theory.
Yeah. Well, because they know it's this is such a bad position to take now, to be against Reza Pahlavi. And so the same thing happened to me recently. I posted something in support of Reza Pahlavi and everybody started attacking me. And, you know, especially a lot of these like anti-Zionist Iranians started going crazy. But at the end of the day, they really took a hit from that, because no matter what you think, no matter what opinion, whatever ideology you have, this is the one thing that's true. The people of Iran called his name and they died calling for his name. So if you want to attack that, you are attacking the people of Iran. I'm sorry. This is not just about who you support and who I support. It is about who they called for. And it's so shameful that these people hate Israel so much that they can't support. No, it's like this, okay? There are some anti-Zionist Iranians, they hate Israel more than they love Iran. The crown prince, because they say, you know, he's a Zionist, they let their ideology get in their way. They say, I can't support him because he's a Zionist, but the Iranian people called for him. So you have a choice. You choose the Iranian people and forget your anti-Zionism, or you go against the crown prince because you're such an anti-Zionist, right? And they hate Israel more than they love Iran. They betray Iran for their anti-Zionist ideology. That's why they won't support him.
And that's a good thing, I think, in my opinion. Let me know what you think, because it would look bad for us if anti-Zionists supported Prince Reza Pahlavi, and it's actually good that when anti-Zionists are anti-Prince Reza Pahlavi, for us that's a good thing, because, like, guys, look at the type of people who don't like Prince Reza Pahlavi. So for us, they're like, yeah, keep anybody who's anti-Zionist, I'm like, yeah, continue being anti-Pahlavi. Please tell the whole world that you're anti-Pahlavi. This is actually good for us. This is good marketing for us.
Yeah, and it's like, you know, and the interesting thing about the thread that, you know, holds all of these people together is that they all live in their own reality, because you absolutely have zero reason to dislike the crown prince. He's been consistent for the past several decades, right? People come up with all of these reasons. I remember somebody in my comments, they said, they said something like, oh, so you want to replace one oppressor with another oppressor, right? Now, in whatever universe that you think that Reza Pahlavi is the Islamic regime, that's not reality. I don't know where you are. I don't know where in the stars your galaxy is. I haven't been there. I don't want to go there, but I know that it's not planet Earth, right? And so it's like, I'm so glad they say that. I'm so glad they say things like that, because I don't have to say anything then. Do you know what I mean? It's like, you just showed that you have a home in a foreign galaxy. So I don't have to show how silly you are. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Democracy is apparently denying the voice of the Iranian people, and fascism is actually listening to the Iranian people in their universe.
Exactly. It's everything is inverted in there. It's the universe of moral inversion.
It's wild. It's wild. And I mean, again, like this whole, like the whole Piers Morgan thing today, like, I think it was great for us, because like we were, like everything we said made sense. And then, you know, the general pretty much agreed with what we were saying. And like, he had his own opinion, but then the others were just making it about like Israel conspiracies. And it was like, they really just exposed themselves. Like everything for some reason has to do with Israel. And we're just like, I don't know. It's guys, it's a great interview. I don't know when it's going to come out, but Elika, you were
tomorrow. They said tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow? Okay.
Yeah,
so
they emailed me. They said the guy emailed me. He was like, "You and Goldie were amazing." But you know what the funniest thing? Yeah, it's airing tomorrow. The funniest thing to me, and you know, they always have to bring this up because you know they know it's true. Like half of the show, literally half of the show was both of them saying, we keep being accused of being anti-Semites. We keep being accused of being jihad supporters. It's like, well, if it's not true, why do you have to keep defending yourself against it, right? Like that is their biggest thing, is like everyone says that we're anti-Semites, and it's like, because you are, you know. It's I mean, one of
if the shoe fits, right? If the shoe fits.
If the shoe fits, like it's like they're so ignorant about the way that these sort of mind viruses work. They don't understand that being an anti-Semite isn't just walking around saying, I hate Jews. It is about entering your own reality where you think that Jews are at the core of everything that's bad in the world. That is what we mean when we say that you're anti-Semites. And you're proving it because we're on a show talking about Iran and all you can talk about is the Jews, right? So if you're not anti-Semites, if you're not obsessed with hating Jews, why don't you, you know, we say yek dander. They're so yek dander, like they only have one gear, just one gear, and it's always stuck on Israel.
And anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism because you're denying Jewish people their right to self-determination. So in effect, it is anti-Semitism.
It is. No, it is.
It wasn't even really about the Zionism part. It was more just like for example, like Cenk at one point, I think in the beginning, he said something like, this is about Netanyahu, like dragging Trump around by the nose or something, right? Like he was basically implying that President Trump is an Israeli puppet. Like, did you catch that, Elika?
I don't. I don't know if yes, I think so. Do you know what? Sometimes I just tuned out.
I know it's hard. Like I was like trying to tune out as well. But at the beginning, like he basically said that President Trump is an Israeli puppet. And I mean, just like, oh, okay.
That's what they all said.
Yeah.
That's they all say these idiots. Nick Fuentes says that.
And then when the general got into an arguing match with Cenk, that was so funny.
And he was like, why do you invite me on here if you don't let me speak?
He can't tolerate disagreement. He can't tolerate it. He just wants to speak and everybody else listens. And as soon as you push back against him, he has to interrupt because he cannot tolerate people correcting him.
It's like, it's one of those things where there was just like a moment where I was sitting on this panel and I was like, why is this man here? Do you know what I mean? Like, okay, fair enough. I extremely strongly dislike Dave Smith. In fact, I hate that man. But at least, you know, we could have a like argument with him, right? But that Cenk guy, it's like he just comes there to perform a meltdown, to act like a toddler. You know, it's like throwing his toys out of the pram, and we're all sitting there like, we're just waiting for him to finish his meltdown. It's so weird. I'm not even kidding. Like, he just felt like endlessly. We were all just sitting there like this, and he was going.
Like, at one point, I think he did the tongue thing. He was like, bleh, 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 or something like with his tongue. It was so gross. I'm like, ew, why are you so disgusting? Like, it was just, ugh. It was so bizarre. And like,
I like to tell.
Go ahead.
No, I would like to tell him, like, I would tell him this, like, Cenk, you do know you're here because you're the freak that people bring just to make this a little bit more entertaining. Like, do you understand that, right? You're the freak show. Like, everybody is having a serious conversation, and you're the freak show.
Yeah. He's the clickbait.
Yeah, exactly.
And then I love how Cenk basically, like, he started off by qualifying himself because he felt threatened, Elika. So he started off by saying, well, you know, I've had the longest running podcast.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay. So
yeah, he said, yeah.
I'm like, that's not
we've been against the Iraq war. And then this is the thing, they always go back to Iraq. And I brought that to his attention, right? Because remember, he was like, yeah, we killed hundreds of thousands of Iraqis and it turned into a failed state. And I was like, and it was a failed state before, and Saddam Hussein killed hundreds of thousands of Iraqis. He killed hundreds of thousands of Kurds and committed chemical genocide against them. But you seem to have no problem when Saddam Hussein was doing the killing. You seem to have no problem when Iraq was a failed state under Saddam Hussein, because you don't care about killing. You don't care about failed state. You care about being against the US and Israel. And that's the only reason why they keep bringing Iraq up. You know, they say, well, we don't want Iran to turn into a failed state. It's failed. The state has failed. So what are you talking about? We don't want Iranians to be killed. How many have been killed? What you didn't say anything when the regime was killing Iranians. You didn't say anything when this was a failed state. Now you want to say, well, we can't have the United States get involved. No, because you just hate the US. You don't care about Iranian people. I wouldn't mind if they went on there and they said, don't care about Iranians, don't care how it ends up, don't care about anybody in the Middle East. I just don't want to go to war. Fine, that's your opinion, but just don't lie. Don't pretend, well, we don't want Iranians to die. We don't want there to be a failed state. You don't care because it's a failed state now.
Yep.
But even if they say that, the answer would be like, you're already in war. Like you have been in war with the Islamic Republic for 47 years. Exactly. Yes.
That's what I said.
They started it. Yeah.
I said that you're gonna be in a forever war with the Islamic regime, right? Because you try to do diplomacy, you try to make deals with them, you try to do the JCPOA, and what did they do? They continue sending their proxies out in the Middle East. They did October 7th, and then what happened when October 7th happened? The United States, had to get involved. So you leave this regime here, and guess what? I don't know why there's balloons, but I like it. You leave this regime here.
I have no idea what that was.
It was the computer was saying, I agree.
Oh.
You leave this regime in power and it's going to continue doing its terrorism in the Middle East. And then guess what? The US has to go to war every single time. So you're going to end up in a forever war with the Islamic regime if you don't do something to remove it now.
Yeah, yeah. And Her Royal Highness Noor Pahlavi, she also mentioned this. She's like, whatever the cost associated with this war is going to be, it's not going to be as much as the constant going back and forth and basically trying to contain all of the mess that is coming from the Islamic Republic.
Exactly. Yeah. And it's this, we should have done this 45 years ago, you know. It's like, how much longer are we going to drag this out? Just finish it already. It's for the best of Iran, it's for the best of the Middle East, it's for the best of the US. Who the hell, the only people who are against this are people who are, I'm not even going to say anti-Semites, Nazis. It's like the level that they're at is like full-blown Nazis. They're the same people that would have said no war in Germany. They were the same people that said leave Hitler alone. And guess what? They were also the same people that said, I'm not an anti-Semite, I just think we shouldn't go to war with Nazi Germany.
Right. Yeah. And when it comes to saving money, a lot of people who are even on our side, they're missing half of this. It's not that it's not that you can stop wasting so much money when it comes to stability in the Middle East and all the trade routes. On top of the Islamic Republic not being such a not causing so much chaos, you will now have an ally in the Middle East alongside Israel, and all of that oil and gas money that used to go towards funding terrorism now is going to be used to fund an army that alongside RDF is fighting terrorism in the Middle East. So you also have that on top of that.
Exactly. No, you're exactly right, because, you know, this is what we say when people don't understand, when Americans don't understand why Israel is their greatest ally. This is what I always explain to them. Israel is the buffer between the jihadists and you. Israel is the one that's killing the jihadists so they don't get to you, because this is the jihadists' first stop. First we kill Israel, then we go for the West. If it wasn't for Israel, they would just be going straight for you. Okay, so this is your buffer. Now, if we have a free Iran, now you've got two buffers. Now you've got two powers in the Middle East fighting the jihadists so they don't get to you. So if you are actually a true America first, if you want to protect America more than anything, that is exactly why you need to support a free Iran, to increase the buffer between you and the terrorists.
Yeah, it's crazy that they say that we had no problem with the Islamic, like they say Iran, we had no problem with Iran, but Israel made us a problem. Like, then why do they call them the little Satan and you the big Satan? Then why did they why did they from the very beginning, like even before you were coming up with a policy with this new Islamic Republic, Khomeini declared that, we're going to wipe America out before Israel was even an issue. Why did they took over your embassy before the Islamic Republic had any war with Israel? From the very beginning. In fact, the main reason why they hate Israel is because they're in the way. Like you're the ultimate goal. You're the ultimate goal, and Israel is in the way. They're like, oh, if we get rid of Israel, then they wouldn't hate us anymore.
Yeah.
If you get rid of Israel, they will go to their ultimate plan, which is wiping you out and dominating the entire planet. I mean, they're never going to be able to do that. But the fact that that's their goal means that they're going to become such a big problem for Americans if Israel was not here. But yeah, I can't wait for Iran to be free, because then I'm waiting to see what the narrative would be by Dave Smith and Cenk Uygur.
No, they'll just pretend they were always on the right side. They will always say, no, I never supported it. They'll just slowly walk it back. But the funny thing is, you know, the problem with Westerners, and I say this as a Westerner, but the problem with Westerners is that they really don't understand extremism, you know. And I said it a few times about the regime's eschatological vision, which is that it has this Mahdiism, right? This dream, this fantasy that once Israel disappears, that justice will be restored on earth and all of this stuff. And the reason that in their minds they think, oh, you know, the regime just wants to fight Israel because it believes in world peace, blah, 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 whatever, right? It's not just stupidity. It's because they don't understand that people can be suicidal over their ideology. It's so foreign to them. They're like, but it can't be that irrational. And it's like, they are Islamists. Of course it's irrational. Did you think that suicide bombing was rational? What part of the Islamists do you think is rational? So they always project democratic aspirations onto the regime. They're like, well, maybe they did this because they're thinking of security and this. No, they are extremists. They just don't understand that they operate irrationally with extremist beliefs. It's impossible to explain it to these people. But anyway, guys, I got to bounce because I got to go to another interview.
Okay.
Thank you so much for
joining us. Such an honor. Thank you for coming here.
Yeah, let's do it.
This was a dream come true for me. So thank you.
You're so sweet. Thank you. And I can't wait for our episode to air tomorrow. But Goldie, just be prepared. Woo, they're gonna be coming for us tomorrow. They're gonna be coming for us.
I don't even know why us, because the general, God bless him, he did all the hard work there, all the heavy lifting.
I mean, but they will always come for us. It's the Zionists.
Oh, did you see how Cenk called me the Israeli agent several times, and I just ignored him? Like, I didn't even respond when he called me an Israeli agent.
Well, yeah, we're gonna get a lot of
Islamists actually do get more offended when women basically put them in their place. For some reason, that's more humiliating to them. So I do think that they actually do get bothered by YouTube more than even the general.
I think so.
Probably.
And also just bye to everyone in the comments. I've been trying to see them. I love you so much, and thank you for supporting us. And Be'amid Azadi.
Thank you so much.
Javid Shah, Payande Iran.
Javid Shah.
Yeah, join us anytime. Anytime you want to come join, just send me a message.
Absolutely.
And more than happy to have you join us.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye. Oh my God, Goldie, thank you. I talked to Tommy Robinson and Elika now because of you. I am forever in your debt. Thank you, Goldie.
You're welcome.
So do I.
Oh my God.
Wow. Okay, so there's Elika. Oh yeah, that episode is gonna be so good. So good.
It's gonna be fire. I am going to go to the discussion group.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll miss you guys, Goldie and Petito. But I'll be back soon. So guys, the link is in the chat. If you guys want to come talk to me in the discussion group, today is open for everyone. Today is free and open for everyone. So come there, ask me questions, and I'll be there for the next few hours, and I'll be right back. Okay. See you guys.
And Armin, sorry, before you say your little catchphrase, I have to leave early today because I have personal plans later today. So if you're able to join a little bit sooner, if there's more news and info you want to go over, that would be helpful because I need to end the live stream earlier today.
Okay, message me. Is it possible to put something? I'll send you. If I come a little bit later, there's an interview by a half-an-hour interview by Tommy Robinson of Iranian People. Would you be able to play that until I get there?
Yeah, I could do that.
Tommy Robinson goes and talks to Iranians, so
no
for
problem.
Half an hour. Okay. I'll send you that. Okay.
Put it in the private chat here. Put the link in the private chat.
All right, let me just do that.
So that I have it there.
Let me do that. So let me do that before I go. And then is it okay if I just end the stream myself when it's all over?
Yes, please.
Okay. Sorry, I liked so many things. I should have had this open. Sorry. Going through this fast. Oh, there we go. Found it. Private chat. Done.
Perfect. Thank you so much. All right, now you can say, I'm Israel Chai.
I'm Israel Chai, Javid Shah, Payande Iran. See you guys.
All right, see you later.
Beautiful.
Wow. Okay, Petito, you sent me a couple of links. So let's take a look at your links, and then I want to play a few interviews from Mark Levin, or sorry, not interviews, a few videos from Mark Levin. Okay, this is the first one. Let me just share my screen here. Okay. So what's this? بسیجی‌ها دارن از درخت میرن بالا که موشالی رو نجات بدن. Let's see what's going on here. Oh!
دانشگاه شریف 4 اسفند موشالی رو داریم اعدام میکنیم.
Oh my gosh. Okay, guys, this is actually really, really funny. So let me explain what's happening here. So as you know, there's clashes right now in the universities, right? So all the university students are, demonstrating against the Islamic regime. They're chanting Javid Shah. They're burning the flag of the Islamic regime, and of course they're raising the lion and sun flag. And then the people you see there, right? Like the people on the other side who are waving the Islamic regime flags, those are the Basijis, right? Those are the volunteer paramilitary forces. Those are the same ones who have been murdering Iranians, right? So by day, they're being brought into the various universities in order to harass and intimidate the university students who are fighting for freedom, right? And then at night they gear up and they go out and they shoot and murder people. But what's happening here is, like, guys, the Iranian university students are so, like, over the Islamic regime. Like, this is how brave they are. So now they're trolling the Basijis, okay? They're trolling the Basij people. What they're doing, so this is Danishgah Aryamehr. Remember, this is the university that we were talking about yesterday, where the students were chanting, the name of the university is Aryamehr, not Sharif. Because remember, Aryamehr refers to the previous Shah of Iran, Mohammad Reza Pahlavi. And when this university was built, I believe it was 1962 or 68, I can't remember. It was built in the 1960s, and the university was named Aryamehr after His Royal Highness. When the Islamic regime took over in 1979, they renamed the university to Sharif, which is the name of someone who was affiliated with the MEK. So yesterday, the Iranian university students basically said, we're going to it's not named Sharif anymore. We're going to go back and we're going to call it Aryamehr, which is the original name of the university, which is, of course, a big thorn in the side of the Islamic regime, right? Because the Islamic regime hates anything related to the Shah or the monarchy or the Pahlavi family. So anyways, what's interesting is that now Manoto News, the caption here says Danishgah Aryamehr, and then in brackets it says Sharif, which basically means even like Iranian media outlets are respecting the wishes of university students, and they've gone back to calling the university by its original name, which is Aryamehr. So University of Aryamehr, and then in brackets, Sharif. And then the caption here is Mush-Ali ro darim e'dam mikonim. So that means we are hanging Mouse-Ali, Rat-Ali. So what the university students have done is they're hanging an effigy of Khamenei, and that's really upset the Basijis, right? The Basij students who are there to intimidate them. So the university students are basically trolling the Basij right now. And again, like, guys, this is very dangerous, right? Because if you say anything negative about the supreme dictator, that's basically grounds for execution. But university students are basically out in the open publicly pretending like they're hanging Khamenei. Watch this. So you can see, like, the little doll right there. So as you can see, like, all of the, like, radical Basijis, they're freaking out. They're trying to get to the trunk of the tree to, like, go up and, like, remove the doll, right? Because they're offended. Yeah, this is inside Iran. This is at university, Danishgah Aryamehr, right? So the Iranian university students are yeah, I'll get to Mark Levin's speech. We played it last night. I have President Trump's Truth Social ready to go as well. I just want to get through what Patipto posted, but thank you so much, Nail Bunny. I really appreciate that. Okay, so yeah, like this is inside Iran. So now university students are pretend hanging Khamenei dolls inside of occupied Iran, and the Basij are freaking out. They're so offended, right? Look at this. And then the university students are like pushing them back and fighting them off so that they because the Basij, right? They want to climb the tree to remove the doll, and the university students are not letting them. Watch this again. This is I've never seen anything like this, guys. This is very brave, right? This is very, very brave because this sort of political protest is not allowed. Guys, this is basically grounds for execution.
Actually, I've sent more other links about their getting.
Amazing. We'll get to those as well, but wow. Thank you so much, Patito. These are fantastic. I haven't even had time to check the news yet because I've just been doing, I did 2 back-to-back interviews pretty much. So thank you. So he says, Danishgah Sharif 4 Isfahan, which means the Sharif University or Aryameh University. 4 Isfahan, that's February 23. So that's today's date. And then he says, Mush-Ali ro darim edam mikonim, which means we are executing Mush-Ali. Khamenei. And then the university students are swearing at the Basijis. So I'm not going to translate the swear word, but you can hear him saying something, and then he says Basiji, right? So they're basically, swearing at the Basiji while they're hanging Khamenei. And then someone's like, don't push, right? Like they're basically saying to the Basiji, like, don't push, go away, chill out. So he's like, that's Mush-Ali, that's Mouse-Ali. He's like, that's Mush-Ali, and then these are the Basijis here, right? So all these religious freaks, like all the terrorists, right, who are freaking out. So funny. That is so good. Oh my gosh.
Goldie, I want to, if you have time, I want to get through some points of this act.
Please, yes.
First of all, I want a clarification about these Basijis, as His Royal Highness Prince Reza Pahlavi actually addressed these people as Basijis in his last video message. Addressed these people as enemies of Iranian people. So get familiar with their acts and get familiar with their faces, first of all. And second, I want to mention about actually more than bravery of these students in universities. Bravery is the first step, but they are doing very intelligent work. They are doing very, very anti-regime propaganda works and sending strong messages to the world. And about these mouse puppets, I want to get through some questions. First of all, these are just simple mouses hanging from the trees where the Basijis are getting insulted from this. Second, actually, if you check the others link I sent you, and there was 2 puppets of the mouses hanging from the tree. So there are hidden messages between these acts that already us Iranians know about it, and I will be very happy for you to talk about it with our fellow compatriots, companions.
Oh, this person follows me. Huh. Oh, guys, look at this. This is a better view. Look at that. So, Potito, are you able to explain what the famous message, or sorry, what the hidden message is, or no, not yet?
اون پیام اولی که دارن نشون میدن که مستقیما رو فارسی میگم شاید چیز نشه. نه به خودتون میگم شما اول در نظر داشته باشین چون شاید ترجمه نباید باشه. پیام اولش اینه که این یه پیام هشدار خیلی مستقیمه، یعنی ما وعده دادیم که از درخت آویزونتون میکنیم و قرار آویزونتون بکنیم و این اتفاق توی خیابون نیافتاده، توی دانشگاه افتاده. یعنی دانشگاه آخرین سنگری بود که اینا فکر میکردن قرار بیفته با توجه به نفوذی که داشتن و اینجور حرفا، و از اینجا این پیام در اومدن برای من خیلی جالبه. نکته دومم دوتا بودن نشونه اینه که ما فقط دنبال رهبر نیستیم، دنبال همراهانش هم هستیم.
I mean, I think that's okay to translate. Because if there's any regime people listening, they would understand Persian. So you've already explained it in Persian.
نه خب در مورد مثلا قوانین یوتیوب که تهدید و
no. Okay, no, that's fine. All right, so that's fine. So the symbolism here, there's 2 points that Potipto wants to make. The first one is that universities were one of the last bastions of the regime, right? Because the Islamic regime uses universities as a stronghold. They have their Basij forces there, as you can see, right? The rent-a-student Muslim terrorists that they bring in to keep the university students in line and to intimidate them and beat them up and whatever. But of course, the Basij forces are very, very, small right now. And university students they outnumber them. So what you're seeing here, guys, is a very good example of the strength of the Iranian people, because in these videos in the universities, the Basij are unarmed, right? So when they're unarmed, they cannot fight back and hold their own against the Iranian people. The only way that the regime is able to maintain control and power is by arming their Basij militia forces, bringing in outside terrorist proxy groups, and, of course, unfortunately, murdering unarmed Iranians. But as you can see, when there are, when the terrorists are unarmed, they can't fight back against the Iranians because there's too many of them. So that's the first thing, is the fact that what Potipto wants people to acknowledge, recognize, is that the fact that this is happening inside of a university, that's almost like one of the final blows for the regime, because the universities were one of the main strongholds of the Islamic regime, especially, and they were very, very instrumental during the 1979 Islamic coup d'etat. So now they pretty much lost control of all of the universities. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that he wanted to point out that there's 2 of these mouse puppets that are being hanged on the tree. And he says the reason that there's 2 being hanged is, that's sending a message that the Iranians, not just the university students, but all, their intention isn't only to go after Khamenei. It's not only to go after Mush-Ali. The intention is to go after all of them, right? So the fact that there's two mouse puppets being hanged is indicative that they want to go after all of the mullahs and everyone who's affiliated with the Islamic regime. So watch this again. So you can hear them yelling like Mush-Ali, Mush-Ali, which is mouse, and then Ali is Khamenei's first name. And then the university students are cheering, and then one of them is like, Bizanish! Bizanish means like, hit him! So the puppet, right? Wow. There you go. So there's that one. And then let me go to the next link that Potipto sent. Oh, so now
look at these faces. Just remember this face and the stereotype of the people.
So these faces, like Iranians are sharing these faces. Guys, these are the Basij. Okay, these are the Basij militias.
These are the literal people who killed Iranian people, just unmasked and unarmed. And what are you seeing right now? What are universities are seeing right now? It's a fraction of what going to happen tomorrow in the streets after the militia.
Oh, you're cutting out a little bit.
Guns and.
Oh no, we lost Petito. Okay, we lost his internet connection. So we'll see if he can come back. But basically, so what Petito is saying. Petito, are you back?
Yes, I'm back.
Okay.
Sorry for my bad connection.
Please don't apologize. It's not your fault. It's the Islamic regime's fault. We're just grateful that you're here with us. All right, would you like to explain?
پیاممو نمیدونم تا کجا گرفتین.
از اول شروع بکن چون که it was going in and out.
No. These faces, these people are you seeing right now is little or more murderers of Iranian people in the streets, but just the unmask and disarm. So what are you seeing right now? What are streets? What are universities are seeing right now today? Was a fraction of what going to happen tomorrow after the regime falls, after this. I don't know what call them. People lose their arms and they lose their support of the regime. So look, and they already have their lesson and they found out what's going to happen.
So guys, you know, all the footage and video that Armin and Petito and I have shared with you of, you know, the people, the Muslim Nazis on the bike motorcycles who are going around, you know, shooting people, the ones who are, you know, have been murdering Iranians, right? This is them. This is them. So these are the same people who were involved in the slaughter of over, you know, 90,000 Iranians in the last month, right? The Basij. So here, yep.
Look how miserable they are. They are actually suffering from little scratch from unarmed people. But these are that savages who shot our people brains out of their skull in the streets. Look how they are acting and look how weak they are.
Exactly, because they're cowards. They're cowards. I'll play with sound in a moment, guys. Let me just finish the explanation and then I'll play with sound, no problem. But like, so yeah, like Petito was saying, these are the ones who've been like literally shooting the brains out of Iranians. They're the ones who, you know, drag Iranian women away, you know, rape them, torture them, and then murder them, right? But here they are during the day. They're unarmed. They're going into the universities. They're pretending to be university students. And then when the university students, you know, throw a rock at them, look at them, like they're crying and they're begging and they're like, oh, look what they did to us. These people are so violent. But like no one in Iran is buying it, right? The reason this video is going viral is because Iranians are basically saying we need to remember their faces. We need to you know, like get their identities, and we need to صداشو پخش میکنم بذار توضیح که تموم شد پخش میکنم سپاسگزار. What they're saying is that you know, we need to document their faces. We need to identify these people because what they're experiencing right now is going to be nothing compared to what's going to come when Iran is free and, you know, Iranians have the opportunity to go after these crybaby bullies. So and you know, they're pretending as if like the Iranian university students are so violent, right? Meanwhile, these are the ones who've been involved in the slaughter of over 90,000 innocent Iranians, right? And then he's like, do you see what they did to the head of our friends? Yeah, they threw a rock at you. You're lucky that's all you got for now.
They are master of gaslighting. They only weapon is gaslighting or projecting.
Exactly. So he's saying they've broken the skulls of several of our companions and we haven't done anything to them. Wait, let me go back a little bit. So this guy's not like holding this rock. He's like, they threw this rock at us. They threw this rock at us and broke our skulls with these rocks, right? Meanwhile, for the last not just month and a half, for the last 47 years, these are the same Muslim Nazi savages who have been murdering us Iranians in the name of Allah and Islam and jihad and Muhammad and whatever, right?
With this no-name jihadi Basij or whatever he is in the University of Aryamer and compare it with Cengiz.
Compare with who?
Yeah, Cenk
Chunky Uygur.
Yeah, Chunky
Yeah,
Uygur.
they have the same behavior. The same
exactly
behavior,
same DNA, same energy, same output.
Yeah, they're all just like all they do is they yell and they like shake their finger. Oh my gosh, that's exactly how Chunky Uygur behaves too. Like all they do is they just yell and lie and they gaslight.
Facial expression and look at their facial expression. Their facial expression are exactly the same.
100%. 100%. Okay, let's go to the next one.
Do you remember earlier and in the last video the other one in the yes, that was calling we have nothing to do with them, they just hit us. In the next video they are shooting at the people.
Yeah. So these are the same Basijis. Here so when they're unarmed, they cry and they pretend like they're innocent. When they're armed, here's what they're like when they're armed.
Just minutes after that video, they are doing this.
Oh, this was right after that.
Yes.
Wow. Okay, so guys, right after that video, they went and they brought their guns, and now look at what they're doing to the Iranian university students. Look at this. Did you see that? This is why we have zero sympathy for the Basij, right? Because they're literal Muslim Nazis, they're terrorists, right?
And the fact of shooting in the universities must go viral globally. Since when unarmed students are welcome in the university? Since then, armed people can go inside the university.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
میگم از چه زمانیه که بتونی شما مسلح بری داخل دانشگاه؟ به نظر من این باید حتما توجه بهش جلب بشه.
So guys, Iranians don't have the right to bear arms, right? So no Iranian can go into university with a gun because Iranians can't even buy guns. The only ones who have guns are the ones who are affiliated with the Islamic regime, right? The regime gives them guns, gives them weapons, and basically says, it's open season. It's open season on Iranians, and they have the authority and the permission to shoot any Iranian for any reason, right? So there you go. That's what they're like when they're armed. All right, let's go to the next one. Oh my gosh, these are so funny. Wait, how do I do this? Okay. All right, so now دار زدن موش‌ها در دانشگاه صنعتی آریامهر. So this is the hanging of the mice, right? So this is a close-up of the two mouse puppets, right? So one of them represents Khamenei, Mush-Ali, and then the other one represents the other mullahs. And again, this is basically to show that the university students aren't just going after one, they're going after all of them. Anyone who's still affiliated with the Islamic regime, it's fair game, and they're going to have to answer for their crimes against the Iranian people, and of course their crimes against humanity. And now, here's another one. Oh, it's not translating. All right, sometimes it doesn't translate. So, پیام ارسالی شما. اینو که بالا بردیم بسیجی‌ها با وحشیگری تمام بهمون حمله کردن و با چوب پرچم‌هاشون به سرمون کوبیدند، اما ما عقب نرفتیم. امروز 4 اسفند دانشگاه آریامهر. So what he's saying here, what this account is saying is that when we hanged this mouse puppet, right? Here's the mouse puppet. So they're saying when we hanged this mouse puppet from the tree today, the Basijis, they came after us with their flag poles, and then with the flag poles, they were beating us in the head, and a lot of us sustained injuries. A lot of us were bloodied. However, even though they were beating us in the head with their flag poles, we did not retreat. We did not surrender. And then that's, they just have the date here. And then there's the mouse puppet.
Please read the text on the picture.
Okay. حضور پرشکوه مقام معظم رهبر آیت الله خمینی.
The fact that everybody, our enemies, agreed that he is Khamenei, it's one of the kind.
So they're writing here again to troll the Basijis, right? So they're basically saying they're making it sound like a news caption, right? Like a news headline. So they're saying Porsche, like the honorable, the blessed presence of Ayatollah Khamenei among the university students of Ariameh University. So they're basically trolling the regime, trolling Khamenei by saying, Khamenei graced us with his presence, but it's two parts to the troll. The first part is calling the mouse puppet Khamenei, but the second part of the troll is they use the original name of the university, which is Ariameh, right? Ariameh refers to Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, right? The previous Shah of Iran. So they're basically saying Khamenei, the mouse puppet, joined us at Ariameh University. So that's like a double troll, right? It's basically adds insult to injury. And this is one of the ways that we know that the Islamic regime is done, right? Like there's literally no way that the Islamic regime will ever be able to recover from this, right? The Islamic regime has lost all legitimacy amongst the Iranian people. Even university students are speaking up, and this is bad. This is bad for the regime. So, it's good for us. It's good for us. Terrible news for the regime. And this just goes to show the revolution has always continued, right? And we've always said that we will not stop until victory, because there is no going back. It's like, this is it. It's now or never.
و یه موضوعی هم بگم گلدی، نکته‌ای که برای من جالبه اینه که حالا نه تنها دانشگاه سنگر رژیم بودن، بلکه سنگر اپوزیسیون در سایه، اپوزیسیون خوشخیم، اپوزیسیون فیک هم بودن. همونجوری که مثلا توماج و افراد دیگه کل لفتی‌ها یا کسایی که حالا سفاسد میشن تمرکز داشتن روی دانشگاه، اصلا انتظار اینو نداشتن که این صحنه تو دانشگاه رخ بده و این به نظر من یه پیروزی بزرگه. و در کنارش هم مسئله‌ای که هست امروز توی دانشگاه این صدا رو شنیدن، این حرف رو زدن از ایران خودش سرآغاز یه حرکت بزرگی در جهانه به نظرم.
Yeah, so Potipto is saying that the fact that this is happening in universities, this is they never thought it would get to this point, but this is amazing. And, this is the start of something global and international. Potipto, I actually missed this video from yesterday, but I saw it this morning and I laughed. I laughed so much here because, guys, so these are the Basij students from yesterday. Okay. Not only are they, so these are the same ones who are the Muslim Nazis, right? They're the ones who are freaking out that the Iranian university students are, raising hanging Mush-Ali. So not only are they chanting death to America and death to Israel, but they were also chanting death to the Shah, which for many of us we found hilarious because it's as if like the Islamic regime have already confirmed that we have a Shah and the Shah of Iran is coming back, because why else would you chant death to the Shah if you don't think that we have a Shah, right? Watch this, guys. So I don't know, Potipto, is that how that's how I see it, right? Like that's how I see it. These people are basically acknowledging that we have a Shah. And so my response to this was my favorite part of this video is when the Muslim Nazis acknowledge that we Iranians have a Shah. Get used to saying the word Shah, savages. You must prepare yourselves for the day he returns to transition Iran from a Muslim dictatorship to a secular democracy. Javid Shah. So I don't know about you. I actually, I know they're supposed to be insulting the Shah, but for me, the fact that they're even saying the word Shah, my reaction is like, yeah, get used to saying the word Shah, because you're going to be saying it a lot in the future, right? Like that's ultimate validation.
Yes, I'm with you at that point, and I just want to mention somebody at the comments says that they know they are screwed. No, they don't know they are screwed. There are some idiots that even if they find out they are screwed, they're gonna change their behavior. They don't want to get the things harder for themselves, but they are just idiots, and we are happy for that. And the other fact about this video you have played, moments later they chanted "Woman, Life, Freedom, Iranian Republic," and that was a huge win for us. You know what? Because from Trita Parsi to others who trying to play as opposition, they projected that image with image and voice with their platforms that ثابت میکنه که در واقع اینا همه همجهت بودن دیگه و این در واقع اون تیری که میخواستن بزنن بکفایر کرده از دو جهت. هم خودشون رو ثابت کرده که اسرائیل ستیزن، ضد آمریکان، تو آمریکا زندگی میکنن، و در کنارش هم به ما فرصت داده که جاوید شاه رو بلندتر بگیم.
So yesterday, I think Armin mentioned it briefly, that there was like, oh, there's some university students who are chanting woman, life, freedom, and they're, pro-republic, anti-monarchy, right, in Iran. What Potipto was saying is that it soon came out that it was actually these people, right? These same people who are chanting death to America, death to Israel, burning the Israeli flag, death to the Shah. These are the ones who then afterwards started chanting woman life freedom. Why? Because they wanted to pretend as if the Shah has no support in Iran. And then, Islamic regime mouthpieces in the West, like Trita Parsi and Nayak and others, they took that and they were like, oh, look, Iranian university students are chanting woman life freedom, no to the Shah. However, it very, very soon, like they were pretty much exposed right away because they were using like these similar images. So remember, guys, when Armin and I were explaining earlier about why no one uses Zan Zindagi Azadi anymore, why no one uses woman life freedom? Because even though that was our initial chant back during the Mahsa Amini uprising, it was quickly co-opted by the Islamic regime. It was quickly co-opted by the MEK. It was co-opted by the woke left, and they unfortunately took over the narrative. They took over the narrative, and so that's why we don't use woman life freedom anymore, because woman life freedom was co-opted by them. And we played the King's message earlier today, where he was warning all of us, and he was saying, don't allow anyone else to take over the revolution, right? Because right now we're getting into a very, very critical time. Guys, the most dangerous and pretty much the most dangerous part of a revolution is the moment that one regime falls and when another one wants to come up. That power vacuum, okay? That power vacuum is the most dangerous and unstable part of a revolution, because that power vacuum could potentially give an opportunity for bad actors to come in and fill that gap. Now, I don't think that's going to happen, because I have full faith in His Royal Highness, King Reza Pahlavi. However, this is where we're getting to the very, very critical stage, right? Because we are reaching that moment. There is going to be a military strike. We don't know when, how, where, why, but we know it's going to happen. We do know that His Royal Highness has a transition plan in place. We do know that. But the Islamic regime, the MEK, the woke leftists, all of them are still going to try. Like, they're not going to go down fighting. Sorry, they're not going to go down easily. They're going to go down fighting, because they want to cling to power as long as they possibly can. And even now, I guarantee you that there are certain elements within the Islamic regime who are desperately, desperately begging and trying to convince the United States to put them in charge once the United States strikes the Islamic regime. So that for sure, I guarantee you, is happening. So for us, not just as Iranians, but all of our supporters and allies, this is the moment in time where we have to be even stronger. We have to be even more assertive with our demands, and we have to continue letting the international community know exactly who we want, exactly who we support, and that's His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi. So that is really, really, really critical, because again, as you can see, they're still trying to play these games with like the woman life freedom nonsense, right? However, thankfully, the woman life freedom thing was exposed. But this is why Javid Shah, that's pretty much like the code to success, right? Javid Shah is the only thing that matters.
Javid Shah actually is our antidote to our enemies united together.
Exactly. So I'll play this one more time and then we'll go to the next video. But yeah, like, so you can see, and I also want to thank the Muslim Nazis for not only validating our Shah, But the Muslim Nazis are also confirming what we Iranians have been saying this entire time, that Iran, United States, and Israel are allies, right? We've always been allies, and we're going to continue to be allies, right? And even they're acknowledging it, right? Because in the same chance, they're saying death to the Shah, death to America, death to Israel, right? So we have been on the same side all along, and these Muslim Nazis, the ones who've murdered over 90,000 Iranians in the last month alone, they're acknowledging what we've been saying all along. They're basically confirming it, right? Look at this. This is hilarious. They validated our Shah before we have, right? So the fact that they're chanting death to the Shah, right? It's like the Basij's already confirmed that we have a Shah of Iran. So funny. Look, they're burning the flag of America. What's the only thing I would say that's frustrating about this is that for the last 47 years, the mainstream media would show videos like this to you, and you guys would think that this is Iranians, right? And I don't blame you guys. I don't blame you because, you know, it's mainstream media and their narrative. But do you guys not understand why for the last 47 years, you guys thought that we Iranians hated you when we actually didn't? Because it was never the Iranians. It was never the Iranians who thought or felt or acted this way. It's always been the Muslim Nazis, the jihadis, right? This Shia death cult that has occupied our country. And as you can tell, for them, the enemy isn't only America, the enemy isn't only Israel, the enemy is also the Iranian people, right? They view us as the enemy because they know that we don't support them. They know that we don't want them. They know that they are a foreign occupation and invasion. However, when the mainstream media shows a video like this to you with no context whatsoever, you guys are going to think that these are Iranian, right? But as you can tell, these are the Muslim Nazis. So because we love you guys. We love you guys. And even the Muslim Nazis are confirming that Iranians, Americans, and Israelis were all on the same side, right? So, and guys, it's not your fault. It's not your fault. This is how the mainstream media, unfortunately, has been in the past. But I'm just really grateful that all of you are here and all of you, initially tuned in with an open mind and willing to hear from Iranians. And so I'm just so grateful to all of you for being here and supporting us and being our voice. And it's really great. It's really great. So there you go. This video is pretty much a confirmation of everything Armin and I and Potipto and Elika and like all the Iranians in the live stream, in the chat as well. What we've all been saying, right? These are the people occupying us and murdering us. Okay, let's go to the next one. This one's also very good. Okay, let me play the video first and then I'll translate it. So this jihadi is holding a burned flag of the Islamic Republic, right? Like the Allahu Akbar jihad.
من یه توضیح بدم در واقع بعد از اینکه اونا پرچم اسرائیل رو آتش زدن و پرچم آمریکا آتش زدن، دانشجوها به عنوان اقدام متقابل رفتن پرچمی که اونجا هست رو آوردن پایین و آتش زدن.
Oh my God. Okay. So what Potipto is saying is that right after the Basijis, right after these Muslim Nazis burned the flag of America and the United States, the university students, in response, they went and they took down some of the flags of the Islamic regime that were flying on flagpoles in the university. They brought down those Islamic regime flags and they burned the Islamic regime flags in response to the Muslim Nazis burning the flag of America and Israel. And then this woman here, she's a jihadi and she's freaking out, right? You mean as این بسیجیه دیگه مگه نه؟
بله.
Yeah, okay. So now this Basij woman, so she's part of the paramilitary force, right? She's part of the Muslim Nazi. So apparently she's now, we're going to watch the video together, but she's, holding the burned flag and she's really upset and whatever that they burned the Jihad Allahu Akbar flag.
سوزاندن پرچم مقدس ایران به دست دانشجو نماها.
Oh my god. Too bad Armin's not here.
آره همزمان که اینا الله اکبر دارن میگن یه دقت کنی به مقابل دانشجو دارن سوت میزنن و دست میزنن که صداشو شنیدن.
Okay, so on one side, guys, on one side you can, oh my gosh. Wait, I need to watch this one more time and I need to just absorb this and then I'll go back and I'll explain it.
سوزاندن پرچم مقدس ایران به دست دانشجو نماها.
Wow. Okay, so you guys are already familiar with Haydar, right? The Haydar hoedown. So at the end of the video, the jihadis are yelling Haydar. And then yes, so Omi, that translation is excellent. So the woman who's filming, she's like, they burned our holy flag of Iran, those wretched university students, right? And then while the jihadis are yelling like Allahu Akbar or, whatever durka nonsense, on the other side, you can see the university students, they are clapping and cheering and they're whistling to drown out the Allahu Akbar and Haydars of the Muslim Nazis, right? So again, these women here, they're not university students, right? These women are part of the Basij, right? So
these are imported.
Yeah,
imported.
To
university.
Exactly, imported. So these are the literal terrorists. Half of them aren't even Iranian. They're from like Iraq or Afghanistan or I don't know, wherever, right? Lebanon, wherever, Gaza, Palestine. So they're standing on this side and they're holding the burned flag of the Islamic regime. And just like, look at the difference, guys. Look at the difference between the Muslim Nazis versus the Iranian university students, right? Culturally different, physically different, even like we dress differently, right? No Iranian like dresses like this. Like this is insane.
سوزاندن پرچم مقدس ایران.
مقدس ایران. And then you can see like the university students on this side, right? So these are the women, right? So you can see the university students are dressed like normal people, right? So of course they're wearing hijab because hijab is mandatory. So they're forced to wear like a scarf to cover their hair. But as you can see for the rest of their outfit, like this woman here, she's wearing like a hoodie and jeans, right? And then the ones behind her, same thing. Like they have to wear a headscarf because hijab is mandatory, but they're also wearing, jeans and like a hoodie, right? Oversized hoodie. So just compare the outfit difference between like these dementors, right? These like Muslim Nazi dementors, like look at them versus the actual Iranian girls here, right? The Iranian women. So you can tell pretty easily, pretty quickly.
سوزاندن پرچم مقدس ایران به دست دانشجو نماها.
So again, remember, this was done. The university students, the Iranian university students, burned the Allahu Akbar jihad flag because the Muslim Nazis were burning the flag of America and Israel, right? So again, and there's no Americans in this crowd. There's no Jews in this crowd, right? These are like Iranians in occupied Iran. And so they don't like the fact that the Muslim Nazis are chanting death to America, death to Israel. So in response to their jihadi propaganda nonsense, the Iranians burned the flag of the Islamic regime. بله.
بهترین ریسپانس رو یه فرکشنی از ثانیه عقب‌تر داره، بین 16 تا 17 اگر نگاه کنی.
بین 16 تا 17 اینجا؟ بخشید چی می‌خواستی ببینم؟
ریسپانسی که در واقع داشتی میگفتی یکم 16 رو برین جلوتر، برسیم به 16 یک کوچولو جلوتر، یک آفرین همینجا. این بهترین ریسپانسی که میتونی و شجاعانه است البته حقیقت.
I didn't even notice this. Guys, so this woman here, she's giving the finger.
Right in the face and right behind the security personnel.
So, yeah, so this Iranian university student, she's giving the finger to the Muslim Nazis, right? She's sick like that. She's like, that's what we think about you and your jihadi flag, right? And she's literally doing right behind the security, right behind the security forces, right? That is, oh my gosh, look at that. See, guys, this right here, this is the perfect encapsulation of what Iranians think about the Islamic regime and their jihadi flag and the Muslim Nazis. Okay. Oh, this is amazing. So you can hear the clapping and cheering, right? The clapping and cheering is coming from the Iranian university students who are clapping and cheering the fact that the Islamic regime jihad flag has been burned.
سوزاندن پرچم مقدس ایران به دست دانشجو نماها.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
Other interesting fact about this video was it's okay, it's okay, more than okay for you to not notice that frame, but the person who was filming this scene and who was publishing was one of Iran propaganda personals, and she or he never noticed that. That's huge.
So yeah, the person that was filming that, right, the woman's voice, I was like, oh look, they burned our holy flag. She's part of the Islamic regime propaganda machine, right? Oh look, okay, so oh no, oh okay. He even looked like شکل قیافش چرا شکل میمونه، اصلا قیافش ایرانی نیستین.
خیلی توصیفای بیادبانه تری هم در موردش کردن.
میدونم
حقیقتا بهش میخوره، حقیقتا بهش میخوره.
میمونه نه کجا اومده. Look. All right, so now Islamic regime media outlets. By the way, Tasnim News used to be verified, right? Like they lost their verification check mark. Am I right, Patipto?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
So Tasnim News, one of the official media outlets of the Islamic regime. And, thanks to Elon Musk's epic troll of Islamic regime officials, this one has also lost its blue blue tick. So they've now taken, they're trying to capitalize on the fact that university students have burned the flag of the Islamic regime. I think this is going to backfire on them, Petito. I think this is just going to embolden the Iranian people to continue doing this, right?
100% I agree with you.
They're so bad at propaganda. So here's the headline. Deep distress of a University of Tehran student over the insulting behavior of rioting, agitating students toward the supreme leader of the revolution and the flag of Iran. The flag of Iran. That's the flag of the Muslim Nazi jihadi occupiers. All right, let's listen to what this garbage person has to say. Again, remember, this is a Basij, right? So this is what they do. Petito said they're the ultimate gaslighters, right? So during the day they gaslight and they harass, but then at night they get armed and then they go out and they murder Iranians, they arrest us, they torture us, they rape us. Yeah, this is who they are, the Muslim Nazis. So let me play this and then I'll translate.
امروز از همه خط قرمزای ما گذشتن و حضرت آقا توهین کردن پرچم کشورشون رو آتیش زدن. اینا دیگه دانشجوی اینجا که نیستن، اینا قطعا یه مشت آدم بی‌وطنی هستن که هیچ کشور و وطنی از برای خودشون تعریف نکردن. ما تا آخرین قطره خونمون پایبند این پرچم و حضرت آقا هستیم و میمانیم. ما این همه شهید ندادیم که الان پرچممون تو کف دانشگاه بسوزه. ما هستیم تا آخرش هستیم. حضرت آقا اینو از کف دانشگاه تهران میگم، برای این بچه‌ها میگم آقا جونم فدات، تا آخرش پات هستیم.
آخرش میخواد خیلی سریع بیاد.
میدونیم من خیلی دوست دارم یعنی من اگر واقعا بودم توی سیستم این پسر رو حتما محاکمه میکردم. چرا داری در واقع میگی اهانت به رهبری؟ یعنی شما باور داری اون موشه رهبر بوده؟ متوجه منظورم شدی؟
بله. Sorry. Someone told me to just check something that President Trump posted on Truth Social. Bashi, could you repeat that one more time, Petito?
میخواستم بگم که من اگه کسی توی نظام بودم حتما این آقا رو بازجویی میکردم، چون داره توی تلویزیون رو به دوربین میگه که من باور دارم اون موشه رهبرمون بوده. و یه چیزی هم در آخر اضافه بکنم، یه اسکرین شات براتون تو واتساپ فرستادم. حالا بغیر از گفتن خندیدن حول محور اینا، توی همین تایم فریم 12 ساعته تعداد خیلی زیادی از این دانشجوها دستگیر شدن، تعدادشون ضرب و چتر شدن. یک نفرشون رو مطمئنیم که به بیمارستان رسیده که حالا اون اسکرین شات هم نگاه کنید. رسانه‌های رسمی جمهوری اسلامی دارن تهدید میکنن دانشجوها رو که هویتشون رو فاش کنن.
So Petito was saying that in the last 12 hours, guys, this is what I mean when I say that university students are incredibly brave, right? Like they're so brave. They're so brave because apparently in the last 12 hours, many of those university students have been arrested. They've been jailed. At least one of them has had injuries so severe that they've been hospitalized. And many other university students are now being threatened as well. So, yes, it's fun and games, but I mean, this is what I mean when I say that university students are very brave, because they know that by just by speaking out, they're risking their lives, and that's unfortunately exactly what's been going on. Now, in terms of this video. What Petito basically said is that the fact that this, Basij, this inbred Basij, is so upset, basically confirms that he thought that like the puppet, the mouse doll, represents Khamenei, right? Khamenei. So, all right, let me go back and let me translate this. Even though it's like, guys, I just want to say, I don't know where this person is from, but they are not Iranian. I don't know of any Iranian that looks like this. Like, it just, I don't know. I don't know where he's from, but yes, I saw President Trump's Truth Social post. We'll get to that in a moment. I read through it. We'll get to that. Thank you so much, guys. Let me just translate this really quickly. He don't deserve to be okay, fine. People are saying he doesn't deserve to be okay. Basically, just to summarize it, he's basically gaslighting. So he's complaining and he's basically saying, oh, you know, like, look what they did to our flag. They burned our flag. These people are terrorists. And then he says, you know, we're gonna be with Khamenei until the end. And then basically we're all hoping that the end comes very soon. So there you go.
And he's confessing, he's accepting the fact that Mush-Ali is the Khamenei.
Yeah. Okay, so this was the most recent Truth Social post by President Trump. I have the other one from earlier as well that I want to share with you guys. So it's a good time to go to that. So President Trump just posted a few minutes ago, numerous stories from the fake news media have been circulating stating that General Daniel Kane, sometimes referred to as Raisin, is against us going to war with Iran. The story does not attribute this vast wealth of knowledge to anyone and is 100% incorrect. General Kane, like all of us, would like not to see war, but if a decision is made on going against Iran at a military level, it is his opinion that it will be something easily won. He knows Iran well in that he was in charge of Midnight Hammer, the attack on the Iranian nuclear development. It is a development no longer, but rather blown to smithereens by our great B-2 bombers. Raisin Kane is a great fighter and represents the most powerful military anywhere in the world. He has not spoken of not doing Iran or even the fake limited strikes that I have been reading about. Oh, fake limited strikes. Guys, President Trump is confirming Oh, Raisin? Okay. Raisin. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Pronounced Raisin. Okay. I appreciate that. Raisin. Thank you, Americans. Raisin Kane. Yes, Raisin Kane. Thank you. All right. So, fake limited strikes. Yes, I see all the comments. Thank you. Like Raisin Kane. Okay. Guys, look at this. The fake limited strikes. President Trump is basically confirming that there's going to be huge boom booms, right? He's basically confirming there's no limited strike. There's going to be a huge boom boom. Anyway, so he has not spoken of not doing Iran or even the fake limited strikes that I have been reading about. He only knows one thing, how to win. And if he is told to do so, he will be leading the pack. Everything that has been written about a potential war with Iran has been written incorrectly and purposefully so. Guys, written incorrectly and purposefully so. I am the one that makes a decision. I would rather have a deal than not. But if we don't make a deal, it will be a very bad day for that country and very sadly its people because they are great and wonderful and something like this should never have happened to them. Guys, I want to be very clear about something, okay? Do you notice President Trump doesn't use the word negotiation. He uses the word deal. Do you see the significance there? The Islamic regime, right? The Islamic regime calls it negotiations because they want to pretend as if they're on the same level and on the same playing field as the United States. President Trump isn't negotiating, right? He wants a deal. That deal, guys, that deal is terms of surrender, right? Keep that in mind. So that's amazing. This is pretty much confirmation of everything we've been saying all along, right? But for those of you who were watching the live stream last night, earlier this morning, President Trump also played that portion where Mark Levin is speaking about Iran. Remember, we watched that last night? So why don't we watch that again? Because, guys, I've always said, President Trump doesn't just randomly post things for no reason. Okay? So he posted this. Let's watch this again. Potipto, have you seen this?
Yeah, I've seen this.
Okay.
Some people like to give you a quick opinion about something like this. This is the Supreme Court decision opinion on tariffs. Constitutional religion. On who gets to lay tariffs.
We want to go to the part about Iran.
It's a foolish overreach by these manipulators. The first Trump administration section or some accomplished. Nothing. The old 1930 Smoot-Hawley Act, I know we don't like it. I'm just saying what's available. Now, it lets the president impose tariffs of up to 50% on imports from countries that discriminate against U.S. commerce as compared to other nations. So what exactly did the Supreme Court accomplish? Nothing.
Right.
It created a business getting involved in any rational or logical way. It hasn't really played out. It may never play out. It hasn't played out in 200 years and more of American constitutional history. But the court jumped in and they created a big splash, a big mess, and achieved nothing but chaos.
Oh, maybe it wasn't that then. I thought he was gonna play what's this? I thought he was gonna play he was gonna include Mark Levin's
Want to hit another subject before I end my opening statement, and that's Iran.
Okay, sorry. He did post it. I had the wrong link. All right, here we go. So President Trump also posted this.
Want to hit another subject before I end my opening statement, and that's Iran. What if we got the greatest deal ever from Iran? They're going to give up their nukes. They're going to give up their ballistic missiles. They're going to become Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts. No more terrorism. That's right. They're going to reject their own Islamist ideology of the 7th century that they've used to indoctrinate others, that they preach every single day. That's right. Khomeini's going to become Mahatma Gandhi, and the world is going to have peace forever. Yeah, we'll sign that deal. Sure, we'll sign it. Now, why would they sign such a deal? What if it's the greatest deal of all deals ever? Why would they sign it? You see, the problem is, ladies and gentlemen, it's not a matter of a deal, a negotiation, or diplomacy, or playing this thing out. Khomeini, the Islamist Nazis, have told us what they're going to do. And they believe this is directed by God. And they have slaughtered tens of thousands of their own people in the last few weeks, over the years, in order to advance this agenda. Do you think signing a deal is going to stop anything? Do you think they're going to honor the deal? The issue isn't whether we negotiate. The question is, why do we negotiate? The question is, why do we think some deal is going to keep these people under control? It's not. Now, it might temporarily, they may pull back temporarily, exactly what North Korea did. Oh, they pulled back. They pulled back for a few years, and then all of a sudden, hey, guess what? We have a few nukes. They will play this game. They look at long ball. And even if they were to pull back during the Trump presidency, that's 3 more years. What about after that? What if we get a Biden or an Obama? Or what if we get some weak Republican? The only president to actually take forceful action against Iran is President today, Donald Trump. What happens when he leaves? Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot, as our generation, leave it to the next generation, our children and grandchildren, to deal with this. We must deal with this. Or they'll have tens of thousands of ballistic missiles. They'll have scores of nuclear warheads, and they will be able to reach our country. And since they've been willing to slaughter their own people by the tens of thousands, you better believe that they will use those nuclear warheads against our children and grandchildren. They're weaker than ever before. They're not going to be this weak ever again. And they do not follow agreements when we pulled out of that Obama deal in 2018, they immediately began violating the deal that was still in place with Europe. Systematic breaches. Iran intentionally reduced its compliance with the agreement in a phased manner, leading to multiple ongoing violations rather than a single event. Enrichment levels. Iran increased its uranium enrichment to 60%, significantly higher than the 3.67% limit set by the agreement. Stockpile limits. By late 2019, Iran breached the 300 kilogram limit on enriched uranium, later exceeded permitted stockpiles by 30 times. Centrifuge usage. Iran installed and operated advanced centrifuges prohibited by the deal. Monitoring suspensions. Since February 2021, Iran restricted the International Atomic Energy Agency of the UN from fully monitoring its nuclear facilities. Formal termination, they announced it in October 2025. You think our envoys or somebody else's envoys or signing an agreement is going to change the mindset of a terrorist regime that is slaughtering its people as I speak, that is already trying to build new nukes? We signed a paper, peace in our time? No. The problem isn't negotiations. The problem isn't they won't agree to this or that, or we can get the best deal in world history. The problem is them. The West needs to understand what we're dealing with. For 47 years, I don't know what it's going to take, but we need to comprehend what we're dealing with. That regime needs to be eliminated to save our children and grandchildren from having to deal with it, and to save the people of Iran who are, as I speak, being slaughtered.
Wow. Thank you so much, Mark. We can't wait. We can't wait to welcome Mark to a free Iran. He's going to love it. Okay. Guys, I'm going to have to take a little bit of a break because I need to take about a 15, 20 minute break. But I will be back. I'll try to keep the live stream going for as long as I can until Armin comes. But I do have to end, like I have to leave early, earlier than usual because I have personal plans. But let me play this, and I will be back in about 20 minutes or so. This is Mark Levin from a few days ago, and he was speaking about Iran as well. And I haven't seen this, so I'm going to be watching this as well.
Sorry, Goldie, before you play this video, I just want to go, and I have to goodbye to you too, and lovely people on chat.
Thank you, Patipto, so much for being here with us. Please be safe.
Thank you. That was my pleasure. See you soon.
All right, take care. Bye, Patipto. Okay, let's play this, and I will be back in about 20 minutes or so. Let me change my banner here. I'm going to return at... Okay.
You know, this always amazes me. When you look at the editorial decisions the news media make on their various platforms as to what is a priority and what's not, it is amazing to me. You can tell that they're driving an agenda or that they're in it for ratings. If they think something's hot, I see more and more sort of the National Enquirer type activity going on in so-called mainstream media, which was never mainstream. It was always left-wing. Early on, it was left of center. Now it's just crazy left-wing. Iran is a dire threat to humanity. I spent a little bit of time yesterday talking about the mindset of the Islamists, and in a future show, we're going to spend a lot of time on it. But the mindset of the Islamists, the fundamentalists, the jihadis, call them whatever you want, goes back to the 7th century. It's primitive, it's barbaric. That's why you see with Hamas, the raping, the pillaging, the debauchery. This is the mindset. And when it's applied to a religious faith, and it's a fundamentalist ideology that is used in practicing that religious faith, you can see the danger. And then When you layer that on top of access to cutting edge modern technology, nuclear technology, missile technology, and people never talk about this with Iran, chemical technology, biological technology, because Iran's working on that now. Humanity is threatened. And then on top of that, when that regime is supported by a communist regime in China, which is a whole nother ideological issue, which we've delved into a little bit yesterday, and I will delve into much more in the days and weeks and months ahead. And a fascist, in the case of Putin, sort of a mix of communism, but not really, a flat-out fascist. That's also helping Iran. You can see how dangerous this is. And so when we have these isolationists, as we did in the 1930s, they're going to get us all killed. They're the ones who are going to create World War III. When you have entities like this who keep building weapons of mass destruction, keep using and stealing from us and others cutting-edge modern technology, you can see on the horizon, we are people who have the ability to reason, right? How communist China is building up its military. Its navy is now larger than ours. Clearly, its ground forces are much larger than ours. Its technology is catching up with us because they've stolen most of it from us. They're building nuclear subs. They're building aircraft carriers. They're building missile systems. 30 years ago, they didn't have a nuclear weapon. Now they have thousands of them, and they're going to have more than us in about 7 or 8 years. They're working with the Iranians, who are desperately trying to get missiles that can reach us with nuclear warheads. Why? To threaten us? No, to kill us. Remember, I said it's 7th century. And I want to underscore the point. If a regime is willing to kill 50,000 of its own people in 72 hours or so, still slaughtering them as I speak to you right now, it's just not prioritized by the media. They're busy with other things right now, like AOC or Newscom or things like that. You better believe they'd be willing to shoot a nuclear warhead into our country, more than one, multiple nuclear warheads, because they believe Allah has directed them to do so. That is, you must destroy all that comes between you and God, between your faith, Islamic ideology, and God. You can't have the Jews, the Christians, the Hindus, the Buddhists, the atheists, the agnostic. You can't even have Muslims who don't buy into your terrorist ideology. They got to go. Talk about Islamophobia. I mean, the people practicing Islamophobia are Islamists. But that aside, so we have people in this country who either ignore all this or they look at it and they decide, we're the problem. We're going to trigger World War III by responding to this, by trying to keep this in a box, by trying to eliminate this danger before it becomes really so big we can't eliminate it. People who have us pass this on to our children and grandchildren, future generations, should they exist. And we're supposed to act like it's no big deal and forever wars and remind everybody of Vietnam and Korea and Afghanistan. This is lunacy. And, you know, here's the thing about that. We had a group that stole this nomenclature, America First, in the 1930s. You've heard about these. You've heard me talk about it. They were strict isolationists. There's Hitler is on the rise. He's made alliances with Imperial Japan and fascistic Italy. And they are attacking, and they are spreading through Europe, through Southeast Asia, and other places. They're literally expanding. They're even attacking Britain now, in the case of Germany, Nazi Germany. And we have these forces in the United States, which numbered in the hundreds of thousands, by the way, almost 1 million people, who said, America first, unless we are attacked, unless our continent is attacked, we're not getting involved. Now, Franklin Roosevelt, who I don't like, but to his credit, was trying to figure out a way, how do I get us to participate in the defense of Britain? But Congress won't go along. The American people oppose it. He had this lease plan he set up. Basically, we were giving Britain some ammunition, some weaponry, some support, not enough clearly, but he characterized it as lending and leasing, not giving and supporting the war effort. And so what happened? Imperial Japan, Tojo, they saw America as weak. Germany saw America as weak. Italy saw America as weak. We were not even prepared. We hadn't built up our military because we had this isolationist point of view. So we weren't prepared even if we were attacked. And we were attacked at Pearl Harbor, December 7th, 1941. And you know what? If our aircraft carriers had been there, the entire West Coast would have been open to the Japanese Navy to attack. It's by luck that those carriers weren't there. And the Japanese, despite all the damage that was done at Pearl Harbor, to all those ships, the destroyers and so forth, they said the carriers weren't there. We didn't get the carriers. And that's when Yamamoto famously said, it was recorded, when all the other admirals are cheering and the rest of them, look what we've done. We defeated the United States Navy. He said, I fear we've awakened a sleeping tiger. You see, Yamamoto went to school in the United States, and he knew that this blow in Pearl Harbor had to be a death blow, and it wasn't. I fear we've awakened a sleeping tiger. Some said he said sleeping giant, but you get the point. I give this context because my fear with the isolationist wing, it's not even a wing, it's just, the cabal, gaggle, is that they persuade some people as influencers, at least their listeners and their followers, that those who see reality and use their brains to reason through what's taking place and say, when the 7th century throwback regime is slaughtering its own people, has killed about 1,000 Americans, has funded attacks on Americans all over the world, seeks to assassinate our president, tells us what they want to do to our country, we might want to pay attention to that. Because if they do get nuclear warheads, or they do get 10,000 ballistic missiles, or they do attack and defeat our ally Israel, I don't think they'll ever defeat them, but attack them, and then attack other allies and so forth and so on, which they do not necessarily militarily, but they do through terrorism and coup plots and so forth, and continue to fund the Muslim Brotherhood and Hamas and Hezbollah and all the other alphabet soup of terrorist organizations, Islamist organizations. How can you put your head in the sand when this is going on? You can't. Donald Trump is not an interventionist. He hates war, but he's a reasonable man. He's a rational person, and he loves our country. That's why he makes the decisions he makes, and that's why he'll make the right decision on this. And I believe that's why we're building our military level to such a significant level. And I want to get into this with you. There's also the moral imperative. People seem to think you don't go to war over moral imperative. Oh, yes, you do. Sometimes it's so horrendous what's taking place that as a human being, you say, we have to help these people. There's something we need to do. All these issues combined to more than justify, to urge us to take action against the regime in Iran. It's weaker than it's ever been in 47 years. Weaker than it's ever been, thanks to the Israelis in the 12-day war, thanks to us helping the Israelis, thanks to us attacking their nuclear sites. But they're not going to stop. They've said they're not going to stop. And satellite pictures are showing us they're not going to stop. They're still at it. They're telling us what they're at. The problem the West has, and people in the United States, not you, but a lot of people, they don't understand the mindset of this enemy. Think about the Japanese kamikazes. It was almost a religious fervor mixed with nationalism. The emperor was treated like a god. The emperor. When the emperor spoke, everybody listened. When the emperor gave an order, everybody listened. But Tojo, really the commander effectively, as he became the Japanese military and Japanese forces, he was really pulling the strings for the most part. Think of that. The kamikazes who flew their planes into our ships and so forth and so on, closer to the end of the war. Think about the Battle of Okinawa, those of you who may be aware of it, where we took more casualties than any other battle. I mean, even more than the Battle of the Bulge. I mean, it was unbelievable. That's why Truman said, we can't send 1 million troops to Japan, the island of Japan, to fight, given the casualties we had in Okinawa, which is an island of Japan off of main Japan. And that's why those 2 atomic bombs were dropped. But think of the kamikazes and then think of the Islamists. But think of kamikazes with fingers on red buttons firing off nuclear missiles at the United States. It's not the same mentality, but in the end, it's the same consequence, the same result. The regime in Japan had to be defeated. Not a conditional surrender. Truman said it must be destroyed. It must be destroyed. It's the same thing with Iran. And we cannot leave this to our children and grandchildren to do because they won't be able to do it. If Iran had 50 nuclear missiles today, what would we be doing? We couldn't do much. And we have to make sure that it doesn't. And again, the moral imperative, they're slaughtering people left and right. These people are Westerners in many respects. They're Persian. They're our friends. They were our friends. And that regime is slaughtering them because those people want freedom. They want to protect their families. They want to put food on the table. We can't do that all over the world, of course, nor should we. I think the president would rather not go to war, but I think it's unavoidable that this enemy makes it clear every single day. And I want to say something to the Iranian people. The president said help is on the way. I believe help is on the way. And let me end the program by saying this. Get Khomeini. Get him, eliminate him. That's enough.
Get Khomeini.
It's a mass murder. Get Khomeini. Now, if you like this little clip that you just saw, please head over to YouTube and subscribe, or Rumble and follow, and tell everybody you know.
Aw. We love Uncle Mark. Although, I mean, what he means to say is get Khomeini, right? But whatever. We know what he means. We know what he means. Get Khomeini. Yeah, we're gonna attack him. We're gonna attack him. Okay, guys, I have to slowly leave. Tusi's going live in. Let's see here. Let me bring up Tusi. Tusi's going live soon. I think in like half an hour, maybe. Yeah. So Tusi is going live in half an hour. I will let Armin know so that Armin doesn't have to like rush to come back early. Let me just do that. So I will. Yeah. Let me play the video. Let me play the video that Armin sent. Let me just find it, and we'll take a quick commercial break until I find the video.
but from light. Sirens and gunfire in the dead of night. They took our voices, they shut the net. But not our will, not our regret. Now hear us say, without any apology, America, send your angels of liberty. Angels of liberty, unleash your fire, and the Islamic regime lift us higher. Angels of liberty, hear our cry. Freedom is born when you fill our sky. Angels of liberty, strong and true, our old ally USA. We stand with you. Basij are on every street. IRGC boots marching to beat. 40,000 killed, buried unnamed. 50,000 caged, broken and chained. But we still rise, we still believe in words you wrote, in vows you gave. We want freedom and revenge. We will fight beside you till the end. Angels of liberty, unleash your fire, and the Islamic regime lift us higher. Angels of liberty, hear our cry. Freedom is born when you fill our sky. Angels of liberty, strong and true, our old ally USA. We stand with you. We stand with you. Our name rises in every sea. We shout King Reza Pahlavi, our hope, our future, and unity. A future built on justice and peace, where hatred ends and nations breathe. We honor the brave American Air Force and Navy. Through our own ally, we will be free. Angels of liberty, unleash your fire, and the Islamic regime lift us higher. Angels of liberty, hear our cry. Freedom is born when you fill our sky. Angels of liberty, strong and true, our old ally USA. Aurelian, stand with you. God bless the USA.
Growing up, one of my dearest dream was to be able to walk out of my backyard and be able to just circle around with my hair open with no hijab. That was my dream.
That was your dream?
Yeah.
I'm walking through DC, I'm in Washington, and I've seen the flag of Iran waving. And I'm going to approach these people now. I see lots of pictures, it seems like there's lots of gravestones been put up over there as like a temporary graveyard for the people who are being butchered and killed in Iran. So we're going to go and speak to some women, see what they say. What's it like growing up in Iran? What's it like for freedom, and why are they here?
We're here, we're getting together about the massacre that it's happening in Iran and Islamic Republic is doing toward their own population. And people are really, they only want some freedom and regime change at this point.
If there was regime change, who should be in control of Iran?
Oh, that's a question for
Iranians.
For people in Iran.
Shah?
I would say Jawi Cha, just because that's what they're saying in Iran. So if that's coming from people in Iran, so we support that for sure.
Are you from Iran?
Yes, I am Persian. I am from Iran.
When did you leave Iran?
Like about 3.5 years ago, like about 4 years ago, I've been immigrated over here.
For women back home, I'm from the UK. What's it like growing up as a woman living under the Islamic regime?
You know, people do not completely understand what we are facing to. We're facing to too many limitations. Limitation about our genders, limitation about covering our hairs or every part of their body, limitations about what we should wear, what we should say, what we should walk, and what we should even don't laugh loudly. It's not appropriate or something. We have in Islam that women is half of the men. So even at the time that you're facing some courts happening, you as a woman, you cannot be a witness alone. Two women should witness some crime that would able to say something about that is some crime happening. Otherwise, they are not counting you as a person individually. So there's too many things that the people back to Iran, specifically women, have faced to. And this kind of revolution is just like improved a lot since that revolution of Islamic Republic when like 47 years ago. Since now, we face too many brutality. We stand for democracy, and too much people died in this way. Till now, we are in here in these revolutions, and hopefully we get somewhere.
Are you from Iran?
I'm Persian, yes.
Did your family flee the Islamic Revolution?
Fleed, meaning...
Did your family leave Iran when the revolution happened?
We moved after revolution. So I grew up in Iran.
You grew up in Iran?
Personally grew up in Iran, and I fled out when I was 20.
Why? Can I ask you? You're now an independent journalist. You're trying to get a voice for these people in Iran who have been enslaved. Where are the mainstream media?
Mainstream media? Who knows?
But if this was a Palestinian demonstration, they'd be here.
Yeah. I haven't seen anybody from Palestinian, from whatever.
But why do you think when there's a pro-Palestinian?
I'm not trying to criticize anyone, but I haven't seen anyone from like Palestine supporter or Gaza supporter or Muslim community, which there are lots of them around.
Why do you think when there's a rally for Palestine, it's supported by all the Democrats, it's supported by the media?
Yes.
But why do you think when we know women are being butchered, massacred, and they're fighting for their freedom?
Exactly.
Why do you think there's not the same passion given or voice given or support given to the people of Iran?
I'm not sure, but the thing that I'm sure about it, we need to make more noises. We need to raise our voices. Maybe it's not enough. Maybe we were not enough like for activities, for political activities, or maybe our like parliament's member not active yet, but we are trying to raise our voice, especially for those who's been murdered, who've been killed, and there are lots of them in a jail right now. Unfortunately they're waiting for the execution date, which is terrible. That's why I'm here. I travel from Ottawa to here.
How far is Ottawa?
9 hours by car, but I took a plane.
Okay. Can you tell me what it was like growing up under the Islamic regime?
Very bad.
Very bad. Can you tell me what was it like for a woman?
You don't know what freedom even means. You don't even know what real life looks like when you live under that regime.
Can you tell me why? Can you tell me why we're in the United States of America? Where are the feminist movements on this course in defending the Persian women? Why is there silence?
Why United States is in silence?
Why is there silence from the feminists in the United States, in Europe, in Britain, in my country? Where are
they? Where are they? I don't know. I really that's a very big surprise from all the feminine that they're not talking about what is happening on women. especially, passed in Zan Zandagi Azadi, Women Life Freedom. That was a movement comes from women in Iran. And I think this revolution is actually what matured, came from the previous revolution or previous, what happened. But it's a big surprising that we don't see anybody from feminists to talk about what's happening in Iran. I really don't understand.
Why do you think the Democrat Party in this country and many in the American left give such vocal and passionate support to the Palestinian cause, but they're silent on this cause?
I don't want to talk about that ones directly, but this is not about all the Palestinians actually that's supporting Palestinians. But this is the thing. Islamic Republic have founded too many terrorist organizations. So Hamas is one of those. And the people Hezbollah, Hamas, Hashad Shadi, everywhere that you think something terrorist happening, Iran is behind. I mean, not Iran, Islamic Republic.
Yeah, there's a difference.
Behind, exactly. I just would like to say, hey, this is the difference in between these two names, Islamic Republic and Iran. People in Iran that are not terrorists, they are following for democracy. They want democracy, and we are fighting for democracy for too many years. But Islamic Republic was founded to all these terrorist organizations, and that's why the people that following Hamas or Palestinians, they are scared that if the Islamic Republic gone, who gonna get the money? Who gonna supporting them financially?
Okay, so I understand. So the Palestinians need Hamas and these other terror groups, and if Iran falls, it's going to affect all of them.
The Palestinian doesn't need Hamas. No. I do not agree with that. I think even Palestinians get kind of like.
Do you think that? When people say free Palestine, is it free Palestine? Is it or
free Hamas?
Freedom from Hamas.
Yes. I'm following freedom from Hamas instead of Israel. No, I'm not following that one. Because Hamas is terrorist. Palestinians has individuals that need to freedom as well. But who that get that actually that's arrested is not
What's the difference? What's the difference then? Because there's not too many of you today. But if this was
we are getting too many.
If this
watch and see.
Okay, good. But if this was a Palestinian rally, there'd be so much more American support. All of you here seem to be from Iran. Where are the Americans? Where are the left? They're all supporting the Palestinians.
This is the thing that you should ask from other countries and from other nations. Why they are not become Iranian voice? Why Iranian is kind of like solidarity over here and no one actually come to our demonstrations. Too many. I've seen too many people they're coming, but they're the numbers that they're coming for supporting us is not eye-catching.
Where are the feminists?
You should ask them. I don't know, but you know what? We are as a Persian, as the Iranian people, we are peace peoples. We are looking for peace. So we are not actually accusing you why you are not coming over here, why you are not supporting us. We are supporting each other's. We as a Persian, we as a Iranian people supporting each other, and that is important. This unity is in between Iranian people is important.
As an American, you're here. You understand what's happening in Iran. You understand what it's like to live, to not have freedom. You're now in the most free country on the planet.
Yes, I believe so.
Why do you think when there's a pro-Palestinian rally, the numbers would be nothing? This is quite a relatively small demonstration. So why are the American left, the Democrat Party, the politicians, why are they all behind the Palestinian cause, but they're not behind the genocide and the massacre
that is happening in Iran?
Why?
It's not part of their agenda. That's what.
What do you feel their agenda is?
I really never wanted to talk about what it makes, things, we are focusing on the unity and what it brings everybody together for this revolution. But what we see what they supported in pro-Palestine and they didn't do toward Iranian revolution, what it comes to my mind is that they don't want Iran to be free, and that's what happened. That's what happened. So Democrats take Shah out of Iran and brought Ayatollah. And
So the Democrat Party originally, as Britain, played their own part in replacing Shah with the Ayatollah.
That's correct.
So do you think America? You're now an American. Do you think America has a duty to correct that historical wrong?
I really can't talk about that, but I'm pretty sure that whatever is in agenda is not about getting Iran free.
Even now, you don't think Donald Trump cares about getting the Iranians free? You think Donald Trump?
Donald Trump, so I think what Trump is doing is basically what United States is happening, that they have the same interest as Iranian do. So it happened that their interest is becoming the same. So their policy or their politic is becoming the same, that now they are interested in making Iran free. But that's coming from Republican and is not coming from Democrats.
And if the Ayatollah falls, which I personally hope he does, if the Ayatollah falls, who replaces him?
We have some nominations. Reza Pahlavi.
Yep.
He's going to be our actually leaders for after this actually revolution happened, after Ayatollah just went.
Who do you think the people want? Is it Javad Shah?
They're going to actually vote.
Okay,
we are going to have a freedom vote after that.
Do you think
So whatever the people inside of Iran get voted about that, the other respect.
Are you confident the Ayatollah will fall?
I'm comfortable with.
Are you confident the Ayatollah is going to fall? Are you confident we're about to see the end of the Islamic regime?
Yes, they're going to actually leave, no matter when and no matter how. But they're going to go.
The people aren't stopping.
No, people right now, believe me or not, the 40 days, there's something cultural from my country. Anything after murder, they just get actually going on going to get together about the 40 days after the death. Okay, we are getting together for just showing about how sad about this story is happening. So right now, people back to streets after that 40 days. University start to actually kind of like being our people voice again. They back to streets. So after all those
murders, after all the fear,
you should be so brave to back to street. And people are back to Iran. They're back to street right now. And again, this massacre is happening. Again, they're shooting the people. And this circle is happening till the time these actually regime go down. And I believe in it. It's going to happen.
Do you think the reason it's not coming from the Democrats is because the groups that the Democrats rely on for votes now in this country, many of them, are on the side of the Islamic regime?
Yes.
Have you got family in Iran now?
I have extended family there.
Extended family. So when
very good close friend of mine.
So when the power goes out continually, when it goes dark, how does it feel? Not knowing.
Very hard. You don't know what's happening. Who's going to be killed? Like I still have a very close connection with my high school friends.
And they're still there.
Yeah, absolutely. And they were part of the protest on the first 2 days that the massacre happened. And, we really didn't know if they're going to slaughter people at home. They were actually attacking door by door and slaughtering people inside their home.
For a British audience here, for women in Britain, who we have relative freedom. I don't believe we have free speech. I believe you only have it here. We have relative freedom, but we have lots of problems in our country. explain to them as a young lady growing up in Iran, what's it like? What is it like? Did you have the ability to dance? Did you have the ability to show your hair?
No.
Or could you do art?
No. So growing up, one of my dearest dream was to be able to walk out of my backyard and be able to just circle around with my hair open with no hijab. That was my dream.
That was your dream?
Yeah. Yeah.
Sad.
Very sad. Yeah.
And there's a whole country full of women feeling like this. What's the difference? What's the difference between Afghanistan and Iran? Because for Americans who don't understand the difference in these countries, they don't want foreign intervention. Many who would have voted for Donald Trump do not want regime change. They don't want America stepping in and interfering in other countries' politics because of the failures of Afghanistan and the failures of Iraq. So if there was regime change in Iran, what's the difference between the people in Iran and the people in Afghanistan?
So the thing is, Afghanistan, with no disrespect, but Iran is more of the city style population rather than in Afghanistan. They have a smaller city that it looks like a village. So in Iran, people got to have the availability to more education. So this new generation, at least, they know what they want. So, and it's not gonna be same as what happened in Afghanistan, that it was so many divided opinion on who's gonna.
This is the people versus the Islamic regime.
Exactly. So yeah.
What about the people? Just one last question. Is you said all you ever dreamt about, your dream as a young girl, was just to be able to run around in a circle without a hijab on. Was you a Muslim?
No. I was grown up as Baha'i.
So you're not a Muslim?
I was a minority.
Okay, so and many of the people in Iran do not believe in Islam?
Yeah, no.
But
Even
this is enforced upon all of them.
Yeah, absolutely. So my parents, they were never a Muslim. I was Baha'i. I would grow up as Baha'i, and I was fired from elementary school because I was not Muslim. Because I was not going to prayer every day in a school. But at the same time, I had good friends in my school who their parents were Muslim, but they completely had a different opinion about, how they want to practice Islam. They did not want that to be in their forced. Yeah. And now the same friends, even their own family, they're not believing in Islam anymore. My husband himself, he was grown up as a Muslim, but he doesn't believe in anything right now because of the amount of force at them.
Is Donald Trump going to hit them?
This is our hope. Yeah. This is our hope. And I wish that Mr. President understand that. As long as that you're negotiating with these monsters, you just give them this authority to kill more people. So time right now matters. This is the time matters. Any other things that USA attack us or not, attack Iran is the timing is just a matter. When, I don't know. But this is our hope. Yeah. This is the only thing that I can say.
What's this for?
This is NSG Iran, our organization that we are providing about after women life freedom, about 3 years ago, this another revolution happened. I believe you remember that, women life freedom. We start this organization as a solidarity of people voice in Iran. It's called NSG. You can follow us in Instagram. NSG Iran.
What about on X? Are you on X? Are you on X? On Twitter? X?
We have in Twitter, we have it in on Instagram, we have it in Telegram as a group chat, but you can find out easily on Instagram, and you can follow us. Any demonstration that is happening every single Saturdays, we have a demonstration.
You do this every Saturday?
Every Saturdays we're gonna have it, and any kind of like
National Solidarity for Iran. This is
exactly. This is us. This is us. You can follow us and following our demonstration. And if you want to be people of Iran voice, please come and support us. The just saying or sharing, I'm not saying that is not matters. Yes, as long as that you're being active in a social for just being a people voice, Iranian voice actually, it matters. But if you just show up and supporting by your presence is another thing that is really important. And we are thankful peoples. We are hosting here about every single people that are just coming, and we are so welcoming to everyone that are coming and supporting us.
What was it like growing up as a woman in Iran?
Oh my God, this is terrible. You know, there is no freedom for the woman, no freedom for the speech, no freedom for having a right of the child or divorce or whatever. You know, we're hoping that things are being changing soon.
Do you think people in America or people in the West, do you think in Western nations, whether it be Britain, Europe or America, do you think they understand what it's like for a woman in Iran? Because I hear many commentators in America, they seem to be siding with the Islamic regime.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you know what? If I want to be honest, they whoever they travel to Iran, they find that the people of Iran, they're very kind, they're very like affectionate, they're very like friendly. But I think in this situation is money talks.
Money talks.
So the Islamic, you know, politics is all about money. That's the painful things, but we all know that.
So it's not about the freedom, like it's freedom of Palestine, but they don't care about the freedom of the Iranian people.
Yeah, you know, God knows how much the murder government pays them, because you know Iran is a very, very, very rich country. We have.
Welcome back to Tusi TV. This is your global news channel. I'm Maya Tusi, and the Islamic Republic of Iran is facing a new challenge. Yes, multitasking as the Iranians continue to be out on the streets. The protests continue. Meanwhile, the outside world is preparing for war. President Trump has also come out over the last half an hour to debunk the claims of the mainstream media that apparently war is not happening with the IRGC. And the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi also has an urgent message for the Iranians, but also a message for those inside the regime in Tehran. We're going to give you guys all the updates. We're going to get your reaction live as usual and in the comment section. Make sure to become a member of 2C TV Plus by going on 2C.tv and download the 2C TV app for full access. First, let's go to the brave Iranian people who have been out definitely the last 4 days in a row, but overall, the last week or so, the new wave of the uprising has now started. The last few days, students across universities in Iran have been leading from the front line. This is in the Al-Zahra University, which used to be called the Farah Pahlavi University. People chanting, Pahlavi will return home. Let's go to this, and then we're going to give you guys all the updates about the actual conflict. Yeah, and of course, they're also chanting, long live the king. There was a bit of a situation earlier today, which confused a lot of people. So the Iranian opposition sources claimed that a text messaging system of one of the mobile operators in Iran was actually hacked, and people who obviously had access, who were part of that network, received the following message that to the oppressed people of Iran, the US president is a man of action. Be on standby. Just be patient. So, now, we don't know exactly how this happened. We don't know if the hack was from the outside or whether it was an internal hack, somebody from the inside sabotaging this. But a number of people obviously received this, depending on if you were part of the network. One of our contacts in Mashhad also received a similar message. But today was also quite tough for the IRGC leadership because they had to deal with more mysterious explosions, more gas leaks. This video came from a power station in Tehran. Let's go. So yeah, I mean, this was from the capital, and as I said, the last half an hour or so, we had the president of the United States debunking some claims, because over the last couple of hours, we had Axios, the media outlet, saying that the US military have made a U-turn. They don't want to attack Iran, and this is what the president said. Numerous stories from the fake news media have been circulating, stating that General Daniel Kane, sometimes referred to as Raisin, is against us going to war with Iran. The story does not attribute this vast wealth of knowledge to anyone and is 100% incorrect. General Kane, like all of us, would like not to see war, but if a decision is made on going against Iran at a military level, it is his opinion that it will be something easily won. He knows Iran well, in that he was in charge of Midnight Hammer, the attack on the Iranian nuclear development. It is a development no longer, but rather was blown to smithereens by our great B-2 bombers. Raisin Kane is a great fighter and represents the most powerful military anywhere in the world. He has not spoken of not doing Iran or even the fake limited strikes that I have been reading about. He only knows one thing: how to win. And if he is told to do so, he will be leading the pack. Everything that has been written about the potential war with Iran has been written incorrectly and purposefully so. I am the one that makes the decision. I would rather have a deal than not, but if we don't make a deal, it will be a very bad day for that country. And very sadly, its people, because they are great and wonderful, and something like this should never have happened to them. He's talking about the crackdown by Khamenei's regime, President Donald J. Trump. One of the main things to deal with is, over the last few days, a lot of people have been talking about limited strikes. Now, obviously, none of this came from the White House directly. It didn't come from the president directly. But obviously, everybody would assume that this is the Pentagon, obviously self-leaking or briefing the papers about some of the options on the table. But it seems like, obviously, don't just believe anything that you see or hear when it comes to geopolitics, whether it's a positive thing or a negative thing. It's interesting. Some people say, I don't trust things. I don't trust what I hear when something positive comes out. But then somehow, when the same person says something negative, they believe it. So, for example, President Trump says, I would attack the Islamic Republic. There's a group of people who say, I don't believe whatever he says, so he's not going to attack. If President Trump the next day says, I would not attack the Islamic Republic, the same people would say, see, I believe him. He's telling the truth. He's not going. I told you he's a traitor. So now you believe him. You see the problem with the mental gymnastic there. They believe the negative. They don't believe the positive. These are the people who need mental health, obviously, solutions. They have some issues with their childhood, but trust issues mostly. The reality is that if the president is basically saying the limited airstrikes is not an option, technically, take it with a pinch of salt, he's telling the truth, right? But you might still see it because he would still call it something else. Now, that's the main point. So limited strikes might happen. It might just be the first wave. So he would call it the first wave. He might even name it some sort of operation, right? Operation this or operation that. Because even a limited strike will provoke the Islamic Republic to hit back. So it will eventually lead to a wider military operation anyway. Now, let's quickly go back to the young people in Iran, especially in Tehran, the Polytechnic University of the capital, burning the flags of the Islamic Republic and chanting, "Long live the king."
آزادی 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 جاوید شاه جاوید شاه ای قاتله حکومتش قاتله حامله ای قاتله حکومتش قاتله قاتله حکومتش قاتله حکومتش قاتله
Now, we also have to give you an update on the Israelis and what they are up to. So, there's been a lot of internal conflict, politically speaking, in Jerusalem between Netanyahu and the opposition. Well, things are changing because the one thing about the Israeli culture, which is strong and very powerful compared to a lot of the European cultures, is that when there's a time for unity, they all come together. You saw that after October 7th, and you're going to see it now. The opposition leader, Lapid, I'm not a big fan of him, as you guys know. He made a video statement earlier saying that if war breaks out, Israel, the politics, internal politics in Israel will stop. Full unity behind the government, regardless of political parties or politics. Something, again, you won't really see in a lot of the European countries, the left and the right uniting at this point, but you still get it in Israel. Let's go to Lap.
I want to use this opportunity to send a clear message to our enemies. No matter who is in government in Israel, we will always know how to defend ourselves. We will always strike at those who seek to harm us. I say especially to the Iranian regime, we will never allow you to build up a missile threat against our people again. Your terror proxies will never be given a moment's peace, and you will never be allowed nuclear weapons. My position is clear. It is time to strike at the foundations of the regime. The people of Israel deserve to live in safety. The people of Iran deserve freedom and a better life. The Middle East deserves a future of peace and prosperity. Israel will stand united. There will be no opposition coalition during war with Iran. Prime Minister Netanyahu and I will put aside our differences for the defense of our country, for the defense of our people. All of Israel will unite behind our soldiers and pilots.
Somebody there in the live chat said, sounds like Arnold. He does sound, every single time I hear him, he sounds like Arnold. But putting the Israelis aside for a second, there are problems for a lot of us in London and in the United Kingdom. As you guys know, 2CTV, myself and our team obviously have to deal with death threats. That's natural. It's just a Tuesday. But a lot of the... well, in the UK, we have problems because anybody that is... tends to be either right-wing or anti-Islam or anything like this, or anti-IRGC, they tend to be on hit lists in general. But we now also have the Iranian opposition media, which is based in London, Manoto. They've had to shut down their broadcasts after receiving a warning from the UK counter-terrorism part of the Metropolitan Police about a potential threat from the Islamic Republic on British soil, by the way. Now, Manoto, this channel, they are working on emergency plans, and they will be updating their audience and the viewers through official channels. These guys have had to deal with a lot of issues over the last few years, and also, relatively speaking, Iran International, another opposition channel, which was based in London. One of the reporters was also attacked. There was an assassination attempt in London on British soil on him. And I've had my dealings, and obviously a lot of other people. Tommy Robinson had to basically flee the UK because of death threats from Islam. But this is Britain, and we are not getting any extra support or resources. We have to look after ourselves. That's why a lot of people obviously are leaving the United Kingdom, because it's not safe. If you really care about your family, you're going to have to keep them alive. So I hope obviously everything goes well for Manoto, this channel. They've been working really hard the last few years to be the voice of the opposition. Quickly going back to the situation on the ground. Earlier today, we also had protesters in Iran. This is again, I think, in the capital. Huge crowd chanting, "Long live the king." Now, from this point, things escalated massively, just like yesterday, but actually things got much worse today. You had the IRGC Basij units. These are the militants of the IRGC. The fact that the IRGC themselves, who are basically rogue terrorists, they also have their own militant wing, which is fascinating. These guys then started to attack the protesters. Of course, the anti-IRGC Iranians defended themselves. The IRGC members got beaten up a little bit, and they decided to play the victim card as if they are in Gaza. When you lose, you cry. Watch this. They're just saying, "I can't believe they're attacking us. They're throwing rocks and stones. What did we do? Oh no." Maybe because you killed tens of thousands of people. Yeah, maybe that's why. Maybe because you only shower once a year. Maybe that's why. And maybe because you are following a leader who doesn't even care about his own children. So maybe that's the reason. But we're going to show you some of the more obviously clips from the clashes. But before we do that, we have to go to the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi with his latest message to the Iranian people, saying the time has come, and of course a message to those in the regime. There is only a limited window of opportunity for you to defect. Let's go with English subtitles.
هم‌میهنان گرامی، ایران در آستانه تحولی بزرگ و تاریخی قرار دارد و عامل تعیین کننده آن همچنان اراده و کنش آگاهانه مردم ایران است. این ما هستیم که باید در زمان مناسب نقش کلیدی خود را ایفا کنیم و نگذاریم سناریوهایی برخلاف خواست ملت بر کشور تحمیل شود. در این مسیر نقش نیروهای نظامی، انتظامی، امنیتی و بدنه دستگاه‌های دولتی تعیین کننده است. در انقلاب ملی شیر و خورشید ایران بسیاری از نیروهای شریف با سرپیچی از دستورات سرکوبگرانه در کنار مردم ایستادند. گزارش‌های موثق نشان می‌دهد که به ویژه نیروهای پلیس و ارتش از بکارگیری سلاح علیه مردم خودداری کردند و رژیم برای کشتار از نیروهای لباس شخصی، بسیج، سپاه و مزدوران غیر ایرانی استفاده کرد. افشای اسناد و تصاویر کشتار و هویت عاملان آن، تحویل پیکر جانباختگان، یاری رسانی به بازداشت شدگان، کمک به نجات کادر درمان و شکلگیری درمانگاه‌های زیرزمینی از جمله اقداماتی بود که با همراهی نیروهای ریزشی در بدنه نهادهای حکومتی انجام شد. با این حال روشن است که شمار و امکانات این نیروها در برابر دستگاه سرکوب رژیم محدود است و برای ایجاد توازن قوا مداخله بشردوستانه بین‌المللی ضروری است. اکنون که احتمال چنین مداخله‌ای از همیشه بیشتر است، برای فرماندهان نظامی و انتظامی، به ویژه فرماندهان ارتش و دیگر مقاماتی که دستشان به خون ملت آغشته نیست، فرصتی محدود باقی مانده است تا حساب خود را از رژیم جنایتکار جدا کنند. انتخاب با شماست. با پیوستن به مردم جان خود و خانواده‌تان را حفظ کنید و در پیروزی ملت سهیم شوید، یا سرنوشت خود را به کشتی در هم شکسته جمهوری اسلامی گره بزنید و با خامنه‌ای و رژیمش غرق شوید. من در دوره تازه کارزار همکاری ملی از شما دعوت می‌کنم هنگام پخش زنده از تلویزیون تازه تأسیس انقلاب ملی ایران QR کد کارزار را اسکن کنید و با تیم ویژه من ارتباط بگیرید. پخش آزمایشی این شبکه به تازگی در ماهواره یاهصد آغاز شده است. سرنوشت ایران در گروی تصمیم‌های امروز ماست. با مسئولیت پذیری و شجاعت می توانیم تاریخی نو برای ملت ایران رقم بزنیم. پاینده ایران.
Yes, the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi. The message quite clear. There is only a limited window that is open for those inside the regime. Otherwise, it's over. Now, students at the RMO University of Technology in the capital raised the national flag, the lion and sun, and then the clashes started.
یک کیسه دیگه هم سکر.
Yeah, of course, things did escalate even more as the IRGC Basij members managed to ambush a few of the pro-freedom Iranians and started to beat them up. Of course, the others came out and liberated them, but a number of people have been injured today. But the regime are very, very cautious. They're trying their best not to give any more excuse, any new excuses to the Americans to accelerate the war plans. If there is any video that comes out that shows any level of shooting, direct shooting, then they know they will be in massive trouble. The problem is they can't control their own people. Khamenei could be, obviously, is hiding in a bunker. He can't really control his own angry dogs. And that is a problem. you still had obviously a number of direct shootings last week during the 40th day memorial of a lot of people who've been murdered, especially in Abdanan. It went underreported. Of course, CCTV, we reported this, but many other mainstream media outlets didn't report this. They also didn't show you this from today. The interesting thing about these guys is you don't have to be a genius to figure out who is on which side. So even if you look at their faces, when it zooms in, I mean, even now, look at those guys, the angry faces, the ugly faces. It's easily identifiable. You don't have to be a genius to see whether the guy is trying to punch and the guy who looks like a demon, whether they are Islamic Republic or whether they are Iranian. If you walk near them, it's much easier because you can smell the BO because they don't shower. But overall, you can also see it remotely. That's the good thing about what's going to happen, because obviously the occupation since 1979 has made it quite clear. If you walk around the streets, you'll be like, okay, so that one is a normal human. The other one is possessed. And the other one is just an Arab proxy who's just occupied the country. Also, that is the worst attempt at punching that I have seen. Now, quickly, by the way, for the record, these Basij members, they are also supposed to be students. They are the academic brains of the Islamic Republic. And then they end up migrating to Europe and, of course, set up their Islamic centers and beat up their wives and touch other girls. And our Western European governments allow it. They just let it happen because why not, right? Insane. Thank you, Jonathan. Civilian air traffic. Yes, we'll keep an eye on our live maps as well. My family is in Tehran. Should I be scared? Well, everybody in Tehran should be on standby anyway. Any day, any night, something could happen. But you will have relatively a short space of time as a heads up. And obviously, we will try our best on this channel to immediately go live the moment we have any indication that something is about to happen in the next few hours. Obviously, I'm keeping my own family informed as well. I've told them to have a backup plan. Obviously, just get out. Just don't be in the capital. It's not worth it. But you will have a few hours to do that. It's best to do the planning ahead, obviously. Great job, Maya. I have been watching your updates since the beginning of the uprising. Thank you all at 2CTV for your amazing work. Keep up the amazing work. Thank you very much for the support. Michelle says, do you trust the ex-IRGC members being around Pahlavi? That seems like it could potentially be dangerous. Everybody is always vetted. There have been a lot of people who have either defected, and this happens with every regime and every country and every government, people who either defect at some point or those who were already plants. We had a number of people towards the end of National Socialism in Deutschland that were plants. We had the same in actually East Germany, the communist side who had plants. In the UK, we now have plants in civil service from the communist and globalist side. So you have people who would be told to go in first, infiltrate, and then come back out. And they also do have those who just defect. So you've had a number of people who were, as part of the so-called reformists, as part of the current Iran since 1979, who have left. And the best way to obviously vet and see how much obviously you can actually trust is based on what they are offering and what their actions, not really their words. A lot of these people obviously brought out very important intel from the regime, but that's all. I mean, as long as you don't give them access to nuclear bombs, it doesn't really matter. Nobody knows how to play the victim. Like a narcissist, they're being given a dose of their own medicine. They are very good at crying, though, the IRGC guys. The moment they get beaten up, oh, this is the end of the world. Getting beaten up by a Jew. That's basically what they think. US, hurry up. The brave Iranians need your support. They need to fix the toilets on US's Gerald Ford as well. There's been a bit of a scandal over the last few hours. A number of toilets on the aircraft carrier near Israel. There's been some flooding, let's just say. But yeah, that won't really create any more disruptions. It's going to be problematic, but it is what it is. Please, can you stop pretending that the IRGC only shower once a year? It's lies, or it lies, because they never shower. Oh no, they do shower, only when they are to meet the supreme leader. Goodbye.
All right, guys, should we stop the? Should we go? Do you guys want me to stop it from here? By the way, I can't stop it because this is on Goldie's computer. Let me know if you want me to now show you the stuff that I have for you guys, because Tusi is reading the super chats. Oh, Goldie removed it. Amazing. Oh, she's watching us.
Well, you know what? I'm just getting ready to leave. That's why I'm still around, but I can't be here anymore. But I'm glad you're back.
Yeah, no worries. Can you fix the? Sorry, I don't know how you set up the layout. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Goldie. I appreciate that. Okay, thank you, Goldie. All right. Guys, Goldie is always watching, even when she's like guys, like, oh, it's on the screen. I don't know how to remove it, and then she shows up from behind from the shadows, and then she fixes for us. She answers our prayers. All right, so hi guys, I'm back. Have you guys seen this? I don't know if Goldie and Patipto showed this to you guys. Let me know if you've seen this. But I'm going to show you something so bizarre that no other country's politics involves this. Yeah, she's like Santa Claus. Oh my God, really? Guys, it's saying Mark Levin just retweeted Goldie. Mark Levin, does she know? I'm pretty sure she knows. Mark Levin just retweeted Goldie. Amazing. Guys, Goldie is going to get, I know Goldie's already famous, but my prediction is that she's going to get even bigger than she is right now. She's going to get, I don't know. Guys, I have to be careful because Goldie is going to get so famous. She might, I don't know if I might be like not high enough, not at her level. She's gonna push me aside. But she's starting. I'm working with a celebrity. Oh, Mark Levin shared Goldie's. Oh, give me the tweet. I want to see the tweet.
That's a terrible thing to say. So mean. Stop distracting me.
Okay. Get ready. I'm complimenting you. I'm saying she's going to become so famous. Like Armin who? Like, I don't know that guy. It's okay. I'm flying too close to the sun. Oh, okay. Thank you. Nell Bunny just sent it to me. Look at this, guys. Mark Levin just quote tweeted Goldie. Deport next. Okay, so this is the picture.
What?
Yeah.
Oh my God. What?
Oh, you didn't. Oh, she didn't know, guys. She didn't know. She didn't know. This is. Hey, she's back. She didn't. Oh, guys, we broke the news to her. Oh my God, guys, look at Goldie. Look at this. Mark Levin just quoted you. I thought she knew. This is why that's why I was saying that. Oh my God, this is yay, guys. Look at it. We got real-time reaction.
I'm literally getting ready. I'm supposed to leave in like an hour. Yeah, and now Goldie knows.
Now Goldie. Guys, we got her real-time reaction. This is amazing. Oh, okay, let's retweet this. Cenk Uygur yelling like a lunatic at retired 4-star General Clark, and accusing him of being anti-American is one of the most unhinged and disrespectful things I've ever seen. That's what Goldie said. And Mark Levin just quote tweeted that.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I need to thank him. I just want to say,
look at this, guys. He has 5 million followers. 5 million followers. This is big. This is big, and I bet you President Trump is saying this because Mark Levin is really close to President Trump. And on Truth Social, President Trump constantly posts videos of Mark Levin. So, guys, this is like Goldie is getting very, very significant, close to main decision makers. This is big.
okay, wait. Can I just share something, guys? Is this
show
okay?
us. Yeah, of course.
Is this okay? So I'm like, I haven't posted it yet, but I've responded under him, and I'm like, Mark, I just want to thank you for all your support for the Iranian people. We Iranians love and appreciate you so much. Thank you for being our voice. We can't wait to host you and all freedom-loving Americans in a free Iran, just like we used to before 1979.
It's perfect. It's perfect. And how about we drop the link to that in the chat? So as soon as you post it, we all go retweet it so he sees it. So post that and drop the link to us so that we all go retweet it. Repost it.
Amu Mark retweeted me.
All right. Hold on.
All right. Okay.
Guys,
I need to go get ready. Oh my gosh.
Guys, the link is in the chat. Goldie, that was perfect, by the way. That was beautiful. That was very... Oh, where is it? Why can't I click on it here?
All right. I'll see you guys later. I'll be around.
Let me go here. Thank you. See you soon. Watch us while you're away. Oh.
As much as I can. If I'm here, I'm watching.
Okay. All right. So let's remove this and this one. So this is Goldie responded to Amu Mark. Are we calling him Amu Mark now? Okay. So this is the Goldie's response. Let's like and repost. Saying, Mark, I just wanted to thank you for all your support for the Iranian people. We Iranians love and appreciate you so much. Thank you for being our voice. We can't wait to host you and all freedom-loving Americans in a free Iran, just like we used to before 1979. Perfect. Guys, she just came up with it. This is a perfect message. If I had to respond to this, I would be like thinking about it for like half an hour to be able to come up with a message like this. This is why we need Goldie, because she comes up with the best responses. Also, I just want to thank Nail Bunny in the chat that she's the one who sent me the link, and we all got to see Goldie react to Mark Levin quote tweeting her live on air because Nail Bunny sent me the link. So thank you, Nail Bunny. And thank you, Amu Mark. Thank you, Amu Mark. All right. That was good. That was good. Guys, this is a big deal. I hope everybody understands how big of a deal this is. Mark Levin is one of the main people that President Trump watches and cares about. If you go to on Truth Social, you see him constantly posting. President Trump constantly keeps posting videos of Mark Levin. Right? So let me actually show you, for example, this. Just show you this. Good thing I had this ready. Look at this video. Okay, look at this. This is just recently. President Trump posted this video of Mark Levin just recently. Let me see which video is this.
What if we got the greatest deal ever from Iran? They're going to give up their nukes. They're going to give up their ballistic missiles. They're going to become Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts. No more terrorism. That's right. They're going to reject their own Islamist ideology of the 7th century that they've used to indoctrinate others, that they preach every single day. That's right. Khomeini's going to become Mahatma Gandhi, and the world is going to have peace forever. Yeah, we'll sign that deal. Sure, we'll sign it. Blah, blah, blah. Now, why would they sign such a deal? What if it's the greatest deal of all deals ever? Why would they sign it? You see, the problem is, ladies and gentlemen, it's not a matter of a deal, a negotiation, or diplomacy, or playing this thing out. Khomeini, the Islamist Nazis, have told us what they're going to do. And they believe this is directed by God. And they have slaughtered tens of thousands of their own people in the last few weeks, over the years, in order to advance this agenda. Do you think signing a deal is going to stop anything? Do you think they're going to honor the deal? The issue isn't whether we negotiate. The question is, why do we negotiate? The question is, why do we think some deal is going to keep these people under control? It's not. Now, it might temporarily.
Okay, what, guys? Do you understand? He's saying a deal is not going to keep these people under control. And Trump, President Trump, guys, every time I say Trump and then I correct myself and say President Trump, that's Goldie's influence on me, okay? There's Goldie teaching me the politics, right? So President Trump posted this video. President Trump posted this video of Mark Levin saying, why would we do a deal with these people? A deal is not going to keep these people in check. That's a very positive sign. That's a very positive sign that President Trump is in agreement with this video. Another reason why we say Goldie's always right is because President Trump is now signaling to us that he's not really looking for it. Like, he's speaking through Mark Levin here and saying that he's not really, like, the deal doesn't look like that good of an idea. Look at this. Like, Mark Levin is like, look at this. This is, if President Trump posted this, he agrees with this. Right? He didn't post this President Trump didn't post this video for no reason. For no reason. Listen to this here. Do you guys agree? Let me know in the chat.
Do you think they're going to honor the deal? The issue isn't whether we negotiate. The question is, why do we negotiate? The question is, why do we think some deal is going to keep these people under control? It's not. Now, it might temporarily.
A deal is not going to keep them under control. President Trump posting this, so it seems like President Trump is against, like, using a deal as a way to control the Islamic Republic. Wow.
They may pull back temporarily, exactly what North Korea did. Oh, they pulled back. They pulled back for a few years, and all of a sudden, hey, guess what? We have a few nukes. They will play this game. They look at long ball. And even if they were to pull back during the Trump presidency, that's 3 more years. What about after that? What if we get a Biden or an Obama? Or what if we get some weak Republican? The only president to actually take forceful action against Iran is president today, Donald Trump. What happens when he leaves? Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot, as our generation, leave it to the next generation, our children and grandchildren, to deal with this. We must deal with this. Or they'll have tens of thousands of ballistic missiles. They'll have scores of nuclear warheads, and they will be able to reach our country. And since they've been willing to slaughter their own people by the tens of thousands, you better believe that they will use those nuclear warheads against our children and grandchildren. They're weaker than ever before. They're not going to be this weak ever again. And they do not follow agreements. When we pulled out of that Obama deal in 2018,
they immediately began violating the deal that was still in place with Europe. Systematic breaches. Iran intentionally reduced its compliance with the agreement in a phased manner, leading to multiple ongoing violations rather than a single event. Enrichment levels. Iran increased its uranium enrichment to 60%, significantly higher than the 3.67% limit set by the agreement. Stockpile limits. By late 2019, Iran breached the 300 kilogram limit on enriched uranium, later exceeded permitted stockpiles by 30 times. Centrifuge usage. Iran installed and operated advanced centrifuges prohibited by the deal. Monitoring suspensions. Since February 2021, Iran restricted the International Atomic Energy Agency of the UN from fully monitoring its nuclear facilities. Formal termination, they announced it in October 2025.
This is very important, guys. Remember, people, idiots like Kalklinsky, Vosh, and Hassanabi, all those idiots will say like, oh, the Islamic Republic, they say Iran. They say Iran was basically abiding by the terms of the agreement, and all of a sudden Trump showed up and he threw away the deal. No, you effing idiots. By the way, I almost swore. No, you morons. They were violating the terms of the deal every single step of the way, all the way through. And this has been proven. Every time somebody says that the Islamic Republic was abiding by the deal before Trump came and threw away the deal, they just call them morons. They have no idea what they're talking about. There is so much evidence that they were doing everything they can to get to a nuclear weapon, even while the JCPOA was in effect. I mean, even the IAEA admits that they were enriching uranium in other sites other than the sites that they were monitoring. So that was the deal. That's the deal that the leftists really praised. Like, oh my God, Obama had such a good deal, and we wouldn't be in conflict with the Islamic Republic if we just continued that deal. It's Trump's fault that we're even in the situation where they're enriching uranium, that this turned into a problem because he threw away the deal. The deal was doing its thing. It wasn't doing its thing. Even the IAEA admits, and actually was very angry with the Islamic Republic, and constantly was warning the whole world that these these idiots, these oh my God, I can't. These people, these garbage of the it's really hard not to swear. Okay, the Islamic Republic was enriching uranium in many other sites beyond the places where it was under the observation of the IAEA. Oh my God. I wish I had a beep button so I could swear, and I would just press it every time I want to swear.
You think our envoys or somebody else's envoys or signing an agreement is going to change the mindset of a terrorist regime that is slaughtering its people as I speak, that is already trying to build new nukes? We signed a paper, peace in our time.
Guys, how about we make Tucker Carlson? How about we turn the word Tucker into a swear word, right? Like Tucker Carlson. Okay, so we just say mother Tuckers. Okay, these mother Tuckers. Okay, the Tucker from Tucker Carlson. All right. So yeah, I'm gonna from now on say mother Tuckers. Is that okay?
Slaughtering its people as I speak, that is already trying to build new nukes. We signed a paper, peace in our time. No. The problem isn't negotiations. The problem isn't they won't agree to this or that, or we can get the best deal in world history. The problem is them. The West needs to understand what we're dealing with. For 47 years, I don't know what it's going to take, but we need to comprehend what we're dealing with. That regime needs to be eliminated to save our children and grandchildren from having to deal with it.
Okay, that was perfect. Mark Levin is really good at explaining the things that we need the Americans to know. I don't know if this is the same video or not. Let me just try, because I saw this account also shared that. Hold on, let me see. Nail Bunny just sent me something. Oh, Ooh, this is a good video, Neil Bunny. I'll show that. I'll put that in my list to show. Okay. But let me see if this is a video. By the way, that is
before I end my opening statement, and that's Iran.
Is that the same?
What if we got the great
video? That's the same video. By the way, guys, I'm going to repost this to share. I'll repost them. So this is my ex. Let me actually maybe post a link to it in the chat. So if you guys, you could follow me. Oh, nope, I forgot the I. No, ignore that. Ignore that. This is the link. Second link, okay? First one. Okay, the second link. The one with the I at the end, okay? I copied and pasted wrong. Just repost it. So this is a picture of somebody in Iran. Is there a YouTube lag? Are you guys here? Oh, are you guys having lag? Okay, I think we're back. Everything good? YouTube lag or no? No, I don't understand. Are we good or are we laggy? Let me know. Some people are reporting lag. Buffering or are we good? Now it's okay. Are we back? So YouTube was having a lag for all of you, but now we're okay, right? You had lag, but we're better. Okay, it's okay now. Okay, it was a YouTube lag. All right, so let me explain. These are mouse dolls or rat dolls or whatever, and they're hanging it. This is inside Sharif University. We call it Sharif. The Islamic Republic calls it Sharif University, and they're hanging mouse dolls. And these are supposed to be Mush-Ali. Mush-Ali, you guys know? Ali Khamenei his name is Ali, and Mush means mouse. So we call Ali Khamenei in Iran, we call him Mush-Ali. We call him Mush-Ali because he hides in a hole. Because he's inside his hole, so we're calling him basically like Rat Ali. So Mush-Ali, Mush means mouse or rat, and Ali is Ali Khamenei. So they are symbolically hanging these rats as a way to say that this is a symbolic execution of Ali Khamenei, right? So let me now show you what happened because of this. It's actually quite. Oh, let me show you this video, this picture first, so you could see this is the tree and all of these. These are the unit two. I'll show you something very funny happened after. So you can see these are the students, and these are the mouse. Oh yeah, these are the students over here, and this is the mouse being hanged over here, right? So let me show you what happened. The Basijis attacked when they saw the mouse being Mush-Ali was being hung from a tree as a symbolic execution. And now the Basijis are trying to buffering again, or are we good? Yeah, the feelings got really hurt. Yeah. You guys hear me? Like, am I okay? It's okay for you guys? Yes, you guys have my audio. You keep saying no. Oh, maybe it's because we went for some. No, we should be good. You're good here. All right. So let me just show you this video. All right. Let me show you this video. And look, the Basijis, the regime forces, they're so angry. They're like, like you're executing our leader, the supreme leader. They're trying to save the mouse. They're trying to save the mouse. The Basijis are attacking the tree. The Basijis are attacking the tree to save the mouse. Okay, let me know if it's so, if we're good now or if we're buffering. But guys, this is crazy. They just hung some mouse dolls they just hung some mouse dolls from the tree, and these Basijis are going insane. They're like, no, our supreme leader. Like, guys, this is an admission. Like, wait, are the Basijis officially have recognized this to be their supreme leader? Because we called the Khamenei Mush-Ali. They don't like. Do they also consider Khamenei to be Mush-Ali? Why are they angry? Like, why are they angry? Look at this. Look how crazy they got. Look at this. So this cameraman is saying, like, we're executing Mush-Ali inside the university, and the Basijis are going insane trying to save the dolls. Look at that hand. The guy is trying to like save the doll. Like, oh no, my supreme leader is like, save the leader. Look at this guy climbing the tree. Like, no, look at this Basij here. They're like, no, I'll save you. Okay. What the? Look at this video here. Look at this. The hand here trying to bring him down. Look at this. Look at the hand. Like, no, look at this. Look at the hand here. I'm like, no, my leader, my cute little leader, I'll save you, supreme leader. Look at this. Like, look at the hand coming up. Like, bring him down. Oh my God, yo Ali. ما اهل کوفه نیستیم. علی تنها بماند. علی تنهاست. Okay, look at this. Guys, can you tell me? My cute little leader. Yes, exactly. Can you tell me if in your country people are trying to save little stuffed animals from being hung from a tree? Because in my country, there are some people who are trying to save cute little stuffed animals from being hung from a tree. Do you have that in your country? Like, this is what this is that we are like. I don't know. You don't hear that quite often. Like, imagine the amount of explanation I need to do to somebody who's completely clueless why a whole bunch of crazy maniacs are trying to go out and are desperately trying to climb a tree to save a bunch of tiny little stuffed animals. Like, I don't know. Like, and I don't know. I don't know why they're so offended. Like, this is them officially. I mean, I think they are insulting their own leader, because if you're getting this offended, then this means that you consider Ali Khamenei to be the Mush-Ali. You have officially recognized. You have put your stamp of approval that apparently any form of mouse. I mean, what are you going? By the way, guys, in Iran, go buy stuffed animals, like small mouse stuffed animals, before they run out. Because once this video goes viral, so many people. Imagine being the shopkeeper at a toy store and not having followed the news, wondering university students buying all of the birthday that is into mouse. What are you guys gonna do with these stuffed animals, like these little mouse dolls? What are you gonna do? Like, oh, nothing. We're gonna hang them. We're gonna execute them symbolically. We're gonna execute these. Like, imagine being that store owner. Like, okay. Anyways, buffering again. All right, guys. I think maybe I should call. Like, I think I should stop Yeah, buffering crazy. Okay, maybe we should end the stream because I think we're gonna be stuck with this buffering here, huh? Or no? Do you want me to continue? Should we power through? Should we power through? Before we do, by the way, guys, before we decide, I'll listen to the chat what you guys want to do. But before we do that, I just want to say my channel is not doing very well. I'm not getting that many views. Everybody is usually on Goldie's channel, and my channel has now it's under 200 views, right? So if you guys could come support some of you could watch it on my on my side. I would really appreciate that. I'll post a link to my channel in the chat. It's called Atheist Republic, and if you guys, some people could also support the Atheist Republic side, it would be very grateful. Yeah, I see you guys on the Atheist Republic side. I really appreciate you guys being there. But like, for example, on Goldie's, usually on Goldie's channel, when the people are watching, it's above 1,000. And my channel is not, has recently suffered, or like YouTube, I don't know what's happening. Either so many people just switch over to the other side, or YouTube is just not showing our live shows as much as it's used to. It just only shows like Goldie's live basically shows up in front of the. By the way, I asked permission from Goldie to do this, right? So sometimes I want to remind you guys that if you want to support my channel as well, the Atheist Republic channel, I'll put the link in the chat for you guys to also subscribe to that channel. And sometimes you could basically play both of them, or you could basically switch, sometimes watch on this channel, sometimes watch on that channel, just because recently we have, my channel is going down when it comes to views. And if you could do me a favor and sometimes watch on this side, I would be very grateful. Okay, Neil Benny saying, I've sent you so much stuff. Okay, I'm gonna go through that. I also have a lot of stuff that I want to share, but I don't know which one to start with. Okay, let me see. Can you send me the main ones that you think I need to show? Oh yeah, actually, let's go with this one. I like this one. Is the buffering okay now? Are we not? Oh wow, guys, amazing! It immediately went from under 200 to 300 people now on the Atheist Republic. You guys are very sweet. Really appreciate you guys doing this. Oh my god. It's fine for now. Okay, so now that it's fine, let me quickly go through this video because I think this is a very valuable video to share, right? So Reza Behruz, who follows me. Oh my god, this is amazing. Look at him. Okay, Reza Behruz, I like Reza. I think I like Reza. Yeah, I do. Okay. He posted rally against, yes, I do right. I get given that this is his position, I really like thank you, Reza. This is actually a very good point to make. Listen to this, guys. Yes, Javid in the chat is saying, I saw this. It's very important. Yeah, pay attention to this, guys. And thank you, Neil Bunny, for sharing this. Saying, rally against attacking Nazi Germany. This is in July 7th, 1941. Claiming it was a war that Europe needs to fight by itself. So this is in New York City, saying just leave Europe. This is Europe's business. Where Europe should fight against Nazi Germany itself. We should basically just focus on America. In 1941 alone, the Third Reich murdered 1.5 to 2 million Jews. Most Jews were murdered in 1942, a period known as the Holocaust. Adolf Hitler eventually declared war on the United States on December 11, 1941. Khamenei's Islamofascist regime declared war on the United States and the Jews in 1979. Very well put. Within the period of 48 hours in January 2026, the Islamic Republic regime murdered 40,000 Iranians. Actually, guys, it's actually even worse than that, because it's in a period of 10 hours, not 48 hours, because it was 5 hours on a Thursday and 5 hours on a Friday. It wasn't the entire 2 days. It was January 8th and January 9th, and it was at night. It wasn't the entirety of the days. It was only 10 in 40,000 Iranians, more than 40,000 Iranian people were killed in 10 hours. 10 hours. Oh, by the way, thank you, Amir, for getting membership gifts for the people in the chat, and thank you so much, Cyber. I don't know what. Thank you so much for the support, guys. I really appreciate that. By the way, 40. Remember when you look at this number, remember that according to Hamas, the number of people who died in Gaza in about a year and a half was 60,000 people. And if we want to be like really, really conservative, I think even if we just say only half of them were terrorists, so that's like 30,000 civilians. I know. I'm not saying that. I'm pretty sure the ratio is actually much more in favor of more of them being terrorists. But whatever. Let's just go 1-1. Actually, let's just go with the 1-1 ratio. Say 60,000 people. Let's go with Hamas numbers and say 60,000 people died. And let's just be conservative and say 30,000 of them were civilians. So the Islamic Republic killed more civilians in 10 hours than all of these free Palestine people when they claim that Israel killed the civilians, because Israel didn't kill any civilians in Gaza. Israel didn't kill a single civilian in Gaza. Okay, every single civilian that died in Gaza died because of Hamas. Hamas is responsible for their death, right? And they basically in a year and a half, the number of civilians who died there in Gaza is less than what the Islamic Republic managed to do in 10 hours. 10 hours. One side, one and a half year on the other side, right? And based on that, you would think the global reaction to this massacre would have been significantly higher than what happened in Gaza, right? But no, you would be wrong. So let's watch this video, this anti-war march in New York, against trying to stop the United States from going to war against Nazi Germany. Wait, should we read some of these signs? This one, stay out. South America, Europe of war. Oh, what? Stay out. Oh, stay out. Okay, stay out of South America. Stay out of Europe. Stay out of war. What is this? Lend-Lease, lose lives? Hitler has not attacked us. Oh my God. Why attack Hitler? Oh my God. Guys, look at this sign. What year was this again? 1941 in New York. This woman is holding a sign. Hitler has not attacked us. Why attack Hitler? Wow. Are you effing kidding me? I've never seen this before. This is an American woman in 1941 holding a sign saying, why not peace with Hitler? Why not peace with Hitler? Oh, guys, this is actually very telling, because to us, that sounds outrageous. Okay? But I bet you to a lot of Americans at that time, that sounded, pretty sensible. It sounded like, yeah, we want peace. Peace is good. War is bad. And I bet you the way this woman sounds like to us right now, I'll bet you anything that people like Cenk Uygur or Dave Smith, people like that, we're going to look back at what they are saying today exactly how we are looking at this woman right now. To us, this right now sounds outrageous, as it should, I bet you there were many Americans back then that this woman sounded very sensible to them. Like, why not peace with Hitler? He's not attacking us. I promise you, history will look back at Cenk Uygur and Chunky Yogurt, or as Goldie says, and Dave Smith and people like him and Tucker Carlson, exactly how we today, especially after the massacre that just happened, we're going to come back in history and look at these people, and we're going to look at them with disgust. The same way that we look at them right now with disgust, people in the future would look at them exactly in the same level of shock and disgust that we are now looking at this sign. You know how this sign is disgusting you? That's how, even more, because now it's in 4K, and now we can see like Cenk Uygur basically going crazy and basically so passionately defending the Islamic Republic. So with Dave Smith, even though they deny it. I don't know. I don't know how they're going to. I'm pretty sure. The good thing is that we get to experience them being humiliated, because this woman, I think, like maybe the people like this, like when history remembers World War II, like these people are not around to, pay socially pay the consequences for being this wrong. Especially because back then we didn't have social media and this level of accountability. The good thing with people like Dave Smith and Chunky Yogurt is that the shaming will come during their lifetime, and it's how all of it has been captured in 4K, and they will be humiliated and shamed for forever for this horrible position, especially once Iran is free. Oh my God, they should fear the day that the Iranian people are free, because one thing that people like Dave Smith and Cenk Uygur take advantage of is the fact that the Iranian people do not have as much of a voice as the rest of us, the Iranian people inside Iran. Eventually, when they become unchained, you will have 80, like we already have 10 million Iranians, well, we have 90 million Iranians, 10 million of them already the diaspora, and they're free to speak. But then we're going to have an additional 80 million to the already free 10 million that will come out. And not only they will be able to speak for themselves, they will come and they will add to all of the people who would be exposing and shaming and humiliating all the people who were the instruments for their suppression while they were in chains. The 80 million Iranians will come out and call out all the people who were the instruments for their suppression, for the brutality of the Islamic Republic, and they will call them out. And I cannot wait, because right now people like Dave Smith and Cenk, I have a hard, and Anna Kasparian, they're already feeling the pressure because 10 million Iranians outside of Iran are calling them out, and they're humiliating them, and they're feeling the pressure. They hate the Iranian people, because the Iranian people are destroying their narrative, especially because they're not whites, Europeans, or Americans, or Canadians. If they were, they would be able to easily dismiss them. They're from the Middle East, and they're Iranian, and they're calling them out. They're Middle Eastern people who are not Israeli and support Israel. So it completely destroys their narrative. And if they feel, and this is why they feel very frustrated, this is why Cenk Uygur, I said Chunky Yogurt so much, I don't even know how to say his real name anymore, was basically, went on a full rampage on the Piers Morgan show, which we're going to see tomorrow, because they hate the fact that the Iranian people are calling them out, because they wish it was Israelis or I don't know, white Americans or white Europeans, because they could just dismiss them as I don't know, Jews or Zionists, or basically just white supremacy or imperialism and stuff like that. But when you have 10 million Iranian diaspora calling them out, the only thing they could do is to refer to them as Mossad agents or people who have been fooled by Americans. Okay. But then, so imagine if they're feeling this much pressure right now. Imagine when Iran becomes free and then you have an additional 80 million Iranian joining the Israelis in supporting Israel and calling all of this so-called anti-imperialist BS, then the entire narrative of the Free Palestine, anti-Israeli, anti-imperialism, anti-colonialism nonsense that these people are talking about will completely be destroyed. First of all, it wouldn't be funded as much anymore because the Islamic Republic would not be able to fund it anymore. They have to just settle with Qatari money instead of both Qatari money and Islamic Republic money. But on top of that, it would be the Iranian people from the Middle East calling them out, and to deny them would have to. It's easy to try to deny the agency of the Iranian diaspora because we're just 10 million people. I mean, it's not easy, but it's more easy compared to eventually when you have 90 million Iranians calling you out. Like we will, guys, we will wipe the floor with these people, okay? We'll come to the aid of our Israeli brothers and sisters, and we will destroy these people, okay? So the Israelis, the only thing that the Israelis need help with, like the part that the Israelis need help with is social media presence, okay? The Israelis are so good at science, technology, entrepreneurship, finance, military, intelligence, everything, like academia, everywhere that, maybe not sports, but almost everywhere else where they touch, they excel at it, okay? Other than sports, there's another area where they're not, with the music, comedy, oh my god, music, comedy, everything, okay? They excel everywhere. But one area that they need help with is the soft power, the battle of narratives, because they haven't really excelled at fighting the anti-Israeli BS, okay? That's the part that they need help with, okay? And one thing that the Iranians have that the Israelis could use help with is numbers, okay? Like Israelis are like, how many people? 9 million people? Last time I checked was 9 million, right? So this is when it comes to social media and the soft power and battle of narratives and fighting anti-Jewish propaganda, we're gonna, and which is very important. Like, this is not just a military warfare. This is also a battle of ideas. This is information war as well. This is information war. So, okay, so they're 10 million. Okay, so 10 million. So add to that 90 million Iranians. 90 million Iranians that will join them in the battle of narratives against all of this anti-Zionist BS. We will be joining. So we have the numbers, and we're good at social media. You have seen our memes, right? We have meme power. Okay, the Iranian people are good at memeing. Okay, so we will come to you. We will humiliate these mother tuckers. Yeah, we will humiliate these mother tuckers together. Okay, but Goldie, I know you're watching. Goldie, I know you're listening. I said mother tucker. I said mother tucker. Let me actually see if there's any other signs here. What is this? Europe for Europeans, America for Americans. This is an isolationist perspective. Like, look at this, guys. Europe for Europeans, America for Americans. This is basically trying to deny America's global influence. America is a superpower because of its global influence. All right, so Nail Bunny, what was the other things that you wanted me to show? Let me see. Okay. This is funny and short. Let's go with this one. Oh, this is AI. So next week will be Absolute Cinema. What is this? This is good. Oh my. Okay, first of all, I'm gonna get a copyright strike because of this. So if you're listening to this later, we probably remove the music from this, but let's just experience it with the music while we can. But eventually, the music has to be removed because this is probably gonna get us a really fast copyright. But what am I looking? This is in high school. Oh my god, I love this. Amazing. What is this? Okay, I want to. I want the full version of this movie. What do I have? Okay, I want. I want. What? By the way, why are the students Asian? Is this North Korea? Where is this? Oh no, it's what? It's like okay. No, it's also they're mixed. One of them was white. Okay, this is amazing. Okay. Oh, this is such a badass picture. Oh my god, look at this. Okay. By the way, guys, before you tell me, I'm pretty sure that it's not the the scaling is not right. The proportions are not correct. I'm pretty sure the proportions are not correct, but whatever, it's pretty badass. Okay. Okay, this is good. Oh my god, Neil Bunny, that was awesome. All right, okay, hold on. Let me see what I have here. This is from a movie. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, that's apparently it's from a famous movie. Oh, yeah. Let me show this. What is this? Yeah. Oh, guys. Yes. Today they renamed the university. Let me play this. Okay, so these are the university students in a university that used to be called Al-Zahra. 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 Okay, but now we renamed it to Farah Pahlavi, and I will show you the chant that they. By the way, Al Zahra is a female university; is for girls only. Al Zahra is the name of the daughter of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And she is supposed to be the most holiest of all female people, according to Shia Islam. So number one is Hussein. More like for Shias, the priority is not Allah and Muhammad. The priorities are Hussein, Ali, and Fatima Zahra. Fatima okay, never mind. Fatima Zahra, which is this woman, the daughter of Prophet Muhammad, the wife of Imam Ali. Anyways, so these young ladies, okay. By the way, I know every time I say these girls, somebody gets offended. Like, Armin, how dare you call adult these are adult women? Stop calling them girls. Okay. These young ladies, I'm gonna find that video because they came out and chanted and renamed the university. They said with a chant saying renaming it to Farah Pahlavi. Farah Pahlavi is obviously the name of our queen, and the mother of Prince Reza Pahlavi. So this is very significant because this university is very religious, and it's very, what do you say, amniyati? Does that translate to securitize? Like there's a lot of government security forces present, so it's very risky. Like it's not like compared to it's not as bad as Imam Sadiq University. That university is the worst. It's the worst. It's like IRGC University. Okay, but for female students, the Zahra University, now known as Farah Pahlavi University, is the worst. So in such a religious university, these young ladies coming out and chanting like this is very big deal because the consequences are also higher to protest like this in such a religious university, right? Look at this. First of all, this is not the chant that I'm talking about, but this chant is also very significant. Hold on. They're saying this is the final battle. Pahlavi will return. And look at this. They're showing their middle finger to the Basijis on the other side. And they're doing this outside in daylight, saying they're holding pictures of the fallen, right? And chanting for Pahlavi while showing their middle finger to the Basijis holding the Islamic Republic flag on the other side. Isn't this beautiful? Look at this. Look, isn't this a beautiful frame right here? Holding pictures, like on this side, you have the pictures of the fallen. These are women who are chanting Pahlavi will return. On the other side, you have these Basiji mother tuckers holding the Islamic Republic flag. And you have these young ladies showing their middle finger to the Basijis on the other side. Isn't this glorious? Guys, isn't this the most, I don't know, glorious revolution? I know, again, just forgive me for saying this. Forgive me for saying this. I think this is going to go down in history as the greatest revolution of all time. Okay, and bigger, more bigger than the, more epic than even, again, I'm sorry for saying this, just forgive me because I'm Iranian, than the French and the American Revolution. Okay, especially because it's being done at a time where everything is being documented and recorded, right? So that's how it's going to be so epic. Every second of it is being recorded. And what I said on the Persian live stream, so I've said the reason why I apologize, like I just hope, like, if you're American, you just forgive me because, well, I'm Iranian, okay, so I'm gonna say that, right? But honestly, to be fair, the American Revolution, as great as it was, it wasn't being like we didn't had it wasn't being covered live, and it wasn't being recorded like this on social media, and honestly, as bad as the British Empire was at the time, it wasn't as evil as the Islamic Republic, right? I mean, yeah, taxation without representation is bad, obviously, but it's not the same as, I don't know, going shooting at injured people in hospital beds, for example. All right, it's not the same as, you know the examples. I'm not going to go through all the single examples, right? So this is the greatest representation of good versus evil in history that I've ever seen. Like this is good on one side and evil on the other, and people who are unarmed on one side and armed on the other. Like, this is one of the most epic revolutions. And I don't know, I just think that nothing in history can even come close to it ever, right? And that's why we have to win, because it needs to have a proper ending, right? And I also told on the Persian channel to my Persian audience that so Shahnameh is a book of epic stories for us, right? Shahnameh, Ferdowsi's Shahnameh. And I said, as great as the Shahnameh is, as glorious as it is, as many epic stories that it has, what we are doing these days is we are creating 1,000 Shahnamehs. Like, the stories that is coming out of this revolution are as epic as the stories of Shahnameh, and they're real, and they could fill 1,000 books as lengthy as Shahnameh. Like, by the way, please understand that everything we're sharing with you here is a fraction of the stories that are happening. Like, for decades and decades and decades to come, this revolution will be studied. Every second of it will be analyzed. We will be telling these stories of this revolution to our children and to our grandchildren for hundreds of years to come. And we are going to, how Jews made sure that not only they would never forget the Holocaust, but the whole world remembers the Holocaust. We're going to do that times 1,000 because we had social media when this happened. We had everything recorded. We're going to do the same thing. Okay, we're going to make sure that we never forget any. A single second of this revolution will not get forgotten, and not only that, we remember it, and our children and our grandchildren remember all the stories of this revolution. We're going to follow the Jewish template, the Jewish model of making sure the world never forgets it as well. With all the I don't know, how they have Holocaust museums and they have movies and books and everything. We're going to be on a mission to make sure that nobody forgets this. And this is what I said on the Persian side to my Iranian audience, that make sure you do everything you can to help this revolution, so that when you are telling the story of this revolution to your grandchildren, you could tell your grandchildren with pride how you were also a part of this. Like, just make sure that when you're telling the story of this revolution to your grandchildren, if your grandchild asks you, what did you do, grandfather or grandmother, when you open your mouth, you have something to say that makes you proud of yourself, that you could hold your head up high while you're telling your grandchild, what were you doing as part of this revolution. Okay. And also just remember that this is also for non-Iranians as well, because just like the French Revolution and American Revolution, those were not revolutions just for France and America. Those were revolutions that affected the whole world. This is much more significant than the Berlin Wall. This is a reshifting of global power everywhere in the world. Like, so was the fall of the Berlin Wall, but you could be sure that everywhere, every citizen of every country in the world is going to feel the effects of this, right? So even if you're not Iranian, I encourage you to also do something that when you're telling the story of this revolution, you could also, as a non-Iranian, say for the decades to come, you could also say to your children or your grandchildren or the next generations that you could also say the positive influence that you had in this revolution as well, right? So this is not just for Iranians, right? So actually, I didn't finish this video. So let me see if I could find the video. You know what? I could just share with you this tab. By the way, I don't know if this is true. Can somebody check this for me? Because if true, this is a big deal and a shame. So Weisgard said that 95-year-old Iraqi Shia leader Ali al-Sistani has reportedly stated that in the event of a U.S. military strike on Iran, he would issue a fatwa calling for jihad. This is supposed to be the secular Shia, the non-Velayat faqih, not guardian of the jurist version of Shia. So guys, remember, when it comes to the Shia world, there's a competition. There's two main leaders within the Shia world. One of them is Khamenei, but as the main leader of Shia Muslims, it's a competition between Khamenei and Sistani. Khamenei in Iran and Sistani in Iraq. Yeah, you guys are laughing when you say secular, but let me tell you what I mean by secular. You're right to laugh when Javi is saying secular ? And laughing emoji. Secular not in the sense that me and you would consider what the proper amount of secularism is, okay? Because secularism, guys, is not like a binary; it's more of a spectrum, right? So compared to what I consider a proper level of secularism, obviously this guy is not secular, right? But compared to the Islamic Republic, which believes in velayat faqih, or the guardianship of the jurist, Sistani is against that. Okay, Sistani is the type of people who want a Shia government only when the Mahdi comes back. So he would be against Khamenei's, guardianship of the Jewish narrative. Okay, and he's very significant because this guy is Khamenei's main competitor when it comes to influence among Shias, like as a seen as a source of understanding what's right and what's wrong, as a marja, as we call it, marja. Like you have to. By the way, guys, if you want to speak proper Islamically properly, you can't speak like Persian. You have to speak from your throat, like marja. You have to feel. You know that you're saying this properly if you almost feel like you're puking. You know how Goldie said, okay? So if it comes from your throat, then you're saying it properly. Right, so that's how Arabic usually comes. Like, so Persian is more uses the tongue and the mouth, but Arabic is a lot of throat usage for some reason, right? So he's a marja, and a main marja competitor to Khamenei, and he's considered to be secular, not in the sense like, I don't know, like France and United States secular, but in the secular in the sense that he doesn't believe in the guardianship of the Jews. So I don't know if this is, I think this is fake news, but if somebody could like look into this and let me know, I would be, because if this is true, this is like a level of him getting involved that I don't think this is true. But Sistani, we need to pay him a visit after Iran is free. Let me see what else was here. Oh, this is important. Some people in Iran got the news that they were getting SMS messages, and the SMS messages was saying that the president of the United States is a man of action. Wait, so see, citizens in Iran receive mass text. The president of the United States is a man of action. Wait and see. This is a text that some people in Iran were receiving. I don't know who was sending out these messages, but many people reported receiving these messages. This was from today. Yes. People are asking, was this from today? Yes. Okay, let me. Okay, Neil Bunny, I will explain that chant, but let me just quickly see the videos that I have. I have some videos that I wanted to share. Not this. Yeah, let me just go. Oh, no, not that one. Okay, I already shared this one with you. I already shared the mouse hanging video with you. Oh, you guys probably saw this already, right? This is the, I think I already showed this to you guys, right? This was in Arya Mehr University. The students there raised the Lion and Sun flag. Guys, again, remember, this is in daylight in university, where it's so much easier for you to be identified, right? Like this was from earlier today. This is from hours ago, right? And yesterday in Iran's time, and after the greatest massacre in our history, many Iranians, tens of thousands of Iranians being killed for exactly that. Now, just 40 days after, they're doing the same thing in public, in open, in daylight, in the university campus, where it's so much easier to identify you because they have the names of the university students. They're just like, yep, okay, let's just keep doing this. Yeah, this is like this. I'm pretty sure the Islamic Republic didn't expect the Iranian people to be back doing this fast. So this is also the text messages. Here's another text message somebody got, which is basically a similar message, saying to the oppressed people of Iran, President Trump is a man of action. So these are text messages that Iranian people are receiving. Yep. So, okay, I'm not going to explain this one. This is going to be weird. Is this okay? I think Neil Bunny wanted me to explain exactly this. Is that the one that Neil Bunny asked me right now to explain? Let me just see. Let me see. This is a chant from inside. Which university is this? Oh no, Neil Bunny. Yes, I was right. Okay, guys, this is such a hard, difficult to chant to explain. Let me know if you want me to explain it. It's really, I mean, it's really funny from a if you're Iranian. But if you are not Iranian, it's gonna sound weird. Let me know if you want me to explain it. Oh, thank you so much for the super chat saying I've learned so much about Iran, especially contemporary Iran post 79 from you guys, from your guys' stream. Thank you, Armin, Goldie, and Potipto. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate that. I'm trying to be as helpful as possible. And thank you. Oh my god, people are saying, yeah, explain, please. Okay. So I have two videos with the same chant. Oh, guys, you know, I think some Iranians are going to hate me for showing you this. Thank you for the super chat. That's very sweet. That's very sweet. Okay, let's just listen to Iranians in the chat. Listen to this and tell me if I should explain this to them, because I think some Iranians are going to hate me for even showing this to you guys. All right, Iranians in the chat, should I explain this? Oh my god, somebody's saying why? Like, why? Oh no, no. Yes, you're saying Goldie is watching. Hey, Goldie never said that okay, guys, Goldie, I know Goldie, she didn't say don't play the chants from Iranian people who are swearing. She said I shouldn't swear. I shouldn't swear. Somebody's saying don't some Iranians in the chat are saying don't translate, please. Okay. Oh no. Okay. Oh, Goldie is here.
I'm watching you. Don't translate the swear words. Remember, Princess Noor is following you. All right.
I know. I'm gonna spell it out.
I gotta go, guys. I gotta go. Wish me luck. Armin, I'm not gonna be checking my phone for the rest of the night.
Okay.
If something crazy happens, if the war starts or something, give me a call, because I'm not gonna be checking my phone tonight.
Okay. Oh, by the way, nice
Peace out, everyone. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
Looks good.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, Goldie. Okay. So Goldie is not watching, guys. Goldie is not watching anymore. So okay. No,
I'm watching for another 30 minutes.
Oh no.
I'm always watching.
I was oh no, she's watching. So okay, so people are saying, okay, translate it. Guys, when it comes to the swear words, I'm going to replace it with basically spelling it out. Okay. So let me actually get the
Don't do that. Just ignore the swear words. Just ignore the swear words, please.
Okay, ignore.
Do it in your discussion group. That, you know what, you should get people to like come to your discussion group by promising them that you'll translate the videos tomorrow in your discussion group.
Oh, okay. So should I just skip this video because the chant is like a swear word, has a swear word in it? Should I just not explain this to them? Maybe I'll advertise my discussion group then. Guys, here's my discussion group. Okay, I'm not going to translate the swear part. Okay, let me just put my discussion group in the chat. Okay, guys, the discussion group is tomorrow. Tomorrow we're gonna, maybe tomorrow I'll promise I'll go through it exactly the way it is. Okay, so I will translate the parts that are not swear words. See how that goes. Okay, so before I translate it, I have to explain this. Okay, this is adas polo. Okay, this is a Persian dish, and it's called adas polo. And okay, hold on. And yeah, It's a dish made with, what is it? Green lentils and rice and stuff like that. Okay, so it looks good, right? It looks good. And this chant has something to do with that. Okay, and it's really hard to explain because the Iranian people, when they want to swear, like really swear at the regime officials, they say something completely irrelevant at the first part of the chant that is just some like a name of a dish, like a famous dish. And then the second part will be something that is a swear and rhymes with the name of the dish, right? So basically they're saying, hold on, let me see.
نکن آرمین نکن بذار برای فردا تو برنامه‌ات پادشاه دوست
Okay, guys, we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna translate that. Goldie said like, so don't translate. Okay, so let's move on. Guys, tomorrow she's saying the king would not approve. Okay, so guys, we're not gonna do it here because maybe important people are watching us. So again, I'm gonna put the link to our discussion group in the chat, and tomorrow I will explain it in our discussion group. Okay, so just join the discussion group. Okay, so moving away from that. Let me see. Nail Bunny, can you remind me tomorrow? Because guys, Nail Bunny comes to the discussion group. Nail Bunny, can you remind me tomorrow for me to explain this in the discussion group tomorrow? Can you do that? So let me just go back to. Oh, where was I? Oh no, I closed the window where I was going through the things that I liked. Let me try to do this again. Share this tab. Let's just go quickly down. Okay, yeah. Nail Bunny just confirmed, sure. So we're going to review this in our discussion group tomorrow. Oh. Yeah, that's good. Where was the other things that I wanted to show you? But I'm not gonna translate the chat, but when you see that their hands doing this, I'm gonna explain why they're doing. I'm gonna also explain to you tomorrow in the group chat why they're moving their hands like this. Okay, so this is also going to be part of the education tomorrow. Anybody want to guess in the chat why are they look so how many of them are basically moving their hands like this? What is this referring to? Guess in the chat. Oh, by the way, guys, look at this. This is Texas now. This is Texas. Last place you thought that is going to be infected by stuff like this. This is the so-called Palestinian flag. Yeah, this is Austin, Texas. And I thought at first I was looking at this video, I was like, oh my God, this is horrible. Look at these people with horses and the Palestinian flag. I'm like, oh no, what the hell, Austin? And I didn't know that this is just a fraction. And then the camera turns. I'm like, oh no, it's actually far worse. Look at this. This is a big crowd. I thought it was, even when I thought it was just this, I was like, what the F, Austin? What the F? Like, Austin, like, are you kidding me? And then I was like, the situation is so much worse than I even realized when it turned the camera. By the way, guys, can people with experience in Shia communities out of Iran explain this to me? Because when they're chanting Ali, 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 is this Imam Ali the first? Like, are they chanting the name Ali? Because the Shias in Iran, they don't do that. They don't go like Ali, 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 Ali. So it sounds like they're Shia. It sounds like they're not Sunni. Are they saying Ali like the Imam Ali? Let me see with that flag. That black flag. They are Shia. Ooh, look at that. Is that Hussein? Is that Hussein or no? I don't know. Okay, I can't see what's written on that black flag. I'm guessing that they're Shia and they're saying the name Ali. Oh, what is that flag? What is that? I can't see what is written under. Am I correct? Are these Shia? Because in Iran, the Shias, they go like Haydar, 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 but they don't go Ali, 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 because it's just so Zayas. But are they Shia? Look at this. Some type of Shia. They look like non-Iranian Shia. Because Iranian Shias, they have other chants. They don't go like Ali, 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 Ali. Okay, listen to this. Yeah, maybe Pakistani Shias? Pakistani Shia? I think, yeah, maybe they're Pakistani Shia. Like, watch this again. Yeah, people are saying R.I.P. Texas. Guys, remember, like, they used to tell me, like when SHIT like this happened in, I don't know, Vancouver, Seattle, I don't know, San Francisco, people used to joke and like, I dare you to try this in Texas. I dare you to try this in Texas. This type of stuff will not happen in Texas. Well, guess what? It's happening in Texas. It's happening in Texas. So, and also to people who say like, oh, guys, America is not as bad as the UK, so we shouldn't be worried. You should be worried, because the idea that we shouldn't be worried is how you turn into the UK. The idea, the mentality, like, hey, it's not as bad as the UK, is how you turn into, is how you become as bad as the UK. Right? So watch this again and save America. What is this? How is this? Guys, to be honest, as bad as the Shias Durka in Iran is, they're more creative than this. Like, this sounds even more, I don't know, Durka-ish than the Shias from Iran. I mean, they have managed, in my opinion, they have managed to make it somewhat, digestible. But Ali, like, huh? Ali. Listen to this. By the way, I know Goldie is not here, so I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this in her place. Okay? What? Did I do it right? I mean, she does it. Did I do it right? What? Okay. I love it when she does that. Wait, hold on. We got a super chat. Let me see this. Saying, "Hi everyone, I'm late today. Saw that U.S. citizens were ordered to leave Beirut. I know you're atheist, Armin, but I'm praying for you all anyways." Guys, I'm not one of those atheists that doesn't appreciate when somebody says, I pray for you. I'm one of those atheists now that when somebody says, I pray for you, I see it as a, I mean, I could tell by the tone. Sometimes it's like sometimes it's not a message of love and support, but I usually take it as, somebody expressing their love and support. Usually I'll take it like that. Okay. So thank you. I appreciate that. I do appreciate that. Thank you. And thank you for the support for the channel. Yeah, condescending. Sometimes they come. You could tell by the tone when somebody says that, okay? But if it's meant to be a message of support, I do appreciate that. I'm not gonna be like, oh, don't say you pray for me, I'm an atheist. Like, come on, be nice, be nice, be nice. Somebody's being nice to you, be nice back, right? Oh, by the way, guys, look at this. By the way, I've seen, every time I think I've seen it all, something else happens. This guy brought a gun to his sermon. So imam with a gun inside a mosque saying there is no better way to worship Allah than by killing an infidel. Look at this. I've never seen this before. Have you guys seen this before? He's bringing a gun to the mosque while preaching.
لا يجتمع كما قال عليه الصلاة والسلام كافر وقاتله في النار أبدا.
Okay, I don't know if YouTube is going to allow us to even say this. So let me just YouTube. We do not condone this. This man is message of violence. We're just showing this for educational purposes to show how violent, disgusting this person is. Okay, we do not support this.
النبي عليه الصلاة والسلام يعطي بشرى لمن يقتل المجرمين لمن يقتل الكافرين.
Guys, it's been a while since I've studied Arabic, but I understand this part. Yaqtulin kafirin, murder, killing unbelievers. You can see, guys. By the way, when I was in university, I scored my Arabic really high. But then we studied it in a way just so that we could pass the exam. And as soon as the exam was finished, we forgot it all. I forgot all of it. But I did score very high when it comes to Arabic. So I remember this part.
لمن يقتل المجرمين لمن
يقتل المجرمين يقتل الكافرين
يقتل الكافرين
يقتل الكافرين.
وأي عبادة هي أعظم من سفك دماء الكافرين.
Kafirin, that's us. But kafirin means unbelievers. That's us. Okay. Oh, look at this one. This is oh my God, she follows me. Wow, sometimes I'm actually very impressed by the people who follow me. So this woman, Iranian woman, posted this. I didn't know she followed me. I'm going to repost her now that she follows me. So she posted this of herself as an Iranian saying, make Iran great again. And, waving the American flag. Look, Iranians celebrate the American flag.
I hope the liberals don't get offended.
Oh, she's saying, I hope liberals don't get offended. By the way, by liberals, we mean progressive, okay? Because, we're nothing against classical liberal values, okay?
The liberals don't get offended.
Okay. So, yeah, I already showed this one. Ooh, I'm not going to be able to. Okay, I'm not going to be able to translate this. I'll just play this for the Iranians watching. Well, guys, did Goldie say that I can play it if there's Persian swear word in it, but I can't translate it? Or was her criteria not to play it at all? What was it? Can somebody tell me what were the guidelines by Goldie? Can I play this? This has Persian swear word in it. You know what? Let's just be safe. Just go by. Ooh, I think I found it. I think I found the video I wanted to show you guys. Hey, somebody's saying, Armin, just ignore her, please, bro. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. What are you talking about? Do not try to cause division between me and Goldie, okay? It's not gonna work. You're saying, Armin, ignore what she said, bro. No, I'm not gonna do that. What are you talking about? No. Goldie's my hero. And also everything, all her methods has work. Everything she does, she understands much better than me what's working and what doesn't work, right? So she's my role model. I follow her guide. I follow her guidance. I mean, she has been more effective than all of us when it comes to being the voice of the Iranian people. So that means that her strategy works. You know? So I'm just observing the fact that whatever she's doing is effective. So then we should follow her guidelines. Right? If it's producing results, then she must know what she's doing. All right, so let's watch this. Yeah, you're saying she can be a bit controlling though, but for good reason, because she knows the concept. Like she understands the costs and benefits of doing something, and the results speak for themselves, right? The results of what she's doing speak for themselves. So I trust her. I trust Goldie. I trust that she must know what's the most effective way to move forward. So let me see this chant. Okay, so there was another chant that was even better than this one. So this is in Al-Zahra University, and these girls are basically not girls cancelled, not girls, young ladies. These young ladies are saying Al-Zahra Basij Farah dige esmشه. So they're officially renaming the name of the university from Al-Zahra to Farah, which is, this chant by itself is not just pro-Pahlavi, but it's also anti-religious, because Zahra is the name of the daughter of Prophet Muhammad. Farah is the name of our queen mother, the mother of Prince Reza Pahlavi. And these young ladies are saying that it's Al-Zahra is enough. We're done with Al-Zahra. The name is now Farah. The name of the university is now Farah. And this is a very religious universities, and that's what they're chanting. Let me play this again. Oh my God, Goldie is here in the chat. Is that Goldie? With eyes. Oh no, guys, Goldie, look at that. She's here. Oh right, guys, Goldie's watching. She's always watching. Her eyes are always here. Okay. I'm gonna keep this highlighted as a reminder that Goldie is watching. Okay. Oh wow. Okay. All right. So, hey, you're saying busted? How am I busted? I've been very good. I've been very good. I've been very good. Okay. Yes. All right. Let's watch this. Farah dige esmشه از زهرا بستشه فرح dige اسمشه. Zahra is enough. The name is Farah. There was a more brutal chant. Here, is this one? No, it wasn't. This one I already showed you. There was a chant that they say Al Zahra bi arzeshe, which means Al Zahra is worthless. Oh, here, I found it. Oh, this is brutal, guys. This is such a taboo to say. They're saying Al-Zahra biarzeshe farah dige esmشه. So this is very anti-Islamic because they're saying Al-Zahra is worthless. The name is Farah. By the way, guys, this might be confusing because you might be thinking, like, what is the point of chanting and changing the name of the university? Because remember, yesterday I showed you videos of the university students in Arya Mehr University chanting. They're saying Sharif dige basije Arya Mehr esmشه. Basically, the university students in Sharif University coming out and saying, or the Arya Mehr University coming out saying that Sharif is no longer the name of this university. Arya Mehr is the name of the university. Sharif was the name for under the Islamic Republic, which was named, the university was named after an Islamic terrorist. Arya Mehr is the name that Iranian people have for Muhammad Reza Shah, the previous, the previous Pahlavi king. the former Pahlavi king. His name Muhammad Reza Pahlavi or Muhammad Reza Shah. His name was Ari, like the way that people refer to him was Aryamer, means the light of the Aryans, right? So in Aryamer University, they renamed, they brought back the old name of the university, Aryamer. And in Al Zahra University, now these young ladies are with their chant, they're renaming it to Farah University. And if you guys remember, even before all of this started, you guys saw some people were going out into the streets of Iran and renaming streets in Trump's name. So they would call streets. You guys remember that back early January, when or even before that, when they wanted to support Trump and they would come and put the name of Trump on the street's name. You guys remember that? So you're saying no clue why though? So because naming streets and universities is a propaganda war, it's information war. So when the Pahlavi dynasty fell, the Islamic Republic came and renamed so many streets and universities from Pahlavi names and patriotic ancient Iranian names to Islamic names and terrorist names and mullah names, famous mullahs names. And for the Islamic Republic, that was a way to show that we own these streets, that this is information war, that we dominate here, that this is our land, that we are in control here. That so I grew up in Iran for 21 years, and the fact is that even if you don't see the Islamic Republic's armed forces present, everywhere you go, you are reminded that this is the Islamic Republic's domain, because every street, every alley, every university, every government, every institution is named after an Islamic martyr or an Islamic figure or an Islamic this and that. So you couldn't go 2 meters without being reminded that this land is being governed by Islamic law. You couldn't walk 2 meters without seeing something that would remind you of that. And actually, that's also the purpose of the hijab. A lot of you think that the purpose of the hijab in Iran is to cover women's hair for men not to be attracted to them or stuff like that. But it's actually not that. The purpose of the hijab is to remind you of the dominance of the Islamic Republic's presence everywhere. So the hijab is like the flag of the Islamic Republic. Everywhere you go, you get reminded that Islamic law is, in effect in this alley or in this office or in this school. That's what it does. It's basically a remind. It's like an eye. It's like Goldie's eyes. So Goldie. Goldie wants to remind. No, I'm just kidding. It's like a reminder that you're being watched. Okay, it's like the Islamic Republic going like this to you, like I'm watching. I'm joking, Goldie. I'm joking. All right. So it's basically I don't know why it just plays automatically on X sometimes, right? It's a demonstration of dominance, a demonstration of power. Exactly like in the chat, right? But so they're renaming. What? Goldie said something. Yeah, then they're renaming. What is this? I don't know what she's saying here. The lead singer Abu Mark. The lead singer of Disturbed reposted Abu Mark. Oh, interesting. Wow. Amazing. Goldie. Oh, wow. Okay, guys. Goldie is now dealing with celebrities. But what was I saying? So, yeah, the fact that the Iranian people are renaming streets and renaming universities, that is the way to take back their agency, to take back control from the Islamic Republic, to show the weakness of the Islamic Republic, to show that they are the ones in charge here. That's what they're doing, right? And that was also the purpose of like taking off the hijab. So this was in Tehran. This is in my university. I studied in Tehran University. So let's watch this. Look at this. The Basijis are, by the way, these Basijis are not university students. They come to the university and they try to attack the university students. So outside, the Basijis are outside, the universities are inside. And look, look at what they're throwing at them. Like they threw this at the, look at this. They throw this at the Basijis, the university students. Look at that. They throw it and they threw it and they closed the door. Okay, that was epic. That was epic. So I think we yeah, this, by the way, what did Goldie and Potipto say about this guy acting like a crybaby? Because like, oh my god, I know we killed 40,000, more than tens of thousands of Iranians, but look at my head, somebody hit me in the head. Look at this. These are the Basijis acting like the victims because they came to the university, they started attacking the university students, and now he's crying over being hit in the head. Look at this. Making such a big deal about this. Are you kidding me? You just massacred. You people just committed the greatest massacre in our history upon the Iranian people, in our modern history, and now you're like acting like the victims because of a little bit of a oh my god, such a baby. It's just a little bit of shut the f up. I wouldn't be surprised if they did this to themselves just so that they could act like a victim. I'm not gonna play that because YouTube is not going to like me showing that. I think, I'm not sure. We already showed this. We already showed. Yeah, guys, look at this. Tommy Robbins. Oh my god, I love you, Tommy. Oh, and he follows me. Simple, bragging. Tommy follows me. But look at this, Tommy. Let me repost this one. Can I claim credit for something? Do you guys mind if I claim credit for myself for a little bit, just a little bit? I want to brag a little bit. I'm the one who convinced Tommy to support Prince Reza Pahlavi right here on Iran Revolution Live, because there was this idiot that was a friend of Tommy, and Tommy, now I think Tommy threw him away as a friend because he was giving bad information to Tommy and he was anti-Pahlavi, right? And what happened was that Tommy, he's really supportive of the Iranian people. He always has been. He always has been a major ally. But I think like he wasn't sure about Prince Reza Pahlavi because of that guy that I know who he is. Like he's a grifter, right? And he basically was suggesting earlier, before this revolution, was suggesting to Tommy that Pahlavi is not good at all. And I remember when this revolution started, but the Lion and Sun revolution started, because Tommy wasn't sure whether or not he should be supporting Pahlavi, but he wanted to support the Iranian people. He came out and he kept on supporting the Iranian people's revolution, and he would post so many things against Khamenei, against Islamic Republic, and in support of the Iranian people, but he wasn't posting anything in support of Prince Reza Pahlavi. And then he came on Iran Revolution Live, and I remember that at that time, if you guys remember, I really wanted to get some time to be able to get Tommy to support Prince Reza Pahlavi. If you guys remember, I was like really eager to try to use the limited time that I have to say that to him, right? And I mentioned that to him, and the time was very limited. And when I said that, he responded on Iran Revolution Live. He said that when I said that, this is what I said. I told him that Iranian people are not fighting against the Islamic Republic. They're not just fighting against Khamenei and Islamic Republic. This is not about the fall of the Islamic Republic. That's just a small part of it. What the Iranian people are fighting for is the return of Pahlavi to Iran. They're not fighting just against something. They're fighting for something. And then he said there, like that, yeah, it seems that way, doesn't it? Like that's what it. And he agreed with me there. And as soon as, and this is why I love Tommy, because as soon as I said that, once he got off the show, I saw him start posting in support of Pahlavi. So I know this is not humble or anything. I just wanted to, because I I'm just proud. Like I just want to. When I manage to do something that I think is a bit significant, I do want to share it with you guys. I hope you guys don't mind, because I think that it was that moment when I explained that to him, because you could see before and after. Then he came out after that and he was posting pro Pahlavi stuff repeatedly, and I think that I might have had something to do with that. And if that's true, it makes me very, I don't know, proud of myself if I had anything to do with that, which is, and now you can see him posting here saying Iran's crown prince Reza Pahlavi explains that he warned Europe over 40 years ago about Islamism, says Western leftists shut it down as Islamophobia. So let's just play this because Tommy is posting this. So let's share this. Oh yeah, guys, can you? By the way, I do want to cut the part that Tommy Robinson came on Iran Revolution Live, and me and Goldie spoke to him. I asked Sohail to find that part. It was right before they cut the internet. If anybody could send me that segment, because I want to cut it out and post it separately. Because that was a big highlight of my life to be able to talk to Tommy, right? What are you guys saying? It was nice knowing you, bro. Like, what did I do wrong? Did I say something wrong? You're saying you did not? You're saying I wasn't the one who convinced him? I mean, just go look at I remember before and after. Oh, not you. You're talking to someone else. Oh, okay. Sorry, you're talking to someone else. Okay. I would like. All right. So let's just play this video from Prince Reza Pahlavi.
And I warned the Europeans many, many years ago that it will eventually end in your own backyard. That level of extremism, of radical Islam, is beginning to be felt in Europe. I remember a conversation I had with a member of the House of Lords in the early 80s. And I said, the way Europe looks at the Middle East is like a far distant area. It doesn't affect us. We're fighting each other over there. And I remember telling him, this is probably 1982, that one of these days it's going to be in your own backyard. And guess what? It is not in your own backyard. Unfortunately, there's a certain angle of thinking here, mostly the leftists. The minute you say that, it's, oh, you're Islamophobic. Do you think that people in Saudi Arabia or in the UAE or in Iran, when they talk about radical Islam, they are Islamophobic? They are Muslims. Can't you tell the difference? And
yeah. So yeah, Prince Reza Pahlavi was warning the West about this 40 years ago, and Mohammad Reza Shah was warning the world about this more than 50 years ago, about the unholy alliance of the left and Islam. By the way, this is such a beautiful message. I'm just going to read it, because sometimes I have doubts, but thank you for this. Somebody saying, Armin, you don't give yourself enough credit on how much you have influenced the revolution and educated those of us who fell for propaganda. Thank you so much for saying that. Sometimes, thank you. I need this motivation. I worry that if I don't want to become arrogant, like I just want to make sure that I don't want to. Sometimes I feel like if I think about it too much, I might be doing it too much. But if I don't think about it at all, then I would not have the motivation that I need to have, because I do want to feel like I am, a helpful contributor. So when you guys say that to me, it does give me a boost. It does give me energy and motivation. Oh, this isn't. Oh, she made another post. Oh, this is her again. So let me watch this. Let me read this first. Around the world at free Iran. So this woman is Iranian. Look at it. Her hat has the lion and sun, and she's holding the American flag. and she follows me, which is such an honor, and I'm gonna repost her because she follows me. And she says, around the world at free Iran protests, you always see Iranians holding the real Iranian flag along with their host country, as well as Israel for being an ancient friend with a special relationship since the days of Cyrus the Great. We don't incite for violence or chant extreme Islamist propaganda because that's not who Iranians are. We're not Muslim. We're the Persians, the Zoroastrian truth seekers. Yeah. So this is beautiful. I would just add that we are Persian, we are Kurdish, we are Azeri, we're Baluchi, we're Bakhtiari, we're Gilaki. We also have 3% Arab. We also have 3% Arab. We have Turkmen, so we have Lor. Don't forget the Lor. Sorry if I missed anybody. Okay, so we're also Persian. Yeah, we're 50% Persian. Okay, I just want to make sure that when we say we're Persian, we don't forget our non-Persian Iranian citizens, which is I think 40% of them. It's not 50%. I think it's 40% of the country. So just want to include them as well. Let me just play this video. But overall, beautiful message. Love it. Let me just play this video.
Protesting a free Iran because my people are getting massacred as I hold my American flag because Iranians love their home countries and host countries. We're protesting on Ocean Avenue right now. Have you ever seen any other crowd get a license or permit protest here? I don't think so. Does the Free Palestine crowd get a license to protest here? I don't think so, because we don't even know what that is. But we do know what a free Iran is, with the real flag, just like the lion right here. Javicha. Javicha. Protest.
Okay. Beautiful message. Beautiful message. Let me, guys, oh my God, I'm never going to get, tomorrow I'm going to show this. I'm going to watch this with Goldie one more time. Look at this. They're trying to save Mush-Ali. Oh my God. I'm never going to get tired of watching this. Look at this. So for people who might be new here, they basically, they executed Ali Khamenei as Mush-Ali by hanging this stuffed mouse, symbolically executing Khamenei as a mouse, and the Basijis are trying to get him down, basically officially recognizing this as their supreme leader. Why are you trying to save it? Are you actually, so Mush-Ali means mouse Ali or Rat Ali. Rat Ali actually sounds well. Rat Ali, and now Iranians in the universities are hanging, mouse dolls as a way to say that we symbolically have executed Khamenei, and Basijis are trying to save it as if which is an admission that they also recognize their supreme leader as a rat, and we call him a rat because he hides in a hole. Look at it. Look at it. Save the leader. Save the leader. Oh my God, my cute little leader. Help the leader. Okay, what? This is so bizarre. Oh, thank you. We got a super chat here saying, I've been watching Atheist Republic for 10 years, never arrogant. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm worried. Sometimes when I brag, I'm worried that am I being arrogant? Is this arrogant? I should stop. Oh, so I think Goldie already played this for you guys. And yeah, I think I covered everything. What is this? Oh, this is, my God, this video is just filled with swear words. Oh my God, this is okay. I wish I could play this for you guys. Oh my God, this video is like so much. Oh no, I can't. Oh my God, this video. I wish. Can I play, guys? Tell me in the chat. Can I play this without translating? This video is filled with Persian swear words. Oh, check Telegram. I showed that image already. Oh, okay. I'll show that. I'll show that. Let me see in Goldie's chat. Bleep, bleep, bleep. Don't risk it. People are saying don't risk it. No? Okay, don't show. Don't show. So it's filled with swear words, but it's from inside Iran. And I should have asked Goldie for clarification. I think she said don't translate it, right? She didn't say don't play it. Okay, I'm just gonna play it, but I'm not gonna translate it, okay? Oh, so by the way, to clarification, this man is driving by and he's going to drive by Khomeini's. This is Khomeini's burial ground, the founder of the Islamic Republic, the first supreme leader. So he's driving and he just passes by Khomeini's burial ground. So I'm not going to translate, but I think you guys will get the picture, okay? Because Goldie said don't translate. Let me actually refresh because I think sometimes X just doesn't. Oh, where did it go? No, I thought I had clicked on that. Let me go quickly. Look here. I thought we had opened a new window for that. Oh, it's okay. We got there fast. No worries. This guy. Mush-Ali, Tommy, Mush-Ali. There we go. Here, let me just open it on a new tab so we don't have to worry about that anymore. Yeah.
دوستان عزیزم سلام، عرض ادب و احترام دارم به همتون. جاتون خیلی خیلی خالیه. دوست داشتم همه‌تون اینجا بودین ما همگی با هم دست جمعی شیرامونو میکردیم تو روی پرفتویی تو کسکشی خارد زنده حروم زاده کسکش با بی ناموس همه خمینی کسکش میدید و این همه کسکشی زن زاکیری ولد و زنا زنده ننه کسکش شیرا تو یقه پدر کسکش حروم زاده تو گوه خودی ساری 57 بدی یا باش در بدن خر کردی کسکشی ولد و زنای حروم زاده بی ناموس زنده ننه شیرا تو یقه پدری کسکشه شیر خورده از آخر.
Okay. Oh my God. Oh no. Okay. Okay. Oh my God. You can see how the Iranian people really feel about Khomeini, okay, when they pass his burial ground. Okay. Oh my God. Oh no. Okay. Tell us how you really feel. about Khomeini. Okay. Wait. Okay. All right. Okay. This is glorious. Thank you, Neil Bunny. So, Mahir Tusi just quote tweeted Neo Berg saying, look at this, losing their own polls about bombing, well, not bombing Iran, bombing the Islamic Republic. Look at this. So this poll, do you support the US going to war with Iran this year? Share for widest dissemination. Okay. So, and then people voted yes, 59%, 41% no, said, yeah, I'm not leaving a bottle poll up, ridiculous, and I'm not playing that game for anyone. What? Yeah. So, okay. So this poll backfired. We saw already this. Thomas Messi posted no. He posted a poll saying, do you want a war? Do you want a US-led war with Iran? And this one was the worst one because this is so unfair and disingenuous. Look at this. This is so bad faith because the poll has been designed in a way for you to get a no answer. He put an explanation. Guys, has anybody here studied polling science? Like, scientific polling is science, right? And if anybody studies even a little bit, they know how unfair Thomas Massie is being here, because he put a justification for no and he didn't put a justification for yes. So he designed this poll in a way for the no to get the most answers. But not only that, like even the smallest, if you do something, they will bias the results in favor of no. So it says no, it's not in our interest. But for yes, he didn't put any justification. But not only that, he tried to divide the yes vote by putting this third option, saying attacking is not war. So people think like, we could attack them without this being a war. He put an option there so that the yes vote would get divided and the no option would get the highest number. You see how sneaky, how I don't know. This is such a cowardly, such a disgusting move. But even then, the no vote didn't win. The yes vote won. And then this one by Matt Gaetz saying should the US strike Iran again? Oh my god, in the parentheses, like this is also a way to try to get the no vote. The putting again in parentheses is a way to try to get the most no's, and the yes one. Let me actually repost this. Let me see. Was this the okay, that was all the three. All right, so what demons? So Nilbani, I don't know what you're referring to, but let me see if I had anything else here. No, I think Goldie already showed this to you guys. All right, let me just show this one more time, because last time I didn't get the chance to completely finish this video. We stopped it halfway. No, actually, yeah, let me. So guys, this is the Basijis outside chanting against the university students. And these idiots don't know that they have the back to the university students inside. So this guy comes and kicks them, the Allahu Akbar guy, in the butt. Look at him, he's chanting Allahu Akbar, and the university students from his side just comes and kicks him in the butt. Oh my god, there's a lot of anger, which is justified anger. Okay. All right, guys, I think I've showed everything I have. Guys, again, one more time. By the way, Goldie said I can do this. So on Goldie's channel, if you guys could, I'm gonna advertise my channel because my channel is suffering and I need you guys' support. So we're gonna end the stream, but if you don't mind subscribing to my channel, the Atheist Republic channel, the link is on Goldie's chat. And once we go live, if you could also sometimes watch it on the Atheist Republic channel, it would be very helpful, because the algorithm is really like, we used to get more views when we went live. For some reason, YouTube hates me now, and people don't get notification when we go live. So when we go live, most people come on the Goldie's channel and they watch it from there, right? So when we go live, if some of you could, like, even like for my channel, like even 100 extra is a big deal, right? So on Goldie's channel, because she's getting like 1,000 people watching, 100 people is not a big deal. But on my channel, when there are 200 people watching, if that 200 goes to 300, so it's like a big jump. It's like a significant jump. So that's why I'm asking you guys to, like, if you people, when subscribe to the Atheist Republic channel as well. Again, the link is in the chat. And when we go live, if some of you, just like a few people, if they could also just watch it from that side, it's going to make a significant difference when it comes to, you know, all the engagement metrics that is going to like boost the channel and help the channel grow, because our channel is really suffering. So by the way, I hope you guys don't mind me reminding you of that once in a while. I hope it doesn't get repetitive and boring. I just really do need the support. So I hope you don't mind me, like, every once in a while. It's like doing a commercial. Right? No, thank you guys. Thank you. Oh, you guys are saying, and now subscribe to both of you. So thank you guys. Thank you. You guys are sweet. Okay, guys. I think Nail Bunny, you're happy, because I want to make sure Nail Bunny is not upset with me. Nail Bunny, because Nail Bunny, guys, puts a lot of effort into finding all the important stuff, and sometimes I don't show it at like all the hard work that she did to go and find these things. Oh wait, I need to show you. Oh, I'm not gonna show that. Wait, should I show that? I don't like that. I'm not gonna show that. Maybe I'll have to think about it. I have to show Goldie first, because this is might not be very helpful. I have to ask Goldie what she thinks about this. It's very well made, though. I know Sohail wanted me to show something. Okay, no, I'll check with these. I'll check these tomorrow. All right, guys, I'm gonna stop now. Love you guys, and thank you for all the people who came over to my channel. I really appreciate you guys, and I'm gonna end the stream now. Yeah, so I've never ended the stream without Goldie being here. So Bedrood. Oh, guys, you know Bedrood, right? Durud means hi. Bedrood means goodbye. So Bedrood, I'm Israel Chai, Javid Shah, Payande Iran. Bye, guys. Mwah. See you tomorrow.